Chapter 2946. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin the secret of the holy demon, rumble, boom. As the mysterious forbidden area in the void, which was like a primordial cage, suddenly broke out, the forbidden valley in the depths of the inner city of the demon emperor started to shake violently, as if there was an earthquake. Loud, rumbling noises that made one's scalp numb were heard. What was even stranger was that only the forbidden valley was affected. Even the outer area of the valley, which was more than 10 miles away, was not affected at all. Obviously, all of this was caused by the unforeseen event that happened in the forbidden space. After all, the forbidden area of the desolate ancient era was originally connected to this place by a spatial crack. Although this spatial crack was tightly sealed by a ferocious and enormous statue of the weeping soul blood ape, from a certain point of view, this statue of the weeping soul blood ape was actually a medium that connected the two worlds. Through this medium, the earth-shattering changes that happened in the void of the forbidden area could naturally be transmitted here. However, the extent of the impact was obviously not very serious. At the very least, the Forbidden Valley had been shaking for a full minute, but there had not been any unforeseen events such as landslides. However, even though the Forbidden Valley would not be affected too much, the entire Devil Cultivator royal family was still completely alarmed. The entire clan fell into a state of great fear and unease. This Forbidden Valley was extremely important to the Demon royal family. Even the first Demon Emperor had obtained some kind of fortune in the valley, which was why he had founded the entire Demon royal dynasty. Putting aside these symbolic meanings, just in terms of practical benefits, the Demon royal family definitely had a great harvest every year from the Saint Devil Forbidden area that was connected to the end of the Forbidden Valley. Although the laws of heaven in that mysterious world were a little strange, and if any Demon royal family entered once, they would have to wait 100 years before they could enter again. However, the total number of descendants of the Demon royal family was close to 10,000. In other words, there were close to 100 descendants of the Demon royal family who could enter every year. Even if each of them only brought out one multi-pupil thought crystal each time, together it was a huge harvest of 100 crystals per year. Moreover, in addition to the multi-pupil thought crystal, which was infinitely beneficial to the cultivation of the Demon royal family's mental power, there were all kinds of other fortunes in the Saint Devil Forbidden area. Any of them could not be obtained from anywhere else. In short, the Saint Devil Forbidden area was the foundation of the Demon royal family, and it could not be lost. All of this was known to the entire demon race. However, there were more important reasons that were not known to outsiders. Even in the entire demon race, only the previous demon emperors and the 2 guardian elders of the demon race who were chosen to assist the demon emperor were aware of this matter. There were only 3 people who knew about this matter. Before the first demon emperor passed away, he left behind a handwritten letter, which recorded some of the important secrets about the holy Devil Forbidden area that he knew. According to this book, which had been privately used by generations of demon emperors as a symbol of imperial authority, the first demon emperor had accidentally entered the Saint Devil Forbidden land and happened to encounter a weeping soul blood ape that was undergoing its heavenly tribulation. However, although the ape's cultivation was strong, the might of its heavenly tribulation was also terrifying. It was simply unheard of, so it obviously couldn't withstand it. Originally, the weeping soul blood ape was doomed to die. However, the weeping soul blood ape accidentally discovered the existence of the first demon emperor and realized that he had mistakenly entered this place. This meant that he must know the location of the exit. Therefore, it lowered its status and took the initiative to ask. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the first demon emperor forced the other party to swear a Tao oath that they would never harm the first demon emperor or his descendants. At the same time, once they recovered their cultivation in the future, they would help the first demon emperor achieve great things. Although the weeping soul blood ape was powerful, it couldn't do anything as it was being crushed by the heavenly tribulation. In the end, it had no choice but to do as the first demon emperor said. Then, The first demon emperor revealed the location of the spatial crack that he had mistakenly entered. He was wrapped up by the other party and quickly escaped. Unfortunately, although the first demon emperor escaped unscathed, the weeping soul blood ape was imprisoned by the power of the heavenly tribulation at the last moment. Its body was petrified, and it was stuck in the space crack. However, more than half of its soul escaped. After its cultivation was greatly damaged, the remnant soul of the weeping soul blood ape gathered its remnant soul into a bloody horn using some kind of divine ability in its bloodline. It said that the huge bloody horn, which was nearly 10 meters long, was the source of its return to the peak of atavism. It asked the first demon emperor to find an absolutely safe place and set up a restriction formation to place the bloody horn there. As for how to restore it, the blood horn formed from the remnant soul had its own plans. Although the weeping soul blood ape's consciousness and memories had completely disappeared after the remnant soul had turned into a horn, the weeping soul blood ape's bloodline had been preserved within the blood horn. Furthermore, after a period of time, it would be able to nurture a brand new consciousness. This consciousness would become an equally powerful weeping soul blood ape in the future. Furthermore, the vow he had made to the first devilish sovereign had also been engraved into the bloodline of the Crimson Horn as part of the soul seal that he had made to the first devilish sovereign. Therefore, in the future, when this bloody horn grew into a brand new complete blood ape, it would definitely come to find the descendants of the demon emperor and fulfill its promise. In addition, the first demon emperor also knew a little about the forbidden land of Saint Devil from the remnant soul of the blood ape. It was said that the forbidden land of Saint Devil was related to an accident in the Antiquity Age. The creatures that died in the forbidden land of Saint Devil were all supreme experts in the Antiquity Age. They were originally holy spirits. However, later on, some of the holy spirits in the Antiquity Age turned into demons. Therefore, when the war broke out between the holy spirits and the demons, it was the primordial demonic spirits who were defeated in the end. Almost all of them were killed. Even their corpse marrow was thrown into the forbidden land of Saint Devil. However, this was not the key point. The key point was that according to the remnant soul of the weeping soul blood ape, after its bloodline reached a high degree of atavism, part of its memory was unlocked. From this, it vaguely knew that the holy spirits of the primordial era who had killed all the primordial demonic spirits gathered the corpses of all the primordial demonic spirits together and used some terrifying divine ability to pull out a piece of the primordial void and turn it into a cage. Then, they banished this terrifyingly vast void cage into the turbulence of time and space. The real reason was that although all the holy spirits of the primordial era were killed, the thing that caused them to turn from holy spirits to demonic spirits was never found. Chapter 29:47. A gathering of the royal family. It was to prevent the source of the world that the Saint Devil forbidden land had been banished into the boundless chaotic streams of space. However, the so-called ominous thing was only a claim made by the desolate sacred spirits, who called themselves desolate sacred spirits. However, in the bloodline memories that the weeping soul beast had obtained after reaching a high degree of atavism, it clearly indicated that the so-called source of the calamity was not an ominous object that would bury the world. Countless holy spirits of the desolate era had selflessly contributed their inherited essence blood, extracted the natural laws that they were born with, and gathered them together to create a great creation that had never been seen before and could never be seen again. Even the primordial chaos saint spirits were afraid of the primordial chaos saint spirits. Even the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos saint spirits was terrified of the primordial chaos saint spirits. That was why the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos saint spirits were called to attack the primordial chaos saint spirits. Unfortunately, once that great creation grew up, even the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial universe could be trampled by it. However, because it had just been born and was only an infant with a hazy consciousness, that great creation had taken action in that great battle. In the end, It had severely injured the heavenly Tao of the primordial universe and nearly destroyed half of the primordial universe before it died. After being heavily injured by the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial universe, it had been beheaded. In the end, it fell into the primordial battlefield that would later become the demonic sage cage, never to be seen again. In other words, the decapitated corpse was still in the Devil's Sage Forbidden Land. That was a supreme existence that could even heavily injure the primordial universe's will of the Heaven Tao. Even if it was beheaded, how could it possibly be obliterated just like that? If they were able to find his corpse, then even if they were unable to revive him, they would only be able to obtain a tiny bit of benefit from his corpse. At that time, it would be sufficient for them to sweep through this universe that was simply weak like a joke in the eyes of the weeping soul blood ape, when compared to the primordial chaos, at the very least, helping the demonkin race break free from the enslavement of the Heaven's Legacy race would be no problem at all. Therefore, the Devil Sage Forbidden Land was more important to the Devil Tribe because of the mysterious infant corpse. Before they found this item, the Demon Royal family would never give up. This matter was too important. Therefore, in each generation, only 3 people were qualified to know about it. Moreover, once these 3 people were informed of this matter, they would never be allowed to leave the Demon Royal planet. Even if the Heavenly Fate clan summoned them, they would have to fight to the death. Otherwise, once they left the Demon Royal planet, they would fall into the hands of some experts who would search their memories and learn about this shocking secret. In that case, the Demon Royal branch would definitely perish. In the current Demon Emperor's bloodline, the only ones who knew of this secret were the current Demon Emperor and his 2 clan uncles, who were the guardians of the Forbidden Valley. One of them was Mo Qigong, and the other, Yi Xian, still didn't know his name. In fact, almost every generation of rulers of the Devil Cultivator royal family were like this. Among the 3 core members of the royal family who knew this secret, the Demon King led the entire Demon Royal family, while the 2 uncles were the guardians of the Forbidden Land, guarding the Forbidden Land all year round. Among the 3 core members of the royal family of each generation, 2 of them were responsible for guarding the Forbidden Land. From this, one could see how much the Demon Royal family cared about the Devil Sage Forbidden Land. Because the Forbidden Land of Saint Devil was so important, the current Demon Emperor, who rarely made any noise, was so shocked when he sensed that something had happened in the valley of the Forbidden Land of Saint Devil. Even the entire Demon Emperor Star was startled by his roar. Very soon, the countless demon experts in the Demon Imperial City were trembling in fear. Countless Imperial family descendants in the Demon Imperial City hurried to the inner city at the first possible moment. Even the Demon Royal family descendants who were sent to Demon Guard 1 and Demon Guard 2 came back as soon as possible. This was the rule of the Demon Royal bloodline. Once the Demon Royal family knew that something had happened in the Devil Sage Forbidden Land, any Demon Royal family descendant, even if someone in their family was going to die, had to turn around and go to the Forbidden Land as soon as possible. As the Demon Royal family descendant, this was the only and biggest responsibility they had. The entire Demon Royal family had more than 10,000 people, except for the old, the weak, the women, and the children, as well as some who were not in the Demon Royal Star area. In a short time, more than 6,000 Demon Royal family descendants had gathered in the Forbidden Land. It could be said that almost all the forces of the Demon Royal family had come. At this moment, most of the Demon Royal family descendants and powerful Demon Royal powerhouses had stayed outside the Forbidden Land. However, there were many people in the Forbidden Land as well. Apart from the Demon King, Mo Qigong, and the other 2 Demon Royal uncles, some of the mainstays of the Demon Royal family were there as well. At the same time, many foreign powerhouses who were not part of the Demon Royal family but held high positions in the Imperial City had also gathered. For example, High Priest Wen Xing, who was favored by the current Demon King, the Demon Royal Guard Commander of the Demon Royal City, who also had a level 6 Source Core, and the Supreme Grotto Heaven Realm Chanas. At this moment, the Demon King Mo Wentian, who had the highest cultivation in the entire Demon Royal family, and was suspected to have reached the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven Realm and had a unique level 7 Source Core, was standing in the deepest part of the valley. He was only 100 meters away from the huge statue of the Weeping Soul Beast. Mo Qigong and the other two demon royal uncles were the guardians of the Forbidden Land and were also the core 3 demon royal uncles of this generation. They stood on either side of the Demon King. As for the other one of the 3 Grotto Heaven Realm uncles of the current Demon King, he had been taken as a hostage in the Tianji race's base camp and had been sent away from the demon royal planet for many years. This was also the greatest pain and humiliation of the demon royal family. Every new demon royal family had a hand over one of the demon royal uncles who had the best relationship with the new demon royal uncles as a hostage to be sent to the Tianji race for life. Now, of the demon royal uncles who had been sent to the Tianji race, only 2 were still alive. They had been sent out by the current demon emperor and the previous demon emperor. Behind the 3 of them were more than 1,000 high-ranking members of the demon royal family, as well as some important ministers of the imperial court. They were all standing in silence according to their different positions. As far as the eye could see, the entire valley was filled with people. Even if they closed their eyes, a random throw of a brick could hit at least 3 important members of the demon royal family. The scene could not be said to be not grand, and the momentum could not be said to be not grand. Chapter 2948. Mo Wentan grabs able-bodied men in the 10 minutes since the arrival of the Demon King Mo Wentian. The rumbling and shaking of the forbidden ground had not stopped for a single moment. This also meant that the unknown and shocking changes that were happening in the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground were still ongoing. Right now, the consequences were truly unpredictable. The 100-year time limit is up. Or maybe you haven't entered the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground yet. In short, everyone who can enter now, come out and stand in front of me. Hearing the rumbling and feeling the shaking under his feet, the Demon King's eyelids twitched slightly. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore and suddenly shouted. Inside and outside the extremely quiet valley, the descendants of the royal family and the important officials in the imperial court who didn't even dare to breathe loudly were all scared out of their wits. Then, after being stunned for a moment, the faces of some people turned pale in an instant. This was clearly the rhythm of grabbing, able-bodied men. Given the importance of the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground to the royal family of the Demon People, the Demon King definitely couldn't sit idly by and watch the changes in the Forbidden Ground happen. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would definitely not give up. Therefore, he suddenly summoned the royal family and the important officials in the imperial court who were currently qualified to enter at this time. His purpose and meaning were immediately obvious. However, although the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground was a good place, if it weren't for the rules of heaven and earth that restricted every demon people to enter again after 100 years, almost everyone present couldn't wait to run inside every day. However, that was only in the past. Today was different from the past. For tens of thousands of years, the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground had never experienced such an unforeseen event like today. This meant that the situation inside was definitely not optimistic. Perhaps if one entered, they wouldn't be able to come out again. Therefore, the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground that everyone was extremely envious of instantly turned into a man-eating evil beast, and no one wanted to enter it. Right now, after hearing the words of the Demon King Mo Wentian, after realizing the intention of grabbing able-bodied men to try to salvage the situation, the people who were present just so happened to have the qualifications to enter at any time now. Among them, there wasn't a single important official in the imperial court. They were all descendants of the royal family of the demon people. After all, to the royal family of the demon people, the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground was equivalent to something that belonged to them, so they weren't in a hurry. If they went once, they would have to wait another 100 years before they could enter again. Therefore, even if they had the qualifications to enter, the Demon King Mo, when Tion's clansmen, would make thorough preparations before entering. However, it was different for the high-ranking officials in the imperial court. For them, this was an important place for the Demon Emperor. Since they were still high-ranking officials of the demon race, they would take advantage of this opportunity to enter as soon as possible, instead of waiting for the next day. Therefore, those who could enter at this moment were all descendants of the demon kings. Furthermore, among these fellows, the royal family members of the demon people who had the forbidden ground, forbidden ground, forbidden ground, Tion, 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 Tion. They also wanted to be fully prepared before entering. That way, they could ensure that they could reap the most benefits from this once-in-a-century opportunity. This group of people was also the most tragic. They had been restraining themselves from making a move until now. But this was the first time they had entered the holy land of the demon emperor. But it was obvious that they were going to court death. If they thought about it carefully, they would be so sullen that they wished they could kill themselves on the spot with a piece of tofu. What kind of sin was this? Among the thousands of people in the valley, over 100 of them had paled significantly, and all of them were juniors of the elder devil sovereign. Among them was the grandson of the demon emperor, the only son of the third Prince Mo Qixing, Mo Zhuangli. Mo Zhuangli's cultivation base was at the star grade level 4, and he was considered the most talented person among the demon emperor's descendants. He had already possessed a grade 4 source core at such a young age. At the same time, he was also the most highly regarded existence of the demon king. There were even rumors in the outside world that in 1,000 years, when Mo Zhuangli fully matured and the current demon emperor was tired and decided to retire, the next demon emperor might not be chosen from among the princes. Instead, it was very likely that Mo Zhuangli, the third grandson of the demon emperor, would inherit the throne. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. In fact, there were even immortal dynasties of the human race from time to time. After all, regardless of whether it was the demons or the humans, in this prosperous era of technology and cultivation civilization, as long as one's cultivation base was slightly higher, anyone could live for more than 1,000 years. After such a long period of time, not to mention the grandchildren, even the great-grandchildren would have matured long ago. The successor might not necessarily be chosen from the first generation of descendants. At this moment, when the demon emperor Mo Tian's word spread, the more than 100 young descendants of the demon emperor, who realized that a great disaster was about to befall them, turned pale instantly. However, none of them moved a single step. Instead, they all cast pleading gazes towards their elders. They had no choice but to plead. This was related to their lives. Unfortunately, this was related to the sacred land of the demons. Even their elders did not dare to plead for mercy at this time. If the demon emperor was enraged, he might even kill 1 or 2 of his own descendants to show respect. Therefore, no matter how much the elders felt in their hearts, they couldn't bear it and could only bear with it. Some of them even closed their eyes in pain or turned their heads away. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. Anyway, the ending was destined to be unchangeable. 30 seconds passed very quickly. The demon emperor's cold snort was heard again. Although it was just a cold snort, the warning in it was very obvious. When the cold snort was heard, the demon emperor subconsciously looked towards the third grandson of the demon emperor, Mo Zhuangli. Although this was his favorite grandson, this was a matter of life and death for the royal family. As the most valued member of the demon emperor's generation, he had a heavier responsibility and should stand up at this time to set an example. In fact, the demon emperor was very much looking forward to this. In fact, he had waited for 30 seconds, but this third grandson of the demon emperor did not take the initiative to stand up. Just this alone made him very disappointed. Fortunately, when he felt the demon emperor's gaze, Mo Zhuangli's face turned pale again. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He walked directly to the statue in the deepest part of the valley. Even though he had only stepped forward after the demon emperor had issued a cold warning, he was still the first one to step forward. Thus, even though the demon emperor was a little disappointed, his expression eased slightly at the sight of him stepping forward first. At least this matter was over. There was no suspense about what would happen next. Even the third grandson of the demon emperor, who was rumored to be the next demon emperor, stood up. Who else would dare to stand still? Chapter 2949. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translation. Someone is coming. Soon, under the joint efforts of Mo Qigong and the other two guardians of the Forbidden Area and High Priest Wenxing, the light curtain of the passage to the holy demon's secret realm appeared again on the forehead of the weeping soul blood ape that was hundreds of meters tall on the cliff at the bottom of the valley. The third prince, Mo Zhuangyun, had already accepted his fate. Anyway, the result was the same. If he had to die with dignity. Therefore, this time, he did not wait for the Demon King to urge him. As soon as the light screen appeared on the forehead of the weeping soul blood ape, he was the first one to jump into it and disappear. Seeing this, the Demon King, Mo Wentian, was relieved again. The disappointment he felt towards him faded a little. After all, he was still young. Sometimes, he could be forgiven for being muddle-headed. At the same time, the other 120 or so descendants of the royal family quickly rose up one after another and rushed toward the light screen of the passage. Without exception, everyone had an expression of incomparable despair on their faces, and in their hearts, they were even more devastated. Rumble boom. Following the departure of the 120 or so royal descendants, the rumbling and shaking of the entire valley continued without end, never ceasing from beginning to end. And as the descendants of the Demon King entered, the atmosphere inside and outside the valley became more oppressive and dignified. No one left. They stood there quietly without saying a word. All of them were waiting for the result. However, they did not know how long they would wait. Even if those fellows who had just entered were lucky enough to survive and find out the source of the turmoil in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, no one could be sure if they would be able to find a way out of the secret realm on their own accord after doing all this. After all the demon dwellers who entered the holy demon's secret realm wished they could stay there longer. After all, they would have to wait 100 years for the next time. Therefore, no one wanted to find the way out of the holy demon Forbidden Land. After a month, they would be teleported out by some special power of the holy demon Forbidden Land. Time passed slowly like this. All the experts inside and outside the valley also waited silently. The atmosphere became more and more solemn and oppressive. At the same time, in the holy demon Forbidden Land, although none of the demon dwellers who entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land knew where the passage connecting to the Forbidden Valley in the inner city of the Demon Emperor Star was located, the countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land all knew it well. After all, after so many years, although the devil cultivator ants that entered from the outside would appear randomly, when they left, they would all be accidentally teleported to the same place by the heavenly Tao of this forbidden area. Then, they would leave this world from there. That was the location of the spatial rift all those years ago. It was also the location where the weeping soul blood ape statue was located. It was also the location where the countless living beings who had fallen into chaos were all swarming towards. In fact, there were almost 10,000 space beasts in the Holy Demon Forbidden Land. All the space beasts in the Holy Demon Forbidden Land had all space were all coming to the space passage. Over 10,000 of them were only 1/10 of the total number of ferocious beasts in this forbidden area. As for the other 90%, although they were still on their way here, they basically had no hope of leaving. After all, the space crack was located at the edge of the central main continent where the Corpse Pond crater was located. Almost all the space beasts that had arrived were originally from the nearby areas. Those that had not arrived were all from other main continent fragments. They were separated from the central main continent by the space turbulence of various sizes. Some of them could still make a detour to other continental fragments and then rush here. Some of them did not even have the chance to make a detour. They could only helplessly wait for death where they were, or they could only try their luck and break through the extremely dangerous isolation zone of the void turbulence. Although it was no longer waiting for death, in fact, it was not much different from courting death. Therefore, those that did not come would not come back. Amongst the 10 holy sons of the trial, including Yi Xian, only 7 of them had arrived at this passageway. The other 3 might have been randomly teleported to other continental fragments that were separated from the central continent by the turbulent streams of space. Originally, they would have been teleported here after a month. At that time, they could just enter the space passage and leave. But now, even if those three fellows were not dead, it was hard to say whether they would be lucky enough to wait until the month was up. Besides, even if they really did wait until the month was up, it was also unknown whether they would be accidentally teleported here by the heavenly Tao of this forbidden land as usual. After all, the will of the heavenly Tao had lost a clone this time. It was a heavy loss, and one of the two that had lost its clone was Yi Xian. As companions of Yi Xian, those three fellows might not be spared from the will of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, among the 7 trial takers who had arrived at the space passage, besides Yi Xian, Hao Fangfang and Zuo Liqing, who he had hoped to see the most, were both here. Therefore, even if the other 3 did not come, it was not important to Yi Xian. It was just that he was still in a coma and did not know all this. His figure was carried by the headless infant corpse that had turned into a blood-colored waterfall. It quickly rushed toward the location of the passage. At first glance, it was as if a strange, bloody mist was surging out of his body, enveloping his figure to the point that it was faintly discernible. At this moment, Yi Xian was still around 30 to 40 kilometers away from the spatial passageway in front of him. As for the 10,000 or so space beasts that only dared to follow behind him, as well as Hao Fangfang, Zuo Liqing, and the other 6, they were all trembling in fear. Their faces were filled with shock as they slowly approached from the ground. The closest one was more than 10 kilometers away, and they didn't dare to get too close. The space passage ahead was located at the foot of a huge mountain. On the mountain wall, there was clearly the back half of the weeping soul blood ape's body that had been petrified before it could get away. Entering the space passage from the back of this half of the body, one could reach the forbidden land of the inner city of the Demon Emperor. At this moment, when the blood-red mist around his body rumbled forward and he was a little closer, when he was only a dozen miles away, rays of light suddenly burst out from the cliff at the foot of the giant peak. More than 120 descendants of the royal family, led by the 3rd prince's grandson, Imo Zhuangxiao, happened to enter at this moment. Chapter 2950. The wrath of God and the resentment of men. If this was any other time, they would have been sent to different areas upon entering. However, the will of the heavens clearly did not care about this matter this time. Hence, the 120 royal descendants all gathered together after entering. Furthermore, when they raised their heads, they instantly saw Yi Xian, whose entire body was filled with a bloody mist, charging straight at them, as well as the enormous space beast that could be faintly seen far behind Yi Xian. These ferocious starry sky beasts were obviously swarming towards this place at this moment. Moreover, they were coming from all directions. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them. With just a glance, he naturally wouldn't be able to see much. For example, these space beasts weren't rushing at full speed. Therefore, with a sudden glance, the scene in front of him gave off the feeling that Yi Xian had done something bad that angered the heavens. Not only did he make himself look like neither a human nor a ghost, but his entire body was shrouded in a bloody mist. It even infuriated a large number of ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the Saint Devil. They descended from all directions to chase after him. This strange scene stunned the 120 or so royal descendants who had just entered the Saint Devil forbidden land. Even when the world was clearly undergoing a huge change, the sky was filled with cracks, the ground was constantly collapsing, and other situations, they only realized it after being stunned for a moment. All of this caused the expressions of more than 120 members of the royal family to change abruptly. Almost everyone had an incomparably furious expression on their faces. Although they didn't know what happened here and couldn't even guess how this guy did all this, everything in front of them was very obvious and they could roughly analyze the situation. This blood-red guy who made himself look like neither a human nor a ghost must have caused some kind of terrible disaster in the Saint Devil Forbidden Area. Even the heaven and earth of the Forbidden Area had collapsed because of this. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the thousands of ferocious space beasts who had their peace disturbed suddenly became furious. They immediately came out of their nests and chased after him. If not, with a strength It was impossible for him to provoke so many terrifying space beasts at the same time. He didn't have the qualifications. In other words, the monstrous and shocking change in this forbidden area was entirely caused by this fellow. They didn't know if they would be able to leave this place alive after entering. And this fellow before them was the culprit behind all of this. This was also the reason why the descendants of the royal family immediately glared at Yi Xian, who was rushing over after reacting to the situation. In this short period of time, Yi Xian, who was quickly rushing over, closed the distance between them. At this moment, they were only 6 to 7 kilometers away. At such a close distance, coupled with the fact that the blood-colored mist around his body was translucent, some of the 120 or so royal family descendants finally let out cries of surprise and recognized Yi Xian. Following that, the other royal family descendants also started to roar in anger. It's actually him? I was wondering why there was suddenly such a suspicious demon dweller expert in the forbidden area of Devil Saint. This person is one of the trial takers for the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, and he's naturally restless. Previously, he released his Black Mosquito pet to provoke the demon royal guards on the east bridge of the inner city, and I happen to be not far from the other side of the river, so I saw it clearly. It's actually him? No wonder. I've heard the mosquito pets roar before, but I've never seen him. However, later on, I heard from a junior commander of the Demon Royal Guards that this person is indeed very arrogant. Since it's him, then it's not surprising that he caused such a big mess in the forbidden area of Devil Saint. Humph. So he's just a holy son from a foreign tribe, and one of the trial takers. How dare he be so audacious? This time, not only is his crime unforgivable, but even the Black Mosquito tribe is facing a great calamity. That's right. If the forbidden area of Devil Saint has some kind of irreversible accident, because of this, killing this person is far from enough to appease the Demon Royal's anger. The entire Black Mosquito tribe will be implicated by him. Let's not worry about that now. Don't you see that those ferocious beasts of the starry sky are getting closer? Let's quickly take this guy down. Fortunately, we weren't randomly sent away this time. Behind us is the space tunnel to go back. Now, although we found out something, as long as we take down this culprit, we can turn around and report back. At least we've escaped death. When they heard this, the eyes of the Devil Emperor's descendants lit up. Just now, they were too preoccupied with marveling at the unforeseen event that they hadn't thought about this. Now that they were reminded, they immediately realized that they seemed to have escaped a calamity, especially the third imperial grandson, who was the future demon royal highness with a limitless future. Now that he knew that his future was not unexpectedly cut short, he was extremely excited. However, this did not mean that he would let go of Yi Xian because of this. In other words, Yi Xian had already become a synonym for a great achievement in his eyes. Previously, because of his slight hesitation, he had left a bad impression on his grandfather, the Demon Royal Highness. Previously, he thought that it did not matter since he was going to die anyway. But now that he did not have to die, he immediately became nervous. This was an important factor related to whether there would be any unforeseen changes in his future Demon Royal Highness. If even the current Demon Royal Highness did not think highly of him, would the future Demon Royal Highness fall from the sky? No matter what, he had to remedy this situation, and this guy in front of him was obviously the best opportunity. If he could capture him personally, and this matter was exposed, his grandfather, the Demon Royal Highness, might be relieved and no longer care about the previous trivial matter. Thinking of this, the third imperial grandson immediately flew out with a ferocious look on his face. He suddenly roared in a slightly pretentious manner. As the trial saint of the foreign tribe of my dynasty, you actually committed such a bold and presumptuous crime. Everyone has the right to kill such a traitor. I am the grandson of the Demon Royal Highness, so it is my duty to capture this bastard. Don't interfere. I will fight to my death alone. Before he finished his words, his figure had already rushed out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other descendants of the first imperial family, who were also about to attack, were all stunned when they heard this. They immediately stopped in their tracks, but a look of disdain appeared on their faces one after another as they cursed in their hearts. A dignified fourth-order star realm actually had the nerve to say that he would fight to his death alone against a meteor realm ant. He was simply too pretentious. No wonder even his name was so amazing. Chapter 2951. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo, Studio He met my true love. Mo Zhuangjin hadn't noticed Yi Xian's abnormality because he was too far away and had been too shocked at the start. Then, he got too excited and didn't check carefully. It was only when he got closer that he suddenly realized that Yi Xian's eyes were closed. He was in an extremely strange state. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that as he got closer and discovered Yi Xian's abnormality, an inexplicably powerful aura silently shrouded him from Yi Xian's body. In an instant, he was imprisoned. Apart from being able to blink his eyes, he couldn't move an inch and lost control of the power in his body. Even opening his mouth to scream was an extravagant hope. Mo Zhuangjin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Although he hadn't sensed the aura of Yi Xian's cultivation before, the other party was only a small Holy Sun trialist from a foreign tribe like the Black Mosquito tribe. Generally speaking, he would at most be at the fourth great realm, the planet realm, or even weaker. Since that was the case, what could have imprisoned him, a fifth-stage star-grade cultivator, in an instant? Either this brat had encountered some monstrous fortuitous encounter in the Demon Saint Forbidden Zone, and his cultivation base had suddenly increased, or he had been possessed by some strange creature. In short, no matter what the situation was, the facts before his eyes were absolutely undeniable. He was in for a tragedy this time, an absolute tragedy. The aura emitted from his opponent's body was so fierce and cold. Since he had already attacked him and imprisoned him, how could there be no follow-up actions? Thinking of this, Mo Zhuangjin couldn't help but tremble slightly. At the same time, he suddenly realized that this guy in front of him had provoked more than 1,000 powerful space beasts in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land to pursue him at the same time. How could the means of such an existence be simple? I've really been blinded by Lard. How could I face them head-on? Furthermore, in order to steal the credit, I even deliberately hinted the other descendants of demon emperors not to follow me while I fight to the death by myself. Whoa, I'm clearly courting death. Thinking about this, Mo Zhuangjin was so sad and indignant that he almost cried. In fact, Yi Xian had nothing to do with the imprisonment of his body and cultivation base. He was still unconscious and didn't have any consciousness at all. All of this was done by the headless baby corpse. As for the purpose, it was actually very simple. It just wanted to absorb some spiritual power, physical power, and vitality from Mo Zhuangjin's body. This brat only had these three things in his body. As for the other powers that Yi Xian had consumed from using the heaven-falling bow for the second time, such as the power of his cultivation, a portion of the power of the dragon scales, and the unknown mysterious aura emitted by the void essence crystal, it would be very difficult to find a target that could be directly absorbed in this demon domain. He could only wait for Yi Xian to wake up and think of a way to slowly recover. The key was that as long as Yi Xian absorbed a certain amount of mental strength, physical strength, and most importantly, life force, then Yi Xian would be able to wake up from his coma. This was also the purpose of the headless infant corpse. Once Yi Xian woke up, it would be able to let go. Of course, if it was an ordinary existence, they wouldn't have the ability to do so. Even Yi Xian's devouring system wouldn't be able to directly absorb these three types of energy from a living devil's body. If they really wanted to, they could only kill them first. However, the headless baby corpse was a terrifying existence that could even severely injure the will of heaven and earth of this forbidden zone. Its back and origin were mysterious, and it must be frighteningly big. Therefore, this small matter was really not worth mentioning to it. Soon, the headless baby corpse, which had turned into a red waterfall, suddenly moved forward and included the third prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangjin, who was imprisoned in the red waterfall. However, due to the fact that the headless infant corpse had transformed into a blood-colored waterfall, its diameter was not wide to begin with. It was only about a meter or so, and because it had suffered quite a bit of damage during the battle with the will of the heavenly Tao in this forbidden area, it had suffered some minor injuries. Therefore, in order to ensure absolute protection for Yi Xian, it could only try its best to reduce the diameter of the red waterfall. Moreover, when it was absorbing the 3 powers from Immerse Zhuangjin's body, it obviously couldn't leave Yi Xian aside. On one hand, it was worried about his safety. On the other hand, the red waterfall was only a medium. It couldn't store the absorbed powers in its own body like the devouring system. Therefore, it had to bring Yi Xian with it at this moment. With a diameter of 1 meter, it was obvious how close Yi Xian and Immerse Zhuangjin were to the red waterfall. Moreover, they were facing each other. In order to prevent itself from being distracted when it was concentrating on absorbing the powers from Immerse Zhuangjin's body, the headless baby corpse, which had wrapped around Yi Xian's body, raised its hands and directly hugged Yi Xian's waist. At least, it didn't have to worry about Yi Xian's body falling to the ground because it was distracted. However, it was obvious that only the headless baby corpse knew what it was thinking. No one else knew. This included Immerse Zhuangjin and the descendants of the Demon Emperor behind him who gasped in shock, including the tens of thousands of star beasts who were waiting in the distance when they saw that the headless baby corpse had stopped. Similarly, Hao Fangfang, Zhuo Liqing, and the others who were hiding in the distance and complaining in their hearts were also shocked. In short, when the surrounding existences saw this scene, all of their expressions changed in horror, all of them shocked. No matter how wild their imaginations were, they would never have thought that there would be 2 guys who met in this place and instantly felt like they had found their true love. Ignoring the danger that could befall them at any time, they actually hugged each other in public and started to make love. What the F***CK? This wasn't the usual melodramatic and explosive kind of story, especially how Fangfang and the 3rd Prince Immerse Zhuangjin, who were involved in this whole thing. At this moment, their hearts were filled with grievances and resentment, which could be said to be monstrous. The reason why Hao Fangfang was resentful was naturally because he had tried to be friendly with Yi Xian before, but was mercilessly rejected in the end. Hao Fangfang even scolded him. Hao Fangfang didn't expect that Yi Xian would be so passionate when he met a stranger today. Hao Fangfang saw this scene with her own eyes. That kind of blow was really unbearable for her, and she felt very sullen in her heart. Chapter 2952. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations' frenzied absorption compared to Hao Fangfang's resentment. Immerse Zhuangxiao was so furious that he felt like his chest was about to explode. In the past, he had never thought that he would be molested one day, let alone by a man. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move his body at all, and the mysterious power that was restraining his body was so strong that he couldn't even muster up the slightest thought of resisting, Immerse Zhuangjin reckoned that he would have gone berserk on the spot and fought to the death with this shameless guy in front of him. Unfortunately, not only could he not do that now, but he also wouldn't have the chance to do so even if the mysterious and terrifying force that restrained his body disappeared. At least, that was the case before his body recovered. This was because at this moment, as the anger in his chest surged and rapidly boiled, he suddenly realized that his mental strength was strangely and rapidly draining away. Apart from that, it seemed like even his vitality and the qi and blood in his body were rapidly draining away. This feeling was too terrifying. He instantly felt that his mental state was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was the same for his body. It was as if the invisible time had suddenly sped up in his body. Immerse Zhuangxiao even felt that the flesh and blood in his body were rapidly withering. All of this happened so suddenly, yet so terrifyingly. In an instant, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. In just a dozen seconds, Immerse Zhuangxiao's body faintly weakened. However, since his back was facing the more than 100 descendants of the Demon King who came with him, the situation was completely different in their eyes. It felt like Immerse Zhuangxiao was hugged and kissed by the Black Mosquito Planet's Saint Trial Taker. As they kissed, he was intoxicated and his body went limp. As this thought flashed through their minds, the faces of the more than 100 descendants of the Demon King turned green. They all felt like they didn't check the almanac when they woke up today and unexpectedly saw such a filthy scene. They had to wash their eyes when they went back. However, for the thousands of star beasts who happened to be behind Yi Xian, what they saw was completely different. This was because Mo Zhuangxiao's body was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and these star beasts clearly saw it. For a moment, these star beasts became even more restless. When they looked at Yi Xian from afar, they unknowingly had a sense of fear and were absolutely unwilling to come into contact with or even get close to him. At this moment, in just a dozen seconds, Mo Zhuangxiao's entire body had become shockingly thin. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and even his eyes had become dim. He looked like a sickly person who had been bedridden for a long time. It looked like he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Fortunately, the headless infant corpse seemed to understand that it couldn't directly suck this guy to death. Otherwise, it would most likely bring a lot of trouble to Yi Xian. To it, Yi Xian's trouble was basically its trouble now. Since it had decided to rely on this human, it naturally had to share honor and disgrace with him. It was precisely because of this that the headless infant corpse, who had always been ferocious, let go of Mo Zhuangxiao a few seconds before he was about to suck him dry. Then, it directly retracted the power that imprisoned Yi Xian's body and let him fall to the ground. It directly controlled Yi Xian's body and quickly charged towards the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor in front of it. As a matter of fact, the reason why the headless baby's corpse didn't drain Mo Zhuangwei's remaining mental power, blood life force, and physical strength was because of the existence of more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor. Since there were so many of them, there was naturally no need to catch one and kill him. At this moment, the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor who were waiting hundreds of meters behind suddenly saw Yi Xian flying directly towards them. Mo Zhuangxiao, who was being affectionately hugged by Yi Xian's waist just a moment ago, seemed to be intoxicated or something else, but his body went limp and directly fell to the ground. Such a strange scene instantly stunned the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor. However, very soon, someone finally realized that something was wrong. Therefore, almost instantly, there were exclamations and shouts. Something isn't right. Could something have happened to Mo Zhuangxiao? Otherwise, why would he be so intoxicated? Indeed, something is wrong. Let's go and take a look immediately. Otherwise, even if we return safely, I'm afraid we won't be able to report back to our superiors. Stinking brat, what did you do to the third prince? This person's condition is not right. His eyes are actually closed, just like a walking corpse. Look at his movements, they're also very stiff. The last person who spoke really did see the problem. Unfortunately, it was all too late. This was because at this moment, Yi Xian was clearly only a few feet away from him. With the speed of the headless infant corpse, even if he immediately turned around and fled at full speed, it was obvious that he would not have the chance to do so. After a short moment, Yi Xian, who was controlled by the headless infant corpse, directly pounced on this descendant of the Demon Emperor. What happened next was exactly the same as what Mo Zhuangxiao had experienced before. When Yi Xian pounced on this descendant of the Demon Emperor, he directly reached out and hugged his waist. Moreover, the two of them were so close that they were practically face to face. In addition, after Yi Xian hugged his waist, this descendant of the Demon Emperor actually stood there motionlessly, allowing Yi Xian to take advantage of him without any resistance. When all these things were put together, even a fool could see the problem. The other descendants of the Demon Emperor in the surroundings immediately exclaimed in horror. Some of them hurriedly rushed to Mo Zhuangxiao's side, while most of the remaining descendants of the Demon Emperor immediately swarmed over and surrounded Yi Xian and the descendant of the Demon Emperor, whose body was rapidly withering. Bang! Bang! However, before these guys could attack, and before they even figured out what had happened, the headless infant corpse had directly removed the power that was restraining the second prey, allowing him to fall to the ground powerlessly with a thud. At the same time, it immediately controlled Yi Xian's body and pounced on the third prey, who was closest to him. Chapter 2953. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi translations, the heavenly eye appeared again. Rumble boom. In the forbidden land of the holy demon, the sky was still filled with terrifying explosions. Even the ground under their feet was shaking violently. The whole void gave people an extremely dangerous and uneasy feeling, as if it would be completely destroyed at any time. It made people want to fly away immediately. However, even if the spatial passageway to leave this primordial cage world was right ahead, and it was only a little over 20 kilometers away, the thousands of ferocious beasts that were burning with anxiety all endured the grief and indignation in their hearts and stood in the distance without exception, and they didn't dare approach at all. At the very least, before this guy shrouded in a strange red light entered the spatial passage and left this place, they had completely steeled their hearts and could not take another step forward. Part of the reason for this was because Yi Xian and the blood-colored heavenly saber had fought against the giant eye of the heavenly Tao in this world. Furthermore, the unrivaled aura of slashing it down in the end had already left an extremely difficult to erase psychological shadow in their hearts. The other part was that at this moment, all the ferocious beasts of the starry sky clearly saw the horrible scene that was happening in front of them. There was no blood, no killing, and even the demon cultivator who was covered in a strange red light did not show too much of a fierce aura. However, when the strange scene in front of them was reflected in the eyes of the thousands of ferocious beasts of the starry sky, all of them, without exception, felt a chill all over their bodies. Even when the giant eye of the heavenly way was cut down by the saber, they did not have such a feeling. It was because all this was too horrifying and it made their scalps numb. A demon. This guy must be a demon. He sucked the third prince's grandson dry. At the same time, the dozens of demon emperor's descendants who were facing the third prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangjin, finally discovered the latter's strange state at this moment. They were so scared that their faces turned pale instantly. Two of them helped Mo Zhuangjin up, while the others hurriedly turned around, intending to turn back and warn the other demon emperor's descendants. At this moment, they who turned back suddenly saw a scene that even the ferocious beasts of the starry sky in the distance felt cold. Caught off guard, these demon emperor's descendants were instantly dumbfounded, and the words in their mouths stopped abruptly. They stood there in a daze with their mouths wide open. They were completely petrified, and they even suspected that they were in a dream. Only a few minutes had passed since they leaped up and flashed towards the third imperial grandson, Mo Zhuangliang, who was lying on the ground. But at this moment, more than half of the 100-plus companions that had stayed on the spot and surrounded the Black Mosquito tribe's saint child of the trial had actually fallen. All of them were skin and bones, and some of them were crawling up from the ground. Their limbs were trembling, and their movements were stiff. With a glance, they seemed to have aged greatly in the blink of an eye, and they were practically unable to be recognized as humans. There were dozens of people like this, and the remaining dozens of people had either fled to the distance for their lives or stood there straight and motionless like the third prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangjin, at the beginning. One of them was obviously hugged by the trial saint of the Black Mosquito tribe, and they were kissing each other intimately. As for what the final result of this intimacy would be, there was no need to consider this point at all. This was clearly a living hell. Being sucked dry in the blink of an eye was simply more terrifying than death. This was a great horror that caused one's hair to stand on end. Bang, bang. Just when these few descendants of the demon emperor were completely stunned by the horrible scene in front of them, the descendant of the demon emperor, who was being hugged by the waist as food and had his chi and blood sucked dry, was finally released by the other party. He slowly fell to the ground, and the thudding sound he made was heard. Instantly, these people who had fallen into a daze were so shocked that they trembled all over. At this moment, the first thought that appeared in their minds was surprisingly consistent, and that was to immediately turn around and run away without caring about anything else. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought appeared in their minds, they discovered with grief and indignation that their legs were suddenly not listening to them. They had been slightly trembling all along, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move their feet. This was clearly the rhythm of being scared to the point that their legs were trembling. Faced with all this, an extreme sense of despair immediately surged in their hearts. They originally thought that they would definitely not be able to escape this time, and perhaps the next one to be sucked dry would be them. However, in the blink of an eye, the crisis that was about to befall them took a turn for the better. After the trial saint of the Black Mosquito tribe released the descendant of the demon emperor who had fallen to the ground, his figure did not immediately pounce on the next target. Instead, he stood there in a daze. Even the strange red light that was originally shrouding his figure unexpectedly rushed into his body rapidly and disappeared completely. Almost at the same time, the other 30 descendants of the demon emperor who were standing around him, who were originally unable to move, suddenly regained their ability to move at the same time. As a result, a series of horrified screams immediately rang out. These 30 descendants of the demon emperor were obviously completely terrified. At this moment, when they found that their bodies had regained their ability to move, without exception, they all turned around and fled at the same time as they let out horrified screams from their mouths. It was obvious that in their eyes, the current Yi Xian was definitely an existence that was even more terrifying than the evil spirits and devils from the underworld. In a short period of time, he had already caused the group of demon royal family's younger generation geniuses to collectively tremble in fear. Very quickly, all of the descendants of the demon emperor, without exception, fled into the distance. Among this group of people, there were a total of 40 people who were lucky enough to escape the calamity. As for the other 70 descendants of the demon emperor who had been sucked dry until they were only skin and bones, after the initial discomfort, all of them gradually recovered one after another. After all, the headless infant corpse did not intend to suck to death. The reason why they fell to the ground was most likely because they were frightened by it. Because of this, although these 70 people were all skin and bones, they at least regained their ability to move after regaining their senses. Some of them staggered alone, while others were supported by their companions. Similarly, they also hurriedly fled the distance where they came from. Then, without looking back, they entered the entrance of the space tunnel at the back of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape statue and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Yi Xian, who had been standing in the same place, finally opened his eyes slowly. Rumble. Chapter 2954. Heaven's Wrath Rumble. Boom. Following the first explosion, a series of terrifying explosions of equal power rang out. Almost at the same time, a series of explosions of equal power rang out. If it was said that the sky of this desolate ancient cage was only surging endlessly before, then from this moment onwards, the entire sky that was rumbling endlessly was clearly boiling and surging. Yi Xian subconsciously raised his head and swept his gaze across the sky. The gigantic black heavenly eye that entered his line of sight instantly caused his expression to abruptly change. He didn't have the time to think about what happened before he woke up. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of life and death crisis instantly enveloped his mind, causing him to not hesitate in the slightest. He abruptly turned around at the first possible moment and flew towards the spatial tunnel entrance on the back of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape statue at an extremely fast speed. The unexpected appearance of this black heavenly eye undoubtedly meant that the will of the heavens, which had fallen into a state of weakness and chaos due to the destruction of the Green Eye clone, had more or less recovered. Under such circumstances, the first person it wanted to kill was Yi Xian. Although the existence that cut the cyan heavenly eye in half was the blood-colored heavenly blade formed from the headless infant corpse, Yi Xian's arrow at that time had more or less interfered with the cyan heavenly eye's attention. In fact, just the fact that he had gone against the heavenly Tao and brazenly attacked the giant eye of the heavenly Tao meant that Yi Xian would never be able to escape the killing intent of the will of the heavens in this desolate ancient forbidden land. Furthermore, the headless infant corpse that transformed into the blood-colored heavenly blade clearly came from his body. Even now, it was still together with Yi Xian, turning into a tattoo in the shape of a corpse lamp that was branded on his left chest. All of this was something that Yi Xian was well aware of. Therefore, at this moment, other than escaping at top speed before the black heavenly eye could react, he was destined to die today. It was already a fluke that he and the headless infant corpse had successfully severed the heaven's eye. If they were to do it again, it would be impossible for them to succeed. Fortunately, he wasn't too far away from the entrance of the spatial passageway. With Yi Xian's speed, he arrived within the blink of an eye. After that, he didn't even turn his head as he directly entered the spatial passageway, disappearing in an instant. All of this happened too quickly. From the sudden appearance of the black heavenly eye in the sky to the disappearance of Yi Xian's figure through the entrance of the spatial tunnel, the entire process took no more than 2 or 3 seconds. In the face of such a life-or-death crisis, it would be fine if there was no way to escape. Since it was death anyway, he could just grit his teeth and fight it out. Even if he died, he would die a quick death. However, if there was a way to escape, and it was so close to his eyes, then in this kind of situation, Yi Xian's nimble movements definitely wouldn't lose to anyone. He had long since trained in life and death situations. At this moment, until his figure had rushed into the entrance of the space tunnel and disappeared completely, the thousands of ferocious starry sky beasts in the distance were still looking at the sky with faces full of shock and dullness. The sudden appearance of the black heavenly eye had completely frightened these ferocious starry sky beasts. Their minds were probably in a daze at the first moment. Otherwise, their reactions would not have been so slow. On the contrary, although Hao Fong Fong, Zhua Liqing, and the other 6 trial takers of the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial takers could not compare to Yi Xian's quick-wittedness, they had all rushed out from their carefully stealthy bodies at the first moment. Their speed was raised to the maximum. Like 6 arrows leaving the bow, they shot toward the entrance of the space tunnel, where Yi Xian had just disappeared. The 6 of them were not far away from Yi Xian. Previously, they were about the same as the ferocious starry sky beasts in the sky, about a dozen miles away. However, when all the ferocious starry sky beasts stopped in front of them because Yi Xian had stopped in front of them, the 6 of them had been carefully moving forward. Therefore, when the black heavenly eye suddenly appeared in the sky, the 6 of them were only a few miles away from where Yi Xian had originally stood. At such a close distance, the 6 of them had also rushed at full speed. In the blink of an eye, they had also arrived at the entrance of the space tunnel. Then, they plunged into it and successfully rushed into the only escape route. At this moment, the nearly 10,000 ferocious starry sky beasts more than a dozen miles away seemed to have woken up from dream. In the next moment, as the fear in their hearts reached its peak, the nearly 10,000 ferocious starry sky beasts instantly went berserk. As they roared and howled with resentment, they desperately rushed toward the space tunnel more than a dozen miles away. Roar, screech, whoosh. Different howls and roars resounded endlessly, stirring up the sky of this area into a storm. Nearly 10,000 huge, ferocious beasts of the starry sky. All of them seemed to have gone mad. They flew desperately in the air from all directions and converged in one direction at the same time. This scene was really spectacular. Perhaps even in this prison that originated from the Antiquity Age, such a scene had never appeared in the past. A short distance of a dozen miles for these ferocious starry sky beasts, who were generally at least at the 9th level of the origin stage, was really not much of a distance. They even took less time than Yi Xian when he rushed over the last few miles. In less than a blink of an eye, they had all rushed to the entrance of the space tunnel. Nearly 10,000 ferocious starry sky beasts were densely packed together, but there was no way for them to enter. Their bodies were too large, and the space tunnel was only about 3 meters in diameter. At most, they could only squeeze in the tip of their hooves. In their panic, these ferocious starry sky beasts roared in exasperation. Then, they all activated their bloodline secret techniques and began to shrink their enormous bodies with all their might. Most of them could actually shrink their bodies to within a few feet, but it would take time. At this time, the black heaven's eye in the sky, which obviously hadn't fully recovered yet, which was why its reaction was so sluggish after it appeared at this moment, had finally adapted completely. In the next moment, as the giant eye suddenly opened, streaks of black tribulation lightning shot out like a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They carried a terrifying aura that could destroy everything, and with a crackling sound, they instantly arrived. This was clearly an indiscriminate collective annihilation, not allowing any of the ferocious starry sky beasts to escape from this primordial cage. Chapter 2955. The Imperial Star is in turmoil screech. Swish, howls of despair and anger rang out one after another. In the face of this level of black lightning, most of the space beasts were in complete despair. But at the same time, there were also a few beasts that were the fastest. They had already shrunk their bodies to within a few feet. Without looking back, they instantly rushed into the entrance of the space tunnel. There were more than a dozen space beasts that had successfully escaped into the space tunnel before the calamity. Among them, there were existences in the 9th realm, the Origin realm, and there were also existences in the 10th realm, the Heavenly Passage realm, accounting for about half of them. There was no doubt that these 10 terrifying space beasts would bring a calamitous calamity to the demon Imperial City at the other end of the tunnel in the blink of an eye. However, compared to the cruel slaughter that was unfolding at the other end of the space tunnel, the beast rampage that was about to erupt in the demon Imperial City soon was obviously nothing. Almost as soon as the 10 lucky space beasts shrank their bodies and rushed into the space tunnel, countless black lightning bolts of tribulation roared from the distant sky like they were blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Finally descended in full force. Crack, crack, screech, roar. Accompanied by the crackling sounds of the dense lightning bolts, the mournful howls and cries of countless fierce beasts resounded endlessly. The black lightning bolts that fell from the sky like a dense rain of arrows, each of them having a diameter of a few feet. It seemed that for these space beasts that were generally over 100 meters in size, it was nothing at all. But in fact, the power of this black lightning of tribulation was far from what ordinary lightning could compare to. Just a single bolt of lightning that was a few feet thick could instantly cause a 100-meter-long space beast to temporarily lose its ability to move. Its skin and flesh would explode, and beast blood would splatter everywhere. Not only its flesh body, but even its consciousness would instantly fall into confusion and fall to the ground, unable to move. He was completely reduced to a meat target for the black lightning rain to recklessly strike. This scene was too tragic. Thousands of ferocious beasts with terrifying strength, in just a minute or so, were completely smashed into a mountain of charred meat by the endless black lightning rain raging from the sky. When one looked around, even the remains of a ferocious beast that still had a little of its original form could not be found. Without exception, all of them had died without a complete corpse. Rumble boom. As this apocalyptic black lightning curtain completely stopped and disappeared, a series of explosions came from the sky again. The black heavenly eye, which was cold and without the slightest emotion of living beings, finally slowly faded away and disappeared. Immediately after, patches of black as thick as ink quickly floated over, and a majestic rain quickly poured down. Moreover, all of them were concentrated in the area where the black lightning rain raged just now. It was as if they wanted to use the rain to cleanse this bloody, killing ground, as if they were cleaning it up. Soon, as the majestic rain poured down in a concentrated manner, the water on the ground quickly gathered into a flood, surging like a wave. In a short period of time, it swept away the flesh and blood of the endless ferocious beasts that had been hacked into minced meat, pouring into the abyss that appeared during the previous process of the earth shattering. At the bottom of the huge abyss, a small depression was formed. Suddenly, this was clearly an extremely small version of the corpse pool of blood. Not long after, the clouds and mist dispersed, and the vicinity of the space channel that was filled with monstrous slaughter not long ago was completely changed. Even the slightest trace of the fierce beast's flesh and blood could not be found. All of this clearly revealed a strong aura that was deliberately done. It was as if it was trying to hide something, Or perhaps it was just that it didn't want the demon experts who entered through this space passage in the future to feel fear towards this cage-like forbidden area because of the indescribably tragic scene of bloody slaughter. So, it turned around and retreated. If this was really the case, then the will of the heavenly Tao of this ancient cage world was clearly scheming something, but what exactly it was obviously no one would be able to know. Deep in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, the Forbidden Valley, since the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor entered the Demon Saint Forbidden Land until now. In fact, only 10 minutes had passed. However, to the 6,000 or so devil person imperial family elites and court officials who have been waiting quietly inside and outside the valley, these short 10 minutes or so clearly made them feel as if they had been bitterly enduring for 20 hours. During this process, all the demon experts inside and outside the valley did not speak and maintained silence. But from the huge blood ape statue on the mountain wall in the depths of the valley, a clear rumbling sound clearly came, and it did not stop from beginning to end. Using this statue as a medium, the tremors that were transmitted from the other side of the Demon Saint Forbidden Land and caused this Forbidden Valley to be affected by the tremors that were transmitted, and the tremors that caused this Forbidden Valley to be affected also existed. Everyone had a heavy heart, and they subconsciously guessed what kind of agitation the more than 100 young imperial family descendants would face after entering the Demon Saint Forbidden Land on the other side of the space channel. Unfortunately, this was something that they had not seen with their own eyes, so no one would be able to guess it. What was even more unexpected to the thousands of imperial family elites waiting quietly outside the valley at this moment was that the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor who had just entered the Demon Saint Forbidden Land actually turned back one after another in a short 10 minutes like a swarm of bees from the entrance of the space channel on the weeping soul blood ape's enormous head. There was clearly a wisp of extremely dense fear on everyone's face, and their movements when they rushed out of the entrance of the space channel were even more flustered and helpless, as if their minds had completely collapsed and their minds were in chaos. What was even more strange was that more than half of them had deep eye sockets and were only skin and bones. If it wasn't for the fact that their clothes hadn't changed, it would have been difficult to recognize them in a short period of time. All of them were so withered that they were almost like dried corpses. Such a strange scene instantly caused everyone waiting inside and outside the valley to open their mouths wide, and the sound of gasping could be heard endlessly. Even the Demon Emperor, Mo Qigong, and the other two royal uncles were the same. Their eyes were wide open, as if they were suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They were completely unable to believe the scene that was reflected in their eyes. "Oh, royal grandfather, save us. There's a monster inside, and it's sucking us dry." It was also at this moment that the third prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangyun, who was supported by two royal family descendants who had not been harmed, suddenly let out a loud howl. Chapter 2956. The arrival of the beast after charging into the spatial entrance. Yi Xian's heart, which was originally in his throat, immediately fell by half. At the same time, he began to rapidly think and recall in his mind. In fact, the moment he regained consciousness was just before the giant black eye suddenly appeared in the sky. He had no memory of everything before that. The last memory he had was when he saw the cyan giant eye of the heavenly way being cut into two by the blood-red heavenly saber transformed from the headless baby corpse before he fainted from exhaustion. However, Yi Xian was still able to analyze the reason why he was near the exit of the space tunnel. Although he still didn't know why the headless baby corpse with a terrifying background would take a fancy to him. It obviously had such a terrifying strength, but it had to transform into a tattoo in the shape of a corpse lamp to attach to his body. But there was one thing that Yi Xian was certain of from the previous battle. This headless infant corpse did not seem to have any ill intentions towards him, at least for now. With this premise, there was no doubt as to who had been taking care of Yi Xian after he fainted, quickly bringing him to the area where the spatial tunnel was located. Apart from this, Yi Xian also vaguely had an answer to the large number of ferocious star beasts he had seen in the distance after waking up. These ferocious beasts obviously intended to seize this opportunity when the will of the Heaven Tao was temporarily weakened to flee this place. Moreover, the reason they stopped in the distance and watched from afar when they were already close to the area where the spatial passageway exit was located was most probably because they were afraid of the headless infant corpse. In other words, before his consciousness awakened, the headless corpse had yet to transform back into the corpse lamp tattoo. Since this was the case, then the strange scene of more than half of the demon experts who had fled in a hurry was completely explainable. Their flesh and blood were shriveled up, and they looked like dried corpses. This was clearly the headless infant corpse's corpse. With its mystery, it was normal for it to have such a method. If it were any other existence, even if they wanted to help Yi Xian absorb the energy from other people's bodies to help him wake up, they would not be able to do it. The headless infant corpse had good intentions in this matter. However, although it succeeded in helping Yi Xian wake up early, it also caused him a huge problem. Looking at the hundreds of young demon experts' clothes, each one of them was incomparably luxurious, clearly exuding a strong palace aura. If Yi Xian's guess was right, this group of people were all descendants of the demon imperial family. At the very least, they were the direct descendants of some high-ranking officials in the demon imperial star. Otherwise, how could the demon forbidden land of the demon emperor be a place where some random young demon experts could come out and trespass? In this way, as soon as Yi Xian came out of this space passage, a huge problem would come crashing down on him. Among these hundreds of descendants of nobles and even the imperial family, more than half of them had been sucked dry by him. This matter, the demon imperial family and the nobles of the imperial court would never let it go. In addition, they obviously would not let go of the origin of this terrifying method and would definitely force Yi Xian to tell the truth. Otherwise, even if he wanted to die, it would be difficult for him to do so. After all, this time he was facing the entire demon imperial star, and there were several supreme existences of the heavenly passage realm. Although Yi Xian had the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn, these two existences could not be easily exposed. Otherwise, it would cause more trouble. Even if he could escape from the demon imperial star, in the future, as long as he was still in the first universe plane, the pursuit and harassment of the demon race would spread out endlessly. But if he did not use the power of the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn, with Yi Xian's insignificant cultivation strength, facing the questioning and even interrogation of the entire demon imperial family, Yi Xian would not be able to resist at all. He could not accept this result. Thinking quickly about these problems, Yi Xian's face quickly showed a bitter expression. He was in a dilemma and was very distressed. Even the speed of his feet had subconsciously slowed down a lot. Before he made a decision, he had no intention of walking out of this space passage. Once he went out, the crisis would instantly hit him in the face, and at that time, there would be no room for maneuvering. Just as he was feeling depressed, at this moment, a few fierce beasts with excitement and cheers suddenly came from behind him. Yi Xian's feet paused for a moment, and after a slight pause, his eyes lit up in an instant. Before this, it was not that he had not thought of directly using the perfect vibration spiritual skill to sneak out, but this was too risky. He was not sure if the perfect vibration spiritual skill could escape the detection of the supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm. Outside the space passage, even if Wenxing was not here at the moment, Imo Qigong and the other imperial family elder, as the guardians of the forbidden area, must have been waiting in the valley. At this moment, most likely, they were already waiting outside the space passage. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Yi Xian finally dispelled this risky idea, because once the other party saw through it, it would be a small matter of self-defeating, but it would also expose more of his secrets, which was really unwise. But now, with the unexpected arrival of the fierce beast behind him, Yi Xian's thoughts instantly changed. Once these fierce beasts rushed out of the space passage, the powerhouses of the Imperial Demon Tribe waiting outside the space passage would definitely be shocked. When the battle started, even the supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm, Yi Xian's perfect vibration spiritual skill would most likely succeed in successfully deceiving them. At that time, he could take advantage of the time when the two sides were still shocked to get out of the Forbidden Area Valley, immediately leave the city, and then leave the Demon Emperor planet. Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer and immediately launched the perfect vibration spiritual skill. His figure and all his aura disappeared completely in an instant. At this moment, the exit of the space passage in front of him was in sight. There was a dim light, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark space passage. Yi Xian quickly approached it and hid in a corner inside the exit, quietly lurking, waiting for the fierce beast to rush out first and help him attract the attention of the fierce beasts. In just a few seconds, in the darkness behind the space passage in the distance, hazy black figures finally appeared. To Yi Xian's surprise, it was Hao Fangfang, Zhuo Liqing, and the others who came first. Just as he was hesitating whether to take the opportunity to make them stay, they had already rushed out in front of him. Chapter 29:57. The bloody battle shook the heavens. The existences that had rushed into the spatial tunnel from the Saint Devil Forbidden Area could be considered to be 4 batches. The descendants of the Demon Emperor who were scared out of their wits by Yi Xian were the first batch, followed by Yi Xian. The third batch was Hao Fangfang and Zhuo Liqing, and the last batch was the 10 powerful ferocious beasts. Although these 4 people and ferocious beasts had entered the spatial tunnel in 4 batches, the interval between them was not long. It could even be ignored. As such, the descendants of the devilish sovereigns who had entered first didn't even get a chance to describe the situation in the devilish Saint Forbidden Area before one figure after another charged out of the light barrier on the forehead of the Weeping Soul Crimson Ape statue, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This time, it was Hao Fangfang, Zhuo Liqing, and the others. Seeing these unfamiliar faces, the upper echelons of the Demon Cultivator royal family were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. Thinking of the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Son's trial, the interest in their eyes instantly dissipated, and they quickly turned their gazes towards the group of Demon Emperor descendants. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! Screech! Just as the upper echelons of the royal family in the valley shifted their gazes away, Hao Fangfang, Zhuo Liqing, and the others also landed on the ground. Just as they landed on the ground, a few ferocious beast roars that clearly carried endless joy suddenly came from the top of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's 100-meter-tall body. The thousands of Devil Cultivator experts inside and outside the valley were startled at the same time, and then subconsciously turned their heads to look. In the next moment, everyone's expressions changed. In his line of sight, in the blink of an eye, 10 fierce beasts rushed out from the entrance of the spatial tunnel one after another. Their bodies were originally only about 3 meters in size, but after rushing out of the tunnel, they expanded with the wind and rapidly expanded. In less than half a breath, they had already reached a shocking 100 meters in size. All 10 of the fierce beasts were the same. Before all the Devil Cultivator rankers inside and outside the Forbidden Valley could recover from their shock, they had already returned to their original size. At this moment, they were floating in the air above the valley, forming a semicircle formation. They lowered their heads and looked at all the Devil Cultivator S inside and outside the valley, their eyes clearly flashing with a trace of fierce blood-red light. What happened in there? How come even the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Area have come out? The Devil Emperor, Immerse Wentian, was the first to react to this shocking scene. His expression changed, and as he roared, he turned to glare at the third prince, Immerse Zhuangyun, and reprimanded him sternly. Why didn't you report such an important matter immediately? You actually have the time to complain? Oof. With a cold snort, the demon's sovereign abruptly soared into the sky and pounced toward the 10-star beasts that had clearly formed a battle formation in midair. At the same time, orders came out of his mouth one after another without any delay, and his voice shook the entire valley. Everyone below the Origin Realm, evacuate from the valley immediately. Cultivators of the Origin Realm quickly joined forces to form a formation. In the entire Forbidden Valley, not even a fly is allowed to escape. When Xing, Chanas, the two of you follow me and my two uncles. 5 heavenly abodes, each take a position in midair and launch a frontal attack. Boom! After finishing the last decree, the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, who had leaped into the air, suddenly waved his fist and blasted it into the sky above his head. Along with a terrifying explosion that sounded like a landslide, an invisible majestic force surged out from his fist. It seemed to contain some kind of mysterious law and Taoist rhyme. It actually triggered the invisible power of heaven and earth in the void in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge light blue energy shield above the entire Forbidden Valley, emitting a strong sealing aura. He raised his hand and blasted out a punch. With just a little understanding of a mysterious law, he was able to give the power of heaven and earth a terrifying effect of channeling the invisible power of heaven and earth for his own use. This punch was clearly some kind of magical power. It seemed inconspicuous and simple, but in fact, it was extremely amazing. The reason why Mo Wen Tian did this was obviously because he was worried that the 10 ferocious beasts of the starry sky would take advantage of the chaos to escape. These were all supreme, ferocious beasts of the Origin Realm and Heavenly Abode Realm. Even if only one of them escaped, the entire Devil Imperial City would be in great trouble, and countless demons in the city would be killed. Almost at the same time as he extended his arm and punched towards the sky, the other 4 devil dwellers of the Grotto Heaven Realm also leaped into the air as if they had agreed to it beforehand. Together with the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, they each took a side and lined up in front of the 10 ferocious Starry Skies beasts. On the left were Mo Qigong and Chanas, the commander of the Devil Imperial Guards, while on the right were another uncle, Mo Sihai, and the High Priest, Wen Xing. Among the 5 of them, the High Priest, Wen Di, was the weakest. He was only at level 1 of the Heavenly Abode Realm. However, as the High Priest, he was good at using secret skills and magical powers on the level of spiritual power. Therefore, his combat strength was quite strong, and he was fully qualified to participate in this battle. Among the other 4, Chanas, the commander of the Devil Imperial Guards, was at level 4 of the Heavenly Abode Realm, while the 2 uncles, Mo Qigong and Mo Sihai, were at level 8 of the Heavenly Abode Realm. They were already at the later stage of the Heavenly Abode Realm and were extremely powerful. As for the Devil Imperial Missouri Wen Tian, he had stepped into level 9 of the Heavenly Abode Realm 100 years ago. He was already invincible in the Heavenly Abode Realm. With his presence, even though there were only 5 of them on the demon side, it was still enough to fight against the 10 ferocious beasts of the starry sky. After all, 5 of the ferocious beasts of the starry sky were only at level 7 or level 8 of the Heavenly Abode Realm. Although the other 5 ferocious beasts of the starry sky were at level 7 or level 8 of the Heavenly Abode Realm, none of them were at level 9 of the Heavenly Abode Realm. With the absolute advantage of strength, the Devil Imperial Missouri Wen Tian could definitely fight against 2 of the ferocious beasts of the starry sky alone. It could be said that because of the Devil Imperial Missouri Wen Tian's presence, although there were only 5 of the demon experts, the scales of the Devil Imperial Guards of the starry sky roar, screech. In fact, when the demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian threw a punch into the sky and displayed the power of his fist, the aura of his cultivation realm quietly appeared. The 10 ferocious beasts of the starry sky had already realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the tyrannical look in those blood-red eyes had long since faded away. Instead, it revealed a dignified look. Even the ferocious roar from before sounded somewhat similar to a low and threatening roar now. This was clearly a sign that they were already afraid. Even so, the brutal fighting spirit that filled the bodies of these 10 ferocious space beasts had clearly become stronger as time slowly passed. Even if they were afraid, they would still fight when it was time to fight. Moreover, their violent and savage auras were not affected in the slightest. This was the nature of beasts, and it was the bloody instinct of the ferocious beasts. At this moment, all of the several thousand demon experts in and around the valley had already retreated into the distance. Only a few dozen Origin Realm existences were rapidly setting up formations around the valley. They were responsible for sealing off the ground and the low altitude of the valley to prevent other vicious beasts from charging out of the passageway and taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Chapter 2958. One's own people. In fact, as soon as the 10 starry sky ferocious beasts rushed out of the spatial tunnel, Yixian had already quietly extended his gaze to observe the situation outside. In the end, the scene that entered his eyes almost made him tremble in fear. Previously, he even thought that the high priest Wen Xingdo might not be coincidentally in the Forbidden Valley. Those guys who were suspected to be the descendants of the Demon Emperor had just returned. It would take some time for the news to spread. However, the scene in front of them was extremely strange. The entire Forbidden Valley was actually filled with moving heads. With a casual glance, there were at least 5,000 to 6,000 people. With so many demon dwellers here, it was naturally impossible that they were here for him. Yixian still had this much self-awareness, but the problem was that there were too many people around. He had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to slip away, but now that so many demon dwellers had suddenly appeared outside, the chances of him being discovered had simply skyrocketed. Furthermore, the effect of his perfect mental shock skill was only to completely conceal his figure and aura. Whether it was the naked eye, the power of divine sense, or the scanning of mental power, they definitely wouldn't be able to discover him. However, that was all there was to it. Not being able to see it or feel it didn't mean that it had really disappeared. If it was standing right in front of him and he touched it with his hand, it would still be completely normal. As such, given the crowded situation inside and outside the valley, what if Yixian was accidentally touched by someone while he was stealthily sneaking out of the valley? Wouldn't he be exposed on the spot? After realizing this, Yixian was so anxious that he almost cursed on the spot. However, as the middle-aged expert outside, who seemed to be the current Demon Emperor, issued an order, all the demon experts inside and outside the valley left in the blink of an eye. Yixian was pleasantly surprised at first, but the problem was finally solved. Unfortunately, although the majority of the troops had left, they had left behind a small group of about 10 people. Not only were all of them at the origin stage, but they also began to get busy. They split up and set up formations, enveloping the entire valley. Seeing this, Yixian was dumbfounded again. If he wanted to leave stealthily, it was obviously impossible to do so by flying in the sky. On one hand, it would be easier for him to be exposed, and it would be bad if a Grotto Heaven Realm existence accidentally saw him. On the other hand, a fierce battle was breaking out in the sky above. Moreover, it was a high-level battle at the Tao Insight Realm. He was afraid to avoid it, so how could he voluntarily send himself to it? Sneaking away from the surface was the only choice. However, as the formation set up by the several dozen Origin Realm experts was gradually completed, the entire valley would be sealed off. When that happened, Yixian would be done for. After all, judging from the terrifying fist power of the middle-aged demon, who was suspected to be the current Demon Emperor, these 10 powerful, ferocious star beasts would not be able to hold on for long. Once the battle was over, the other party would definitely notice something fishy. He could ask Zuolicheng and the others and find out that he had rushed into the space tunnel before them. However, at this moment, Zuolicheng and the others had already appeared, but he was nowhere to be seen. This was clearly a sign that he was hiding in the space tunnel. When that time came, he would either be forced to return to the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, where the danger was more intense, or be killed in the space tunnel. It was impossible for all the Origin or Grotto Heaven Realm experts of such a large group of demon people to coincidentally use up the once-in-a-century opportunity to enter the space tunnel. Even if there were none on the Demon Emperor planet, he could still summon a few from the Demon Emperor planet. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian felt more and more uncomfortable. No matter what, he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, the situation would become more and more unfavorable for him. Thinking of this, He immediately made a decision. Taking a chance, he rushed out of the entrance of the space tunnel. Although he was already in the Forbidden Valley, his figure and aura did not leak at all. Rumble, screech, screech. In the sky, a series of loud roars continued to sound, mixed with the desperate howls of the fierce beasts. Yi Xian subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky above the huge valley. At this moment, the wind and clouds had already surged. The monstrous battle between the supreme Grotto Heaven Realm experts had affected everything. The entire sky had fallen into a chaotic, obscure haze. Only endless energy and the aura of the laws were raging, and not a single person could be seen. But one thing was obviously certain. From the roars of the fierce beasts coming from the sky, it was obvious that the 10-star beasts were about to be defeated and were being beaten up. Such powerful and terrifying star beasts. And there were even 10 of them, but at this moment, they were being beaten up by 5 seemingly inconspicuous demon experts. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Thinking of the strength of the current demon emperor and Mo Qigong, Yi Xian was fascinated. If he could also have such strength, instead of relying on the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn in his body, how could he be like now, hiding his head and tail? Bang, 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 bang. Just as Yi Xian was a little absent-minded at this moment, 2 loud bangs suddenly came from the ground of the valley not far to the left, instantly waking him up. When he turned his head subconsciously, he saw 200 meters long star beasts lying there. There was a cloud of dust around them, but they were already dead. They were just killed in the battle in the sky and fell to the ground. Furthermore, these 2 ferocious beasts were clearly 2 of the 5 ferocious beasts at the Grotto Heaven Realm. Yet they were killed in such a short period of time. It was most likely done by the current Demon Emperor, who had reached the pinnacle of the Grotto Heaven Realm. Yi Xian was shocked, and the sense of urgency in his heart immediately became stronger. It seemed that this battle was most likely going to end soon, and he couldn't delay any longer. Thinking like this, he immediately picked a direction and rushed out quickly. At this time, in the chaotic battlefield in the sky above, there was a soft sound of surprise at this moment. It was the voice of the demon emperor Mo Tian. Huh? There's actually another one below? What kind of fierce beast is this? It actually has the ability to sneak around. Rumble. A light cry of surprise sounded out as a gigantic energy palm the size of a mountain rushed out of the sky. As if it had eyes, it carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth as it rumbled towards Yi Xian's head. This was clearly the rhythm of Yi Xian being discovered. However, from the words of the other party, it seemed that he only found that the situation was strange, but did not see through it. It was a fierce beast that was hiding. We are on the same side. Don't be impulsive. Chapter 2959. Translator. Nioibo, studio editor. Nioibo, studio leave him alive, huh? Zhang Wuji. It's actually you? Following Yi Xian's cry of surprise, Mo Qigong's surprised voice sounded out from the chaotic battlefield in the sky. It clearly revealed a hint of surprise and relief. Stinking brat. You're good. When those 6 fellows came out just now, I didn't see you. I thought you died inside. I didn't expect that not only would you be fine, you would actually obtain the inheritance of the mental strength skill the first time you entered. However, speaking up to this point, Mo Qigong's voice suddenly paused and changed the topic. Huh, that's not right. Although you've gotten the spiritual power of a coward, you're not a ferocious beast. Why are you hiding? Could it be that you've gotten something good inside and are afraid that I'll rob you? That's right, that must be it. Ha ha, I've caught you this time, haven't I? Who told you not to scold me? You've fallen into my hands in the end. Come. It's better to keep you by my side first, lest you run away in the blink of an eye when I'm not careful. Rumble. As the last words were spoken, another terrifying, thunderous roar came from the chaotic battlefield in the sky, where the chaotic aura was surging endlessly. The giant energy palm that the Devil Emperor Mo Tian used to press Yi Xian paused for a moment before retracting it. However, at the same time, another energy palm that was obviously withered, and although it was as big as a mountain, it was obviously very thin. Even the tips of its fingers were extremely sharp, but it rushed out from the battlefield with a rumble. This time, it changed from pressing to grabbing. It was obvious that it wanted to capture Yi Xian directly and bring him to the battlefield in the sky. Realizing this, the latter's expression immediately changed. Whether it was Mo Qigong or the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Yi Xian actually had the strength to fight against them. Although he relied on external forces, it was still a kind of comprehensive strength. Otherwise, why didn't the headless baby corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn rely on others instead of relying on him? He had a good character. There was no other way. However, he didn't dare to use these two methods lightly. When the current Devil Emperor's giant palm pressed down, Yi Xian would rather expose himself than use them. But now, he really was a little hesitant. This energy claw that was rumbling towards him was so thin and sharp. If he were to be accidentally killed by those 5 sharp fingers, or if his bones and tendons were to be broken by the skinny and fleshless giant palm, wouldn't that be too tragic? However, according to Mo Qigong's words, it seemed that he didn't have time to tell him what he did. Of the descendants of the studio of the Devil Emperor demon sect, this made Yi Xian quite surprised. If he knew this would happen, he would have jumped out openly. Anyway, the helpers had retreated far away, and no one would stop him. He could escape after leaving the valley. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately regretted it to the point that his intestines turned green. After all his calculations, in the end, the best way was to do nothing and directly walk out of the space passage. This was the safest way to deal with this matter. This was simply a dog's life. Screech, screech. Just as Yi Xian was feeling depressed and hesitating whether he should directly take out the weeping soul bloodhorn and disperse the bird claw that was attacking him, he immediately fled. In the chaotic battlefield in the sky, there were once again incomparably mournful cries of fierce beasts. Moreover, unlike before, not only had the remaining 8 ferocious beasts started to howl fiercely in unison, but besides the despair in their howls from before, there was clearly a wisp of even more intense panic and fear within them. Yi Xian was stunned, but he quickly reacted, and the expression on his face couldn't help but become strange. The reason why these 8 remaining star beasts were like this was clearly because they had seen him previously in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, when facing him, or to be precise, facing him, who had a close relationship with the headless infant corpse. The army of over 10,000 beasts could only obediently wait in the distance. Even if danger could descend at any time, they still didn't dare to rashly approach. From this, it was enough to show how much these star beasts feared the headless infant corpse in him. And now, not only did they suddenly see him, but Mo Qigong also happened to attack him. With the headless infant corpse's ferocious nature, facing such a situation, there was a high chance that it would immediately fly into a rage. Perhaps once it attacked, it would not care who was in the sky. After it rushed out, it would transform into the blood-red heavenly blade that could even kill the eye of the heavenly Tao and slash down. This wasn't a joke. Previously, when they were in the Saint Devil Forbidden area, the headless infant corpse and Yi Xian had joined hands to suck more than half of the 100 over descendants of the Demon Emperor into human beings. It was still right in front of them. It was precisely because of this that the 8 ferocious beasts of the starry sky suddenly howled in fear. Although the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian was powerful and had the strength to crush any one of them, it was obvious that even he could not make these ferocious beasts lose their guts. But in the face of Yi Xian and the headless infant corpse, who could even kill the heavenly Tao avatar and seemed to be fearless, these star beasts were completely terrified. Even the violent bloodlust of the star beasts had been suppressed. For this, in addition to Yi Xian, the current Demon Emperor, and others who were fighting the 8 star beasts in the sky obviously also noticed this. The latter's exclamation sounded again in an instant. Huh, these star beasts are actually afraid of him? And it's not just an ordinary fear. The panic has obviously been engraved into their bones. 7th Imperial Uncle, is this child also one of the trial saints of the Black Mosquito tribe? No wonder he can arouse your interest. There is indeed something strange about him. Let's end this quickly. Kill the rest, and leave one alive. I want to personally interrogate this brat and see what's so strange about him. Screech. Rumble, bang, bang. Bang, bang. As the Demon Emperor M.O. when Tion finished his last sentence. In the chaotic battlefield in the sky, a few incomparably mournful howls of the star beasts sounded again in an instant. At the same time, there was a violent explosion of chi. Obviously, the 5 supreme experts of the Devil Cultivator had already made a move to kill. Immediately after, 7 gigantic figures fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing into the ground with a loud bang. In the next moment, the figures of the 5 supreme experts of the Devil Cultivator appeared in the sky one after another. One of them, the commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, Chanas, was holding an Origin Realm Firetail Wolf in his hand. Obviously, it was the one the Demon Emperor M.O. when Tion wanted alive. Chapter 2960. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo, studio feigning civility under normal circumstances. Not to mention that Yi Xian was just a saint child from a foreign tribe. Even if he was an official saint from one of the top 10 tribes of the Devil Dwellers, or even the only one who had successfully obtained a mental power technique during his first trial in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. The one who was said to be one of the 9 current saints. The one who was most likely to become the future High Priest of the tribe, was far from being able to attract the attention of these 5 beings in the sky at the same time. However, Yi Xian's situation was obviously different. It had nothing to do with the fact that he had also successfully obtained a mental power technique during his first trial in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. The key was that the few ferocious Starry Skies beasts were terrified of him. Yi Xian knew this very well. Therefore, at this moment, he was secretly hating these few ferocious Starry Skies beasts. This was clearly a scam. Unfortunately, everything had happened, and it was too late for regrets. After his figure appeared, the Devil Emperor Mo, when Tion waved his hand and immediately dispelled the majestic rolling chi in the sky. Even the light blue confinement sky screen above disappeared silently. Following that, the 5 supreme experts of the Devil Cultivator race, who were all at the Heavenly Passage realm, descended with a boom at the same time. They landed on the ground of the valley, not far in front of Yi Xian. Throughout the entire process, the gazes of the 5 of them had always been on Yi Xian. They examined him from head to toe with suspicion. Only Mo Qigong was usually cold to everyone, but when he saw Yi Xian, his image completely collapsed. At this moment, he was chuckling. Although the light in his eyes swept over Yi Xian's body, it clearly revealed a thieving feeling. He didn't have the slightest bit of suspicion. At this moment, Yi Xian felt a little numb in his scalp. Among the 5 supreme Devil Dwellers experts with Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, 4 of them were scrutinizing him with suspicion. The only exception was that although he didn't seem to be suspicious, he clearly didn't have good intentions and wasn't a good person either. Facing such a situation, with his cultivation of the 4th level of the Meteor Realm, he was like a small ant. It was already good enough that he could stand steadily. If it were anyone else, their legs would have gone weak, and they would have fallen to the ground. Just as he was pulling his face and was about to laugh out loud to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere, suddenly, from the body of the Devil Emperor, a mental power with the intention of probing suddenly surged out, and without any suspense, it instantly enveloped Yi Xian's body. Then, this mental power directly invaded Yi Xian's body like a human cultivator conducting a soul search. After quickly sweeping through his body, it then rushed to Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. In the next moment, Yi Xian only felt that an unknown power suddenly appeared outside his sea of consciousness. It flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But in less than a moment, the mental power that the Devil Emperor overbearingly invaded Yi Xian's body and rushed to Yi Xian's sea of consciousness to forcefully probe was clearly forced out by the mysterious power outside Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. As if it was frightened, it quickly retreated and completely withdrew from Yi Xian's body. In the next moment, the Devil Emperor's shocked exclamation quietly sounded. What? Level 8 mental power? This is impossible. As this exclamation sounded, the other four people's expressions changed at the same time. Even the dozens of Origin Realm Devil Dwellers experts who were rushing over from all sides of the valley were shocked when they saw that the battle had ended. However, Mo Qigong soon curled his lips and directly deduced the shocking information revealed by Devil Emperor Mo Wentian's exclamation. He rolled his eyes and said, "This joke is not funny at all." The dignified Devil Emperor forcefully probed the mental power source core of a Meteor Realm cultivator and actually made such a mistake. Isn't this too fake? There was a faint trace of dissatisfaction in his words. Obviously, Mo Qigong was extremely displeased that Devil Emperor Mo Wentian had forcefully probed Yi Xian's mental power source core without informing him. After all, Yi Xian was someone he had taken a fancy to. Mo Wentian should have been able to hear what he had said in the sky earlier. As one of the three core existences of the Devil Dwellers and the Emperor's uncle, Mo Qigong had the right to express his displeasure even though his cultivation level was not as high as Mo Wentian's. In this regard, the others clearly understood. Mo Hai and the Devil Emperor Guard Commander Chanas looked at Yi Xian strangely. What kind of remarkable ability did this brat have to be able to make Mo Qigong express his dissatisfaction with the Devil Emperor? Did he steal his soul? As for the High Priest Wenxing, he smiled faintly as if he did not pay attention to Mo Qigong's words at all. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes as if he was analyzing the meaning behind the Devil Emperor's exclamation. Then, no one knew what answer he had obtained, but the faint suspicion in his eyes disappeared completely. However, this clearly gave Yi Xian an even more unfathomable intuition, which made him immediately vigilant. At this moment, a torrential anger surged in Yi Xian's chest. Although Yi Xian was the current Devil Emperor, this act of forcibly probing the spirit source core was too overbearing and unreasonable. It was obvious that Yi Xian did not bother to hide his disregard for Mo Wentian. With Yi Xian's temperament, this action alone was enough to make the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian bear a grudge. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely kill him. However, this kind of murderous intent obviously could not be revealed now. Yi Xian had grown up through countless dangers, so this was something he could easily do. In fact, no matter how angry he was, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled awkwardly and continued Mo Qigong's words, saying, "Lord Devil Emperor is not wrong. There is a spiritual imprint in my mind, and it is condensed from the 8th level of spiritual power." After saying that, Yi Xian flipped his hand. A few of them had already been prepared in advance, and the high-level spirit source energy within them had already been absorbed. The 8-eyed silver crystal, which had long since become a useless blank crystal, appeared in his palm. Then he added, "I absorbed the power of a few multi-eyed sense crystals in the Forbidden Zone. They were all sparkling silver. Some of them only contained pure mind origin source power, while some actually contained a kind of spiritual inheritance. One of them contained a level 8 spiritual imprint. However, I couldn't control this spiritual imprint, so it wasn't very useful. Its only function was to protect my source core and prevent others from probing it forcefully." Chapter 2961. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio The Devil King's Jealousy. These are the ones. I've absorbed all of the essence and pure spirit origin energy in them, Yi Xian sneered inwardly. He flipped his hand and took out 6 8-eyed silver crystals, held them in his palm, and slowly handed them out. He had prepared these 6 8-eyed silver crystals in advance in case they were exposed after they came out. He could take them out to complete his mission, but he hadn't expected that they would come in handy at this moment. At this moment, Yi Xian handed over the 6 8-eyed silver crystals in his hand and said indifferently, "I've obtained quite a number of multi-eyed spiritual crystals. I found them when I entered a cave by accident. Some of the shiny silver ones look better, so I picked them to absorb first. I didn't expect the effects to be so good. One of them left a spiritual imprint in my mind that could protect my source core from being probed. Unfortunately, that's all there is to it. I also tried, but I couldn't control it on my own accord. Among the other crystals, 3 of them only contained pure high-level spiritual origin energy, while the other 2 allowed me to inherit 2 types of spiritual power techniques. The technique that used my spiritual power to conceal my aura was one of them. As for the other one, I've given it a name. It's called the Spiritual Thunder Lightning Technique. As he spoke, Yixian suddenly raised his left hand and waved it in the direction of the entrance of the Forbidden Valley. Crack! A black bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in that position without warning. Although there had been many strong practitioners of the Devil King's royal family, because of the outbreak of the battle, they had all retreated far away according to the instructions of the Devil King, Immo Wention. At this moment, due to the conclusion of the battle in the air above the forbidden area of the valley, the thousands of demons had all gathered here one after another. Some of them just so happened to be at the entrance of the valley, and they had just turned the corner and were making their way into the valley. Yixian's spiritual thunder lightning technique had been casually waved, but coincidentally, it landed on the head of one of them as if it had been deliberately aimed. It was the third prince. Oh, with Yixian's current cultivation, which was only at the second level of the meteor realm, and he didn't use his full strength, this black lightning was naturally unable to cause much harm to the third prince. However, after all, he had just had his blood chi essence and life force absorbed. At this moment, he was weak. In addition, this black lightning was too strange. When it suddenly fell, the third prince immediately cried out miserably like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Even his body fell to the ground as his legs gave way. He was in an extremely sorry state. Ugh, my apologies, Lord Demon King. This isn't one of your royal descendants, right? I'm only in the meteor realm, and I haven't even used my full strength in this spiritual lightning art. So, it shouldn't be so terrifying, right? He can't even withstand a single blow. He must be messing with me. His spiritual lightning technique had coincidentally landed on the head of one of the hundreds of royal family descendants. Moreover, this person seemed to be one of the best among this group of royal family descendants. This could be seen from the way the others were treating him like stars surrounding the moon. Therefore, while Yixian was secretly delighted, he also had an idea. He could take advantage of this opportunity to make those guys, who had not had time to talk about what had happened in the forbidden area, feel afraid. Then, they would hesitate and keep quiet for the time being. Even if they turned around and came to their senses soon, Yixian would have already left the Demon Emperor planet by then. At this moment, Zhang Tai's seemingly casual words were actually testing the reaction of the Nephilim Emperor. At the same time, he was also secretly provoking him. He believed that the Nephilim Emperor would definitely be pleased after hearing his words. Additionally, he would take out a large number of multi-pupil perception crystals to bribe the Nephilim Emperor later on. Those guys would definitely feel that they were asking for a snub by bad-mouthing him in front of the Nephilim Emperor. As long as they had such thoughts in their hearts, they would definitely not mention what had happened in the Forbidden Area for a short period of time. As expected, after hearing Yixian's words, the Demon Emperor Immo Wention's face immediately darkened. He turned his head and glanced indifferently in the direction of the entrance of the valley. Suddenly, he snorted coldly. Previously, when the third prince came out of the forbidden area, he did not report the situation in the first instance. Instead, he complained to him tearfully. This had already made the Demon Emperor Immo Wention unhappy and disappointed. At this moment, he naturally understood the power of Yixian's spiritual lightning technique with a single glance. Even so, the third prince was still directly struck to the ground and let out such a mournful howl. Even he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Although the snort was soft, it was clearly heard by everyone present. The descendants of the Demon Emperor had already helped the third prince up at this moment. When they heard Yixian's instigation, coupled with the Demon Emperor's reaction, they immediately felt miserable. As they looked at each other, their eyes were filled with hesitation. The aura of the spiritual thunder lightning technique, just now. It was also at this moment that the expression of the Imperial City's high priest, Yin Xing, changed. He seemed to have been moved as he probingly asked Yixian, Could it be that this priest's senses are correct? That's clearly the aura of a level 6 spiritual force. Your source core has already undergone 5 transformations? How is that possible? Huh? Yi Xian was stunned. He shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be innocent as he said, "My mind power was originally at the level 4 mind power, but after entering the forbidden area and obtaining these sense crystals and absorbing these 6 silver sense crystals, my mind power has undergone 2 transformations. Therefore, it should be at the level 6 mind power now. I have to say, these sense crystals are really effective." When they heard this, the eyes of the supreme beings of the Grotto Heaven realm present twitched. They subconsciously looked at Yi Xian's open palm again. The complex feelings in their hearts were indescribable. This kid made it sound so easy, but these were 8-eyed silver crystals. How could they not be effective? One had to know that in the entire demonic race, only one demon emperor had been lucky enough to obtain an 8-eyed silver crystal in the forbidden area. The demon emperor had treated this 8-eyed silver crystal as a sacred treasure and enshrined it in the ancestral temple of the imperial city. He had never been willing to absorb its power, so he had planned to wait until the opportunity came for his 7th source core transformation. When that time came, with the help of the high-level mind power contained in the 8-eyed silver crystal, his level 7 source core would successfully transform, and the possibility of evolving into a level 8 source core would increase greatly. One could only imagine how precious this item was if even the Demon Emperor was reluctant to use it. However, this kid in front of him had used 6 of them at once, so his source core had been upgraded to a level 2nd only to the Demon Emperor's Tions. If he could absorb these 6 8-eyed silver crystals, it would definitely be possible for his level 7 source core to become a level 9 source core, which would surpass the Ancestor Emperor's level 8 source core. Chapter 2962. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Light at the end of the tunnel. As for why these ferocious beasts are afraid of me. Speaking of this, Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the Demon Emperor Tions. Coincidentally, he caught sight of the cold, murderous gleam in his eyes. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He paused for a moment, then pretended as if he didn't notice and continued. Previously, a heavenly tribulation appeared in the forbidden area. Countless black lightning rain fell from the sky, and I don't know how many fierce beasts were killed. I guess it has left a shadow in their hearts. As for me, when I escaped from the Forbidden Land, I was chased by some ferocious beasts, so I performed a few spiritual thunder techniques in a panic. However, although I didn't hit them, those ferocious beasts all turned around and ran away in fear. This is clearly the same as that man. It is also because of the psychological shadow of a bird frightened by the twang of a bow. As he spoke, Yi Xian glanced again at the group of descendants of the Demon Emperor who were walking into the valley. Among them, Zhuo Liqing, Hao Fongfong, and the others were also among them. So, what they are afraid of is not me, but the black lightning I performed. As he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand again. This time, he didn't release it casually. His spiritual power locked onto the bound figure of the commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, Chanis. At this moment, because it was too close to Yi Xian, it was the ferocious beast of the starry skies that was trembling constantly. Kacha! A black lightning appeared out of thin air again and fell directly on the head of the ferocious beast. Obviously, the power of this spiritual thunder technique was not strong. But even so, the ferocious beast of the starry skies howled miserably. It immediately rolled its eyes and fell to the ground. This was clearly the result of fainting from fear. The poor ferocious beast of the starry skies thought that Yi Xian was going to attack it. He had once cut down the will of heaven and earth in the cage of heaven and earth with the blood-red heavenly blade. The existence of the will of heaven and earth in the cage of heaven and earth had already caused countless ferocious beasts in the mystery land to feel boundless fear from the bottom of their hearts. This kind of psychological shadow, coupled with the great despair of being captured right after escaping and seeing that it was about to be killed, had already pushed the spirit and will of this astral beast to the brink of collapse. Therefore, When Yi Xian made his move, he was caught between shock and fear. That was why this unexpected scene happened. What was even more coincidental was that this ferocious beast's reaction was exactly the same as the third prince's. In fact, it was even worse than the third prince's reaction. See? That's an Origin Realm's supreme, vicious beast. How could I possibly knock it unconscious with just a single strike? Seeing that this ferocious beast was so cooperative, Yi Xian was overjoyed. He immediately shrugged innocently again. He was afraid that the Demon Emperor and the others would probe too deeply into this matter. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression did not change. However, he stealthily drew everyone's attention back to the third prince. Now, the pale-faced third prince and the others had already arrived in the valley and were standing not far away. Yi Xian turned his head and grinned at him. Then he said, "That fellow's reaction was exactly the same as this ferocious beast's. In my opinion, he was probably shocked by the lightning. This is a mental illness that needs to be treated." Although these words were deliberate, they did hit the nail on the head. Although this group of descendants of the Demon Emperor, including the third prince, were not afraid of lightning, their deep fear of him was no less than that of those ferocious beasts of heaven and earth. After all, the latter had only seen Yi Xian unleash a blood-red heavenly blade from afar and cut down a heavenly eye clone of the will of heaven. However, more than half of this group of descendants of the Demon Emperor had had close contact with Yi Xian. In a short period of time, they were almost sucked dry. This was a great horror. It was even more terrifying than directly cutting off their heads. The reason why this group of people still dared to approach at this moment was that the Demon Emperor and Mo Wen-Tian and the others were present. However, at this moment, looking at the attitude of the Demon Emperor and Mo Wen-Tian, he might not support them in this matter. In addition, the words mental illness that Yi Xian said fell into the ears of this group of descendants of the Demon Emperor, but the speaker did not mean it. It immediately reminded them of the terrifying scene of being almost sucked dry by Yi Xian in public in the Forbidden Land. So, a wisp of indignation appeared on the faces of these descendants of the Devil Emperors, but then they seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and they immediately stiffened and revealed embarrassed expressions. This was especially so for the third prince, who was even more so. This was clearly a sign of guilt after being hit by Yi Xian. None of this escaped the observation of the Demon Emperor and Mo Wen-Tian and the other supreme masters of the Grotto Heaven Realm. Therefore, after they turned to look at each other, they basically believed Yi Xian's words in their hearts. Only the Demon Emperor and Mo Wen-Tian snorted coldly again, and his face suddenly darkened. Even if there was no problem with Yi Xian, and he seemed to be a young descendant with an extremely strong spiritual power talent on the surface. Even so, as the Demon Emperor, if Mo Wen-Tian wanted to kill him, it would only take a few words. Not to mention other things, just the matter of the 6 eight-eyed silver crystals was enough to make him want to kill Yi Xian. This feeling of envy, jealousy, and hatred made Mo Wen-Tian very unhappy, especially when the target was a low-level demon cultivator who was only in the meteor realm. At this moment, his face darkened, and it was obvious that his killing intent had suddenly risen, and he was about to turn hostile. Yi Xian seemed to be casually speaking, but in fact, he had been observing the Demon Emperor, Mo Wen-Tian, from the corner of his eye. At this moment, when he saw the other's reaction, his heart suddenly beat wildly. Without thinking, he hurriedly used his last trump card. That's right, High Priest. Is the trial over? Not only did I obtain the spiritual power inheritance, but I also have a large number of multi-eyed divine crystals. Even if the others have found quite a few, I should be able to win in terms of grade. I also have quite a number of 8-eyed silver crystals. Just as he said this, the Demon Emperor, Mo Wen-Tian's eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. Other than the 6 blank objects in his hand, this brat actually still had 8-eyed silver crystals, and quite a lot. How is this possible? Since when did the 8-eyed divine treasure become so common? These thoughts flashed through his mind. Although Mo Wen-Tian did not believe it, his eyes immediately burst with a strong light of surprise. This was really a glimmer of hope. Brat, you still have 8-eyed divine crystals on you?" At this moment, the others were also greatly surprised, and all of them had a feeling of being shocked. Imperial Uncle, Mo Qigong, directly rushed over to Yi Xian and began to search his body without hesitation. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. This was a good opportunity. Therefore, on the surface, he pretended to roll his eyes, but on the inside, he was already very happy. He pretended to be a ghost and bit Mo Qigong's ear, but in a voice that everyone could hear, he whispered, "Qigong, the black mosquito tribe's saint is my dream since I was young. I hope Qigong can put in a few good words for me. Don't worry, I've secretly kept 10 8-eyed divine crystals for you." As he spoke, Yi Xian flipped his hand and took out the simplest space box in his undying world, which could not be inspected by spiritual power. He handed it to the dumbfounded Mo Qigong and said, "Qigong, this is what I've handed over. Please examine it in front of everyone." At the side, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian was already full of shock. Even his breathing had become heavier. Chapter 2963. Translator. Nyoibo, Studio Editor. Nyoibo, Studio Bribery, in public this time. When Yi Xian entered the Saint Devil Forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet, he was in the vast corpse pool within the enormous ring-shaped mountain. Not to mention the headless infant corpse, just the multi-pupil thought crystals alone was enough for him to obtain more than 8 million ordinary thought crystals. Besides that, Yi Xian had more than 800,000 8-eyed silver crystals. It could be said that even if he threw out 100 of them, it would only be 1 in 10,000. However, it was obvious that he couldn't be so generous. Why? Didn't he see how the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian was so nervous about the 8-eyed silver crystal? Since they were so easily satisfied, it would be bad if Yi Xian gave them too much. As for the 9-eyed golden crystal, Yi Xian also had more than 50,000 of them. Among the 50,000 9-eyed golden crystals, there were some that were of perfect quality. In other words, apart from containing a large amount of high-grade essence crystal energy, there was also the existence of a primordial divine ability inheritance. There were as many as 107 of them, including the one that Yi Xian had already taken away by the fallen sky Bao. He had obtained a total of 108 perfect quality 9-eyed golden crystals in this corpse pool. Not to mention the remaining 107 perfect quality 9-eyed golden crystals. Yi Xian did not even intend to take out a single one of the 50,000 normal quality 9-eyed golden crystals. After all, these imperial demons probably did not even know about the existence of the 9-eyed golden crystals. There was no need for him to find trouble for himself. After considering all these factors, Yi Xian made preparations in the undying world in his body immediately after he decided to seal their mouths. It was very simple. He just took out 3 small spatial boxes. Of course, they were ordinary spatial boxes that were of lower quality, refined by the demon tribe. They were different from the ones refined by the human tribe. The spatial boxes refined by the human tribe did not require the items to be poured out. They did not even need to be opened. One could use his divine sense to probe inside and see what was inside. Of course, the demons had also refined small interspatial boxes of the same quality, but they had replaced them with ones that were suitable for spiritual power detection. However, Yi Xian had purposely taken 3 of these inferior quality boxes. Only by pouring out the contents of the boxes could he examine the contents of the boxes in detail. On one hand, this was consistent with his identity as an ordinary low-level demon. On the other hand, this was done with a purpose. To put it in a superficial way, he was just showing off. To put it in a sophisticated way, he was just trying to shock those descendants of demon emperors who were almost sucked dry by him. When they saw that they had given such a huge amount of resources to the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, with their shrewdness and their status as the descendants of the Devil Emperor's tribe, even if they finally decided to take the risk, there was bound to be a period of hesitation in the process. What Yi Xian wanted was this time gap, enough for him to leave the demonic imperial planet in a hurry. In order to achieve this effect, Yi Xian had to take out 2 few multi-eyed sense crystals, or else it would not be enough to shock those descendants of the Devil Emperor. After all these considerations, he put 10 8-eyed silver crystals and 100 7-eyed and 6-eyed sense crystals in one of the spatial boxes. This spatial box was left for Mo Qigong to create an appearance that he had put in a lot of effort to get the position of Black Mosquito, Tribe Saint Sun. This was also one of the measures that Yi Xian did not want to be suspected by the Devil Emperor Mo, Wen Tian, and the others, who would suspect that he still had a large amount of multi-eyed sense crystals. As for the second small spatial box, he placed 7 or 8 8-eyed silver crystals, as well as a total of more than 300 items below 8 eyes. He had specially prepared this small spatial box for himself. If the other party still wanted to get to the bottom of it, Yi Xian would take out this small spatial box. According to the total number of 8-eyed silver crystals and other sense crystals in it, it was just right. It would not make people suspect that it was fake, and it would not make the Devil Emperor Mo and Tian and the others jealous. As for the last spatial box, it was naturally used to bribe the Devil Emperor Mo and Tian. In this spatial box, Yi Xian did not have a total number of multi-eyed sense crystals, no matter what grade they were. At first glance, it seemed that it was all that was left, except for the 2 sets that he had prepared for himself and Mo Qigong. 47 8-eyed silver crystals. There were a total of 7,643 multi-eyed sense crystals of all grades below the 7-eyed level. Compared to the total number of sense crystals in Yi Xian's possession, this was not even a strand of hair. However, to anyone in the Devil Tribe, including the current Devil Emperor in front of him, not only was the number of multi-eyed sense crystals in this spatial box shocking, but the quality was also beyond compare. There were more than 48 8-eyed silver crystals. What was there not to be satisfied with? Before this, there was only one in the entire Devil Tribe. It was enshrined in the main hall of the ancestral temple like a treasure. At this moment, after receiving the small spatial box from Yi Xian's hands, Mo Qigong could tell with a single glance that the quality of this small spatial box was the lowest of the low. It didn't support just extending one's spiritual force into it to know the details of the items contained within. Hence, he did not hesitate at all. He opened the lid of the box directly, then inserted a strand of mental strength and casually tipped the lid of the box towards the ground. Crash! Ding, ding, dang, dang. In the next moment, with the crisp sound of crystals crashing against each other, large amounts of multi-pupil thought crystals poured out like rain from the small space box in Mo Qigong's hand and fell to the ground. From time to time, a silver light would slide down from the spatial box. This clearly represented an 8-eyed sense crystal. In a short 2 to 3 seconds, this silver light had appeared 7 to 8 times. Such a scene instantly petrified Mo Qigong, who was holding the spatial box in his hands. He was dumbfounded on the spot with his mouth wide open. The Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, High Priest Wen Xing, and the others instantly widened their eyes. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. As for the dozens of Origin Realm powerhouses further away, as well as the Devil Emperor's descendants, Hao Fongfong, Zuo Liqing, and the others who had just arrived, they all gasped. Many of them were so shocked that they lost their voices on the spot. Yi Xian even heard the sound of a few heavy objects crashing to the ground. He didn't know which one of those fellows with poor mental fortitude was directly scared unconscious. Hee, Qigong, I've taken out all that I can. I've only kept a little for myself. The Black Mosquito Tribe Saint should not be a big problem, right? Chapter 2964. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, studio turning danger in his safety previously. Yi Xian had said that he'd specially left 10 8-eyed silver crystals for Mo Qigong and asked him to take care of the Black Mosquito Tribe's holy son on his behalf. However, at that time, Mo Qigong didn't take it too seriously and still didn't quite believe it. On the other hand, 10 8-eyed silver crystals was indeed a big deal. Although he was the elder of the current Devil Emperor, the Devil Emperor was the Devil Emperor after all. If Mo Qigong had really greedily taken the 10 8-eyed silver crystals, even if the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian did not say anything on the surface, he would definitely hold a grudge against him. In this way, there would be a gap between them, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, Mo Qigong thought that even if this brat could really take out the 10 8-eyed silver crystals, he would definitely not accept them. However, at that moment, when he saw the multi-pupil sense crystals in the small space box that he was holding in his hand and pouring onto the ground, it was as if there was no end to the multi-pupil sense crystals. There was already a huge pile in front of his feet, and the small space box was still pouring down. More importantly, from time to time, he could see a ray of silver light flowing out of the box and sliding on the ground. These were the 8-eyed silver crystals. Mo Qigong made a rough estimate. In just a short while, he had caught sight of at least 20 streaks of silver light. In other words, there were at least 28-eyed silver crystals in the terrifying pile of multi-eyed sense crystals on the ground. Moreover, the small space box had not been emptied yet. There must be more. Conservatively speaking, there were at least 30 of them. In this case, the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian had more than 38-eyed sense crystals for himself. Even if he had given 1 or 2 to the High Priest Wen Xing and the commander of the Devil Emperor Guard Shanas as hush money, there were still nearly 38-eyed silver crystals in his hand. Since that was the case, he naturally had no qualms about taking the 10 8-eyed silver crystals that he had already stuffed into his pocket. If he did not take them, he would have to share them with the Devil Emperor later. He was afraid that the Devil Emperor would not be willing to take them. As the Emperor's uncle, if he wanted to take them, it would not be just 1 or 2. Therefore, given the current situation, the Nephilim Emperor couldn't wait for him to take the 10 8-eyed silver crystals. He turned to look at Yi Xian, finding him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. Not only was he unmoved by force or persuasion, he was also very much to his liking. Even in such a critical situation, he was so tactful. He knew that these things would be a disaster if they were left in his hands, and he even knew how to show filial piety to this old man. The more Mo Qigong thought about it, the more he found Yi Xian to his liking. He immediately raised his head and laughed loudly. He turned to look at the High Priest Wen Xing, who was looking at him enviously. He grinned and said, "Old man Wen, the matter of the saint has always been decided by you. But this time, the saint of the Black Mosquito tribe has to be given to this brat, even if he doesn't want to. Also, don't even think about the 10 8-eyed silver crystals in my hand." As he spoke, Mo Qigong glanced at the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian again. He said in a low, muffled voice, "You can ask him for them later. I have to give half of the 10 to fourth brother. I only have 5 left. Although it's not a small amount, it's not a lot either. That's natural. Later, Priest Wen and Commander Jia can come and find this emperor by themselves." The Devil Emperor's expression was still serious, but his tone was obviously much gentler. When he heard that even Mo Sihai's share did not need to be paid by him, he was secretly delighted. He could save at least 4 or 5 8-eyed silver crystals. The Devil Emperor was delighted. When he looked at Yi Xian again, he suddenly found him much more pleasing to the eye. Moreover, judging from this brat's eagerness to be the saint of the Black Mosquito tribe, even if he still had some 8-eyed silver crystals in his hand, it was definitely not a lot. Since this was the case, this matter would end here, since he had already received a huge benefit from this brat. If he still insisted on it, it would seem that he did not have the magnanimity of an emperor. Of course, although this was the case on the surface, in private, he had to investigate this brat's background and secrets in detail. If there was really a problem in the devil domain, who could escape the investigation of the dignified Devil Emperor? Not to mention that he was still in the Black Mosquito tribe, one of the top 10 foreign tribes, and held the position of saint. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian immediately made a decision to let Yi Xian go first and not make things difficult for him openly. As for the remaining doubts in his heart, when this brat left the Devil Emperor planet and returned to the Black Mosquito tribe, he would send a secret edict, and everything would come to light very quickly. As a result, the Demon Emperor immediately changed his attitude. For the sake of the massive amount of pupil perception crystals, he praised Yi Xian with a rare smile on his face. Then he decided on the spot that the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son belonged to, and in the end, the flower fell into Yi Xian's hands. There was no suspense in this matter. After all, whether it was the inheritance of the spiritual power skill or the number of multi-pupil perception crystals, Yi Xian fully deserved it. Even Zhuo Liqing and the others had no choice but to accept it. In addition, when the Devil Emperor's descendants heard that the Devil Emperor had personally decided that Yi Xian would be the saint of the Black Mosquito tribe, they were all dumbfounded. Their hearts were cold. The Devil Emperor's words were not joking. Since the Demon Emperor had already announced this matter in public, then even if they exposed everything that had happened to Yi Xian in the Saint Demon Forbidden Area, they probably wouldn't be able to change anything in the end. Instead, it would cause the Demon Emperor to be displeased and think that they were deliberately embarrassing him. They were afraid that they would not have a good ending. Moreover, this brat was so generous. He did not even frown when he took out such a huge amount of multi-pupil perception crystals and handed them over to the Devil Emperor. For the sake of these multi-pupil thought crystals, it would be difficult for the Nephilim king to disregard his pride and make a move on him. At the thought of this, the Devil Emperor's descendants looked at each other. They were completely speechless, but their faces were full of resentment. Everything had been settled. Yi Xian was afraid that he would stay in the Demon Imperial City for too long, and it would be troublesome if there were too many dreams. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe had finally landed on his head, he was wild with joy and excitement. He immediately proposed to the Devil Emperor that he would return to the Black Mosquito tribe. He even purposely muttered something like, "When I return, the first thing I need to do is to urge the High Priest, Grayskull Ray, to hold the Saint Succession ceremony so that I can be at ease." These mutterings made sense, and they matched Yi Xian's previous appearance. As such, the Devil Emperor did not suspect that he was in a hurry to leave, and he immediately agreed. He waved his hand and said generously, "In that case, Commander Zhao will take you to the star dock of Demon Guard 1 to choose a space fortress as your transportation warship. Take half of it back. After all, the Black Mosquito tribe is a large tribe. How can they not have a space fortress?" Chapter 2965. Translator, Nioibo, Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio Starry Sky Treasure Long Yi Hung, the Devil Emperor Mo, when Tian finished speaking. Mo Qigong, who had been stupidly pouring the multi-pupil perception crystal onto the ground from the small box in his hand, had finally finished. The final tally came out as soon as he scanned the pile of multi-pupil memory crystals with his spiritual power. The terrifying number of over 48-eyed silver crystals even gave Mo Qi a big fright. It was more than 10 crystals than his previous estimate of over 30, a full quarter of it. Under such circumstances, if the Demon Emperor only gave High Priest Wen Xing and Commander Chan's 2 each, wouldn't he have over 40 of them in his possession? This was a lot more than the 30, or so that he had estimated. On the contrary, the thousands and tens of thousands of perception crystals of other levels below the 8-pupil level could no longer attract his attention at this moment. At this moment, Mo Qigong was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he would not have acted like this. In this way, he would have 10 8-pupil memory crystals. Even if Mo Sihai could not get 10 from the Demon Emperor, he would have no problem getting 6 or 7. Thinking of this, Mo Qigong immediately puffed up his cheeks and moved closer to the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian with a smile. His face was full of the best uncle and nephew relationship they had ever had since they were young. The Nephilim king immediately became vigilant. With a wave of his sleeve, he put away all the multi-pupil sense crystals. Then, without even giving Rong Mo the chance to speak, he instructed Chanas, the commander of the Nephilim royal guards, to take the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhang Wuji, to the star dock of the Demon Guard to choose a space fortress. Then, he quickly turned and left. Obviously, he was worried that he would be targeted by a thief and suffer heavy losses. Mo Qigong was not happy at all. He turned back and greeted Yi Xian, asking him to return to the Demon Emperor planet after the Holy Sun inauguration ceremony. When he was free, he could spend some time here. As for this time, since Yi Xian was in a hurry to get back to work, and he happened to have an important matter to attend to, he didn't want to get too close to Yi Xian. After saying that, he raised his hand and beckoned to Mo Si Hai, and the two immediately chased after the Demon Emperor. It was clear that they were determined to get a few more pieces of the eight-eyed silver crystal from the Demon Emperor. Yi Xian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. He was afraid that the uncle and nephew trio would not be able to divide the spoils equally. If they fought on the spot, then he would really be guilty. With the departure of the Demon Emperor and the two guardians of the Forbidden Valley, High Priest Wenxing could only lead a group of origin-stage Demon King imperial family powerhouses to temporarily station themselves in the Forbidden Valley. This place could not be left unguarded, and it would be troublesome if something went wrong. As an elder from the Black Mosquito tribe, High Priest Wenxing was about to bid farewell. Whether it was Yi Xian, Zhuo Liqing, Zhuo Hongwu, Hao Fongfong, or the other failed candidates, they all had to come over to formally say goodbye. As for Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, High Priest Wenxing casually said a few words and ignored them. However, on Yi Xian's side, he repeatedly warned him that he would make a trip to the Black Mosquito tribe in a period of time and asked Yi Xian to tell the High Priest not to let him wander around for the time being. After all, he had just become the holy son of the tribe, so he still had to work hard on his cultivation base and the use of his mental power skills. In the end, as the former High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, High Priest Wenxing even said that he would personally check the results of Yi Xian's cultivation during this period when he went to the Black Mosquito tribe to see if he had slacked off. Now that he had told Yi Xian about this in advance, it was to make things clear. If Yi Xian was found to have slacked off, he would have to punish him slightly to encourage him. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly in response, but he did not say anything. Naturally, he would not agree to it. If he passed the message to Hui Gulei and asked him to keep a close eye on him, what was going on? Since he did not plan to do as he was told, he would not simply agree to it. Otherwise, he would be going back on his word, and it would affect his Taoist heart. On the other hand, Zhuo Hongwu and Zhuo Hongli, who had been looking for an opportunity to interrupt and prove their existence, saw that Yi Xian still hadn't made a clear statement. They both shamelessly moved closer and patted their chest to promise High Priest Wenxing that after they returned, they would immediately pass on the original words to the Ash Sacrifice High Priest. In the end, they even explained to Yi Xian, as if they were afraid of misunderstanding, that he was now the holy son of the tribe, and his status was different from before. Whether or not he was diligent in his cultivation was a matter of great importance to the entire tribe, and so on. They were obviously tattletale, but they made it sound so dignified. It was even better than singing. Yi Xian pretended not to hear them, and his face did not show the slightest change. However, he was already sneering in his heart. Humph, do you think you can do it just because you patted your chest and made a promise? You have to make it back to the Black Mosquito Star alive first. After saying goodbye to Wenxing, Yi Xian chatted with Chanas, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, while walking toward the east bridge of the moat that led to the outer city. To reach the Demon Royal Guards, one had to take a warship instead of walking. However, warships were forbidden in the Demon Royal City, and even flying was forbidden. Even Chanas, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, was not an exception. Behind them, in addition to several personal soldiers of the Demon Royal Guards, Zhuo Hongwu and Zhuo Liqing, as well as Hao Fongfong and a few other candidates who had failed the selection, followed closely behind them. However, their faces were full of depression, and they could only follow behind silently. Now, Yi Xian was completely different from when he first came to the Demon Royal Star, at least in the Demon Royal Star. Even though Zhuo Hongwu's cultivation was higher than his, and he was the younger brother of Zhuo Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, he did not dare to offend Yi Xian, who now had the upper hand in front of the higher-ups of the Demon Royal Star. After leaving the outer city of the Demon Royal Star, Chanas, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, immediately waved his hand and released a standard warship issued by the Demon Royal Guards. They quickly entered the warship, rushed out of the atmosphere, and sped toward the Demon Royal Star, one of the two satellites in the orbit of the Demon Royal Star. Although the Demon Royal Star was not as big as the Demon Royal Star, it was not small either. It was about the same size as the Black Mosquito Star and the Sky River Star, and it was a life sphere of normal size. Behind the Demon Royal Star, there was a huge star dock. There were some important and strategic high-end warships that the Demon Royal race had received from their master, the Heavenly Fate Clan, over the past tens of thousands of years. For example, the Space Fortress was one of the most important components. The moment they arrived at the entrance of the star dock, Yi Xian abruptly heard the system's warning sound in his mind. Instantly, his face froze, and he was almost stunned. Chapter 29:66. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin broke in Little Fortress as soon as Yi Xian stepped out of the commander of the Demon Guard Chana's battleship. The sound of the devouring system beeped in his mind. From the word Star Fortress, it was clear that the Long Yi Xian was referring to one of the star fortresses of the Demon Guard ahead. This made him speechless. He was still in someone else's territory, and yet the system had directly asked him if he wanted to forcibly seize the star fortresses. It was an enormous bastion. Since when could the devouring system have the ability to forcibly absorb such a colossal object? When he had encountered the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind before, he had never heard the system ask such a question. Could it be that the sudden appearance of a starry sky bastion had stirred him up so much that he couldn't keep his cool? According to what Yi Xian knew, the devouring system used a classification system similar to that of the human Third Universe's Myriad Federation when it came to treasures in the star space. For example, top-grade and ultra-top-grade star treasures were still considered common. Although they were rare, they were still occasionally seen. After there were legendary treasures, epic treasures, and finally, treasures. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian's three basic treasures, his personal battleship, battle weapon, and battle armor, could be said to have gone through a lot of painstaking effort and invested a large amount of resources and effort in order to be able to advance to this point. But even so, those three treasures were still only epic grade. This was the result of 5 or 6 fusions. Battleship, Dongxu Shuttle. Epic treasures, 6 fusions. Combat weapon, Demon Blood, Star Tier Sword. Epic treasures, 5 fusions. Armor, Indestructible Glass Armor. Epic treasures, 5 fusions. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't have any Starry Sky treasures in his possession. For example, the piece of void indestructible gold that he had already fused with his battle armor, allowing it to advance to the epic level of the indestructible glass armor. In addition, Yi Xian had obtained a Ride D seal from the Black Mosquito, which was also a treasure-level origin treasure. There was also the Void Marrow essence he had obtained from the Black Hole of Life, which could evolve into a universe. It was also a star treasure-level treasure. However, none of the items mentioned above were forged. They were either minerals, origin treasures, or naturally condensed void marrow crystals. All of them had the same characteristic, which was that they were born and nurtured by nature. They were the best treasures nurtured by nature, and they were not created by human beings. Even the void cave fragment that Yi Xian had obtained, as well as the Starry Sky Dragon's immortal ancestral blood dragon, were both immortal treasures. However, at the same time, they weren't created by humans. Instead, they belonged to the 2 primordial-level innate life forms, the Starry Sky Tortoise and the Starry Sky Dragon. It could be said that although Yi Xian had come into contact with a few supreme treasures that had reached the level of a Starry Sky treasure, there really wasn't a single one that was man-made before he heard the system prompt in his mind. But now it was called the Wild Dragon. It was named after the name Longzhan and Longzhan. Only a Starry Sky bastion could match the name of this ship. However, even though Yi Xian was extremely moved by this space fortress called Long Yi, no matter what, it was still impossible for the devouring system to forcefully grab it. As for why it was able to seize this bastion by force, it had never been able to do the same to Black Mosquito or Black Wind. There would be an explanation for this later, but for now Yi Xian didn't know. He didn't have the time to search the system's database for information. Yi Xian originally thought that the so-called Long Yi battleship would definitely be extremely domineering. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this inexplicably blood-boiling ship name. However, after entering Demon Guard Star Dock, when Yi Xian saw the true appearance of the Long Yi Battlestar under the reminder of the devouring system, his entire heart instantly turned cold. If he didn't know the devouring system had never had a bad habit of playing pranks, he would have suspected he'd been tricked. Although the demons were not proficient in technology, they were still the servant race of the Heaven's Legacy race. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to distinguish the demons from humans. Because of this, even the Tian Yi clan viewed them with great importance. So, like the Wild Dragon, the Celestial Fate race had generously provided the Demonkin with a large number of space fortresses, strategic weapons of mass destruction. Not to mention the equipment that had been given to the 10 major tribes, the Demon Scout Corps, and the space bastions that were docked on Demon Satellite 2 or performing missions outside, just in front of Demon Satellite 1 Starship dock. The number of Wild Dragon bastions was not small. There were dozens of them, and a few of them were clearly dilapidated. They were squeezed in the deepest part of the huge star dock, and it was obvious that they had been scrapped. And the Wild Dragon Bastion, mentioned by the devouring system, happened to be one of them, and the diameter of its hull was only 5,000 meters. In this regard, the Tian Yi clan was the same as the humans of the Third Universe. Basically, a 1,000-meter-long battleship was a planetary class, and a 3,000-meter-long battleship was a star class. At 5,000 meters, the hull would generally change into the shape of a Wild Dragon Bastion. After all, it was more stable. A 5,000-meter-long Wild Dragon Bastion was a Cosmic Cloud class, also known as a small fortress. A 10,000-meter-long Wild Dragon Bastion was a Cosmic River class, also known as a large fortress. In addition to these two types of Wild Dragon Bastions, there were clearly two Cosmic Class Bastions with diameters of 20,000 meters. The Wild Dragon Bastion was extremely eye-catching. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but take a few more glances. On the side, Chana's clearly misunderstood. He smiled awkwardly and said, "That won't do." In the entire Wild Dragon Star region, the Tian Yi clan only gave these two. In fact, it's not a big deal, it's just a little too big. It is said that the Heaven's Legacy race has already mass-produced 50,000-meter-long star-class bastions, and even a 100,000-meter-long star-class Starry Sky Fortress is about to be built. That is a true giant. At this point, Chana's tone and expression clearly revealed a sense of longing and pride. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a telepathic thought from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 2967. In the bag, although the so-called Long Yi battleship looked shabby and was clearly an old bastion that was about to be decommissioned, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and chose it on the spot because he trusted the devouring system. Of course, the purpose of choosing a bastion was nominally to supply the Black Mosquito tribe. Zhuangguo was supposed to be in charge of this matter, but Yi Xian was now the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son and had a lot of influence on the demonic Emperor planet, at least on the surface. That was why Zhuangguo had to bear with it for the time being and follow behind like an attendant. In other words, even if he chose the Long Yi battleship, Yi Xian would still have to hand it over when he returned to the Black Mosquito tribe. Yi Xian had already made up his mind about this matter. It was impossible. On the one hand, Yi Xian had no intention of letting Zhuangguo and Zhuo Liqing return alive. They had plotted against Yi Xian on the way here and had almost killed him. If Yi Xian allowed them to return to the Black Mosquito tribe in one piece, it would be too boring. Since that was the case, he could just take the Long Yi battleship and take it for himself. Could it be that Zhuo was allowed to destroy the fierce mosquito bastion that belonged to the Black Mosquito tribe? Why couldn't he, the so-called Holy Son, take a small bastion with a diameter of 5,000 meters? The reason the Demon King Mo when Tian had suddenly relented on this matter was because of the large pile of multi-pupil cognition crystals that Yi Xian had given away. In that case, even if Yi Xian took the Long Yi battleship, he had no qualms about it. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. He could just find an excuse to brush it off when he got back. After all, Zhuangguo and Zhuo Liqing had been killed, and Zhuofengdai was bound to be furious. When one had enough lice, one wouldn't be afraid of an itch. With Yi Xian's current strength, he didn't need to fear a mere 4th-level Origin Realm cultivator. But compared to the other bastions in Stardock, Long Ye's ship was a little ugly. So long as Dan Fan was a normal person, he wouldn't have chosen it. Therefore, in order to avoid arousing the suspicion of this so-called commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Yi Xian had to come up with a plausible excuse. He decided to make a breakthrough from the name of the small fortress. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately grinned awkwardly. He continued Chanaz's words a little embarrassedly. "Commander, you must be joking. Hee, this 20,000 meters in diameter is actually a cosmic fortress? I've learned something new, but there are too many bastions here. I've only just walked in, and I'm already dazzled by the choices. Why don't you have them give me a copy of the ship's name list? I'll just look at the ship's name. I'll pick the one that looks the best." Chanaz was taken aback when he heard this, but he quickly reacted. He couldn't help but despise Yi Xian in his heart. This kid clearly wanted a cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. After being exposed and embarrassed, he was now pretending to be someone important. He actually planned to take a look at the ship's name list and pick the ship's name directly. Ugly people are always up to no good. However, although he despised Yi Xian in his heart, Chanaz didn't expose him. Instead, he did as he was told. Behind him, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, who were standing not far away, frowned. They turned their heads and exchanged a look, but in the end, they didn't say anything. Since they had already endured it before, they didn't mind enduring it a little longer. The so-called ship's name list was quickly sent over. It was just a piece of paper, and it was clearly written on the spot. Yi Xian didn't mind. After receiving it, he lowered his head and started reading. As he read, he muttered the names of the ships, but he didn't seem to be satisfied with any of them. After reading a dozen names, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted loudly, "Longyi? Longzhan Longyi? Great. That's great. I like this domineering ship name. This is it. Commander, with such a domineering ship name, this long, you wouldn't be one of the 2 cosmic fortresses, right? If that's the case, it's too much of a pity. We have to choose again. But I really like this domineering ship name." When he said this, even the usually serious Chanaz couldn't hold it in anymore. He was so amused that he laughed out loud. It seemed that this kid was indeed a petty person who was intoxicated with success. He was immersed in it and enjoyed it quite a bit. With a strange expression, Chanaz raised his hand and pointed at that small fortress that was clearly the most tattered and unsightly one in the entire Stardock. "Cough, cough. Long Yi, that's the one. It's a small fortress. I think you should choose another one." Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Just as Chanaz finished speaking, 2 soft sounds came from behind him. He turned around and saw Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, their faces full of anger. It was clear they'd been struck by lightning. If they were to return with this crappy little bastion, it was hard to say whether they'd make it to Black Mosquito Planet alive. Who knows, it might fall apart on the way. Because of that, the uncle and nephew immediately shouted angrily after climbing up. "Zhang Wuji, what are you trying to do? This is our Black Mosquito tribe's fortress. Do you think it's your own private property? How dare you treat it like a child's play? It's fine. How can a space fortress be so picky? Don't pretend if you don't know anything. If you can't handle it, just move aside." Although they had already decided to bear with it for the time being, Yi Xian had indeed gone too far this time. They could not take it anymore. Therefore, the uncle and nephew could not hold it in and vented all their dissatisfaction. Yi Xian was secretly delighted. He immediately purposely turned his face red and looked extremely embarrassed. He was so angry that he kept stomping his feet. He pointed at the uncle and nephew and scolded. "Child's play? You dare to say that I'm child's play? I still want this long Yi Xian today. I'm a man of my word. If I say that I will use the name of the ship, then I have to make the decision. This is something that the Demon King personally allowed me to do. Do you dare to stop me?" He was obviously angry from embarrassment, and he even mentioned the Demon King, Mo Wen-Tion. This directly stunned Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu. Although they were full of anger, they did not dare to say anything. In the end, they snorted coldly and left. At the side, Chana's had already lost interest. He could see that this kid was just a nouveau riche who had gotten lucky. He did not have any standards and was simply a petty person intoxicated by success. He probably would not be able to achieve much in the future. With that thought in mind, Chana's tried to persuade Yixian to give him a way out so that he would lose interest in changing to another space fortress. After a few perfunctory words, he called the person in charge of the Star Dock and went through the procedures with Yixian. Chapter 2968. Xing Bo's posthumous work. Although the Long Yi battleship was old and worn, that was only its appearance. There was no problem with its performance. Of course, it was only a stellar-level battleship that was over 3,000 meters long. Even compared to an ordinary 5,000-meter wide bastion, it was still slightly inferior. After all, it was old. The bastion could actually operate on its own. All it needed to do was to activate the autopilot, confirm the star chart, and enter the destination. When Yixian entered the Long Yi battleship, Hao Fangfang was the only one following behind him. Even he had a strange expression on his face. After all, Yixian's performance had been very disappointing. Hao Fangfang was the same, but he was even more annoyed with Zhuo Liqing's group. That was why he still followed Yixian. Although there were only two of them, once the autopilot was activated, there was no problem for them to drive the bastion away. Yixian immediately entered the password in the control room on the top floor of the Long Yi battleship. He quickly gained control of the Long Yi battleship and drove it out of Demon Guard Yi Star Dock. He headed straight for the Black Mosquito tribe and into the boundless void outside. As for Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, as well as the thousands of demonkin who had survived the fierce mosquito, they had come to Demon Guard planet on Zhuo Hongwu's special stellar-level battleship. Naturally, they had no problem returning. Yixian didn't even bother to pay them any attention. After a long struggle, they finally left Demon Guard planet safely. Yixian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. At this moment, after Hao Fangfang entered the Long Yi ship, she immediately chose a cabin and walked in. She seemed to be too disappointed with Yixian's previous performance and didn't plan on paying attention to him. The latter just happened to be free, so he started to study this so-called Starry Sky treasure battle star in the control room of the Long Yi ship. Yixian's devouring system had a special feature. When it came to certain treasures or objects, the devouring system's database would not have any relevant information before coming into contact with them. Even searching for their names would not yield any results. However, once it came into contact with the object, the system's database would automatically update and include the relevant information of the object. At this moment, Yixian was using the devouring system's database to search for all the detailed information about this Longya fortress. An existence that could be called a starry sky treasure by the devouring system naturally couldn't have a simple background. Yixian had long since been mentally prepared for this. But even so, when he pulled out all the data and information regarding the Long Yi Hao and read through it, he was still stunned at the first possible moment. His face was blank, and he was speechless for a long time. His background was not simple at all. It was simply frightening. This wild dragon ship was actually the posthumous work of the #1 human, Xing Bo. Although the name Xing Bo was a taboo in the first universe, controlled by the Tianji clan, and no one dared to mention it, in the third universe, almost everyone in the human race knew his name. His status was equivalent to the great pioneer of the human race's technological civilization. He had long been deified. Of course, this was also because Xing Bo was already dead. As for Yixian, the moment the devouring system automatically upgraded itself and officially entered the starry sky environment, he already knew about Xing Bo and the origin of the devouring system. Xing Bo was the great pioneer of the human race's technological civilization. He had created 2 super-intelligent robots, D-E and D-Air. D-E killed his own creator, Xing Bo, betrayed the human race, and established the Tianji clan to dominate the first universe. He even threatened to destroy the human race and unify the 3 universes. It could be said that he was actually a traitor to the human race. As a last resort, the human race established the Wan Luo Federation with the other races in the universe to fight against the Tianji clan. Dier was also a robot created by the number one human, Xing Bo. Currently, his official identity was the Imperial Advisor of the human race's technological faction, the Immortal Dynasty. He was the one who used the intelligence of the robot race to invent the devouring system. He distributed it throughout the universe to select human geniuses with potential. Therefore, there were obviously other people who had devouring systems like Yi Xian. However, everyone's growth was different. Every devouring system was also relatively independent. As it grew with its host, its changes would also be different. This was a story for another time. Today, we are talking about the Wild Dragon ship. The Wild Dragon ship was the last work that Xing Bo had completed before he was killed by the traitor, Di. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call it his posthumous work. Even the super-intelligent robot, Di, which he had created, could invent something as crazy as the devouring system. Di had even created the entire Tianji clan's glorious civilization. Some of the technologies that he had invented later on had even surpassed the current technological faction of the human race. From this, one could see Xing Bo's crazy talent and strength in the field of technology. He was probably the only one who could create such a man-made, starry sky treasure-level space fortress. According to Yi Xian's estimation, even if the Tianji clan or the Immortal Dynasty of the human race's technological faction were to use all kinds of resources and technologies at all costs, they would only be able to create a peak epic-level space fortress at most. Starry sky treasures were usually born from nature. It was not so easy to create them manually. The reason why the Wild Dragon ship ended up on the demonic Emperor planet was that before Xing Bo was killed, he did not spread the news of this starry sky treasure-level space fortress. Therefore, after it fell into Di's hands, it was mistaken for an ordinary fortress and was given to the robots under his command to use. Later on, after tens of thousands of years, this small fortress had even witnessed several great battles between the robot race and the human race. In the end, it was full of scars. In addition to the rapid development of the Tianji clan, there were many breakthroughs in technology. They had the ability to build a new type of space fortress with a perfect internal superposition technology. Therefore, this old and battered fortress was abandoned by them and thrown to the demonic tribe as if it was trash. This was more than 10,000 years ago. In these 10,000 years, the Wild Dragon ship had been idle in a corner of the demonic star fortress. It had never been used by anyone. It could be said that it was a treasure covered in dust. If Yi Xian had not entered the demonic star fortress and discovered the Wild Dragon ship with the devouring system in his body, this could be said to be the greatest work in the history of human science and technology. Who knew how many years it would have been abandoned by the world? As for why the Wild Dragon ship was a starry sky treasure-level space fortress, its secret had not been discovered by anyone for tens of thousands of years. The reason was actually very simple. The reason why the Wild Dragon ship could enter the starry sky treasure level was not because it had an abnormal attack or defense ability from the very beginning. On the contrary, when Xing Bo created it, the Wild Dragon ship was very weak. It was slightly inferior to an ordinary 5,000-meter space fortress of the same level. However, it had the most important characteristic. It was different from all the known space fortresses of the human race and the Tianji clan. Chapter 2969. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Bastion of Life. Whether it was a bastion built by humans or the Celestials' legacy clan, the construction process required countless materials. There were all kinds of alloys, special minerals, energy crystals, and even formations. So much so that the bastion's central control system was similar to that of the interplanetary networks of the planets. It was a cross between a living and a non-living superbrain. Even so, a bastion like this was still a dead object. But Xing Bo's final work, Long Yi Hao, was alive. And by alive, he meant it was a real life form. The construction of Long Yi Hao didn't use any other materials. There were no alloys, no minerals, no energy crystals, no formations, and nothing like that. In truth, it was a world bug that had simply used the natural growth and development of a living body to forcefully grow into a world bug. World bug, a mysterious and unknown life form. So far, only the great pioneer of human technology, Xingbo, had ever found and obtained one. Its characteristics were currently not fully understood, but one point had already been verified by Xingbo, and that was that this mysterious life form possessed an extremely strong ability to self-evolve, as well as a unique characteristic of malleability. Furthermore, its loyalty could be said to be absolute. It would only serve one master for life. The so-called malleable uniqueness could be seen as dominoes. You only had one chance to push down the first domino. Once you push down the first domino, the entire chain of dominoes would continue to react. If there was no end to the chain of dominoes would continue to be pushed down by the previous domino, which would continue to be pushed down by the previous domino in succession. This was basically what the malleability of the world bug meant. After Xingbo obtained the world bug, he should have hesitated for a period of time, but in the end, he decided to guide the world bug and evolve it into the most powerful super fortress. Therefore, he used up the evolution pre-molding rights of the world bug, which was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was equivalent to gently pushing the first domino down. Even the devouring system couldn't understand the process through the long yi-how. Perhaps it could be seen as some kind of program writing method, or perhaps it was even more complicated. Xingbo was the great pioneer of the human race's technology, who knew what he was capable of. In short, Xingbo's vision of what a perfect, powerful bastion should look like had been inputted into the world bug's body through some unknown method. It was almost like data input. This infusion marked the end of the world bug's malleability. From then on, it would continue to evolve according to Xingbo's vision of a perfect bastion. Like the chain reaction of dominoes, it wouldn't stop until it died. According to Xingbo's research, the world bug didn't die. It wasn't that it had a strong life force, but that it was a special kind of life form. In Xingbo's words, it should be called a group of mononuclear, self-evolving life forms. To put it simply, this so-called world bug was not a single bug. It was a swarm. This swarm was made up of countless tiny world bugs. It was like the cells of a human body. Every moment, old cells would die, but at the same time, a large number of new cells would be born. In Xingbo's view, this self-evolving cycle was immortal and indestructible. Therefore, once the evolution began, the perfect bastion that existed only in Xingbo's mind would continue to evolve. At most, some accident would cause the world bug to go into hibernation. That was why the evolution was temporarily halted. Right now, the evolution was in a temporary halt because the mononuclear, self-evolving life forms were in a very bad state. Tens of thousands of years ago, it no longer had the strength to spawn more minuscule worldworm cells and continue the path of evolution according to Xingbo's vision, incessantly condensing new and more powerful fortress components and functions. Because the lack of energy supply was so severe, the world bug's core, which was equivalent to the commander-in-chief of the group, had no choice but to go into hibernation. That was why, for tens of thousands of years, the independent world bug's evolution system continued to produce new members, but their numbers were few and far between. They were only equal to the ones that had declined and died. The only way to change this situation was to provide enough energy to the independent world bug's core, a mysterious crystal that Xingbo called the source of evolution. Moreover, after injecting energy and reactivating this source of evolution, Yixian still had the chance to brand a strand of his own soul imprint onto it. Xingbo had left this opportunity for him, and it was also the world bug's other greatest feature aside from its malleability. Once the soul imprint was imprinted, then this world bug would be absolutely loyal to Yixian. Moreover, this kind of master recognition was unique to every world bug in its entire life. It could only be done once, and it couldn't be changed unless the entire group was destroyed. It was a pleasant surprise. Imagine, once the world bug recognized a living bastion as its master, it would be completely loyal to the owner. Even if the passageway was wide open and enemies were allowed to enter, they wouldn't be able to do anything. On the contrary, a single thought from the owner would be able to command the bastion to kill them. It was a pity that Xingbo didn't use the soul-recognized sovereign. It wasn't because he was great, but because when he injected the idea of a perfect super fortress into the world worm's crystal of evolution, he realized that there wasn't much life force left in the crystal when it was innately nurtured. The best he could do was wait until the world bug's core, which was only the size of a fist, grew to the size of an ordinary fortress 5,000 meters in diameter. When that happened, the evolution process would have to stop as the core went into hibernation. Xingbo tried to supply it with all sorts of energy, but to no avail. In the end, for the sake of realizing his dream of building a perfect bastion, Xingbo decided to keep the Long Yi as its master. He hoped that whoever discovered the ship's secrets would be tempted enough to find the energy required for the evolution of the world's insectoids. That way, the Bastion of Life could be restarted on its path of evolution. Chapter 2970. To lay murderous intentions in the dark at this moment, Yi Xian was extremely depressed. The great surprise of accidentally obtaining a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure Super Life Fortress had long since dissipated. What replaced it was a huge sense of loss, as well as a strong sense of depression. Her life was too tough. She was clearly on the verge of becoming a nanny. Previously, he was looking for the multi-pupil thought crystal that could help the immortal rank cosmic super brain fragment grow. Now, he had to look for the energy that could help the world bug colony that had evolved into a 5,000-meter-wide fortress to recover its normal reproduction and evolution. More importantly, even Yi Xian had no idea what this energy was. Furthermore, he was absolutely certain that all the resources he currently had were absolutely useless. What kind of existence was Xingbo? Tens of thousands of years ago, he had already tried all the resources that he could find. The things in Yi Xian's hands might just be a drop in the bucket of all the resources that he had already tried. In short, trying to find this mysterious energy whose name was unknown was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was even more difficult than Yi Xian looking for the source of devouring, which had become the currency of the system. At the very least, the latter had a name. At the very least, Yi Xian had come into contact with it before, used it before, and knew what it looked like. However, Yi Xian had no idea what kind of energy the world worm's source of evolution required and what kind of state it was in. The only way was to try out every new resource that he obtained in the future. It was clearly a case of treating a dead horse as a living horse. It was purely a matter of luck. Because of this, even through the devouring system, Yi Xian already knew that the core of the Long Yi Life Fortress, which was the source of evolution that was equivalent to the core of the entire world's bugs, was actually hidden in a secret location on the second floor of the Life Fortress. However, Yi Xian did not have the interest to immediately search for it and research it. After all, no matter how he researched it, he could not awaken it from its half-dormant state and brand it with a soul brand to make it recognize him as its master. What else was there to do? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was gloomy for a while, but he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. Then, he began to think about the matter of killing Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu's uncle and nephew. This matter had to be done on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find another opportunity after returning. As for the other failed trial takers with them, as well as the more than 4,000 demon powerhouses on the fierce Mosquito Star, Yi Xian did not intend to spare them. Yi Xian also didn't plan on letting any of them go. Coincidentally, the demon cultivator's brain core in his hand had already been used up, so he could only use the Weeping Soul Beast to absorb spiritual energy. However, the Weeping Soul Beast was a long river, and although the process of slowly absorbing spiritual energy was very comfortable, it was still boring after drinking too much of the porridge. Absorbing the spirit origin energy from the demon dweller's brain was like drinking strong wine. A large amount of spirit origin energy instantly poured into his sea of consciousness. That tastes TSK, TSK, TSK. I haven't tried it for a long time. Sometimes I do miss it a little. However, if they wanted to kill Zhuo Liqing, they naturally couldn't rely on the Wild Dragon battleship, which had stopped evolving and was still far from fully maturing. Therefore, its performance was basically average. In fact, even if they were to return to the Black Mosquito Star, Yi Xian didn't expect to rely on it. As such, he immediately called for Hao Fongfong. After the two of them walked out of the Wild Dragon ship, Yi Xian immediately took out the Dongshu shuttle. After sending the confused Hao Fongfong into the shuttle, he immediately waved his hand and kept this temporarily unusable Starry Sky treasure grade super life fortress into his undying world. Yi Xian hadn't branded this wild dragon battleship with a strand of his soul into the world worm's evolution crystal and made it recognize him as its master. It was as if he had completely refined it. However, the devouring system had already infiltrated this crystal and purposely exposed it to confuse him. It was the same as an ordinary space fortress's main control center. He had also taken over the control center's ultimate authority, which was equivalent to completing the initial refinement. Therefore, Yi Xian could easily keep this wild dragon battleship into his undying world like he did with the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleship. After that, Yi Xian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle and brought out 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles. Among the 2,000 beasts, there were 200 of them from the 4th realm, the planet realm, to the 8th realm, the black hole realm. In addition, Yi Xian also brought out the 8-star Wang ladle, who was at the mid-stage of the origin realm. As for Guihai Dao and his 1,000 demon slaves, who were also stationed in the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian didn't use them. They were too weak and weren't suitable for this kind of intergalactic battle. As for the wretched Mosquito Slayer, it was naturally even more impossible. Ever since Yi Xian discovered that there was something wrong with him, he had been secretly wary of him. He couldn't possibly let him participate in such a big matter. When he had the time later, he would have to deal with him properly. After the Mosquito Beast, Soldier Ladle Squad, and 8-star Wang ladle walked out of the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian quickly put the Dongshu shuttle back into his undying world with a wave of his hand. Then he directly brought out the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleships. Inside the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleships were an army of 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 soldier ladles. Among the 10 million mosquito beasts, there were more than 10,000 Black Hole Realm mosquitoes. Among the 100,000 soldier ladles, there were nearly 1,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star ladles. These tens of thousands of mosquitoes and nearly 1,000 7-star general ladles were all summoned by Yi Xian, along with the ones that had been transferred out from the Void Cave shuttle. Because they would have to move them frequently in the future, they specially mobilized all of them this time to refine their weapons. According to Yi Xian's instructions, the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the 1,000 soldier ladles quickly dispersed into the surrounding space. Moreover, he immediately concealed his figure, restrained his aura, and silently lay dormant. Afterwards, Yi Xian gave battle orders to the Black Mosquito's demon slave Chief Barker, as well as the other demon slave Vice Chief Barker, who was personally selected by Barker, who was in charge of the Black Wind, including his entire battle plan and final goal. In the end, the two bastions also sailed to the locations indicated by Yi Xian. They quickly began the process of recharging the Superstar Destroyer cannon. At the same time, they activated the concealment formation and disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the void fell into silence again. Everything seemed to be the same as usual, but in fact, Yi Xian's arrangements had already turned the void into an absolute killing zone. Yi Xian chose this place to set up an ambush because it was the closest natural wormhole to the Demon Emperor planet on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star Zone. If the stellar-level battleship of Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu wanted to perform a long-distance space jump, it had to come here and enter the wormhole. Chapter 2971. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Prey comes to the door. Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu gritted their teeth in anger at Yi Xian's departure. They could not accept the fact that Yi Xian was already so arrogant even before he had become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, in the end, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu didn't plan on carrying the tattered little fortress that Yi Xian had chosen back to the Black Mosquito tribe. It wouldn't be worth it if it fell apart halfway. As far as they were concerned, this matter was purely due to Yi Xian's desire for face. Although Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu were extremely angry, after thinking about it for a moment, they became happy again. This brat had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Originally, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to find a reasonable excuse to get rid of him openly, but now he had presented this opportunity to him on a silver platter. The Space Fortress was a public property given to the Black Mosquito tribe by the Devil Emperor Imo Wention. However, Yi Xian was the one who handled the matter. Because of his personal reasons, the Black Mosquito tribe finally got a battered little fortress that could not be seen at all. It would be a laughingstock if it was shown to the public. Under such circumstances, not only would General Zhuo Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, be enraged, even High Priest Huigu Lei, who had always been at odds with Zhuo Fengtai, would be enraged. If it had been before, High Priest Huigu Lei, in order to continue holding the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun's authority, would have tried to win him over even if Zhang Wuji, who had won the Holy Sun trial, did not have much ability. This was to prevent the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun position from falling into the hands of Zhuo Fengtai's faction. If that happened, Huigu Lei, who had always held a superior position in the Black Mosquito tribe, would lose the slight advantage he had over Zhuo Fengtai's faction. However, this Zhang Wuji was courting death. He had caused the Black Mosquito tribe to suffer such a huge loss for his own sake. It was almost a humiliation. In this case, Grayskull Ray would no longer be biased towards him. After all, this was related to the tribe's reputation. Grayskull Ray was the high priest after all. He obviously couldn't ignore this factor completely. If there were no accidents, as long as Zhang Wuji returned to the Black Mosquito Star with the broken fortress, Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei would definitely go on a rampage after learning about the situation, and the latter would most likely not stop them. This was clearly a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Zhang Wuji in public. However, with that guy's glib tongue, if he was allowed to return to the Black Mosquito Star first and spout nonsense, he might be able to reverse the situation that was almost set in stone. It was precisely because of this that Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, as uncle and nephew, were suddenly anxious to return home. Therefore, Yi Xian drove the Long Yi battleship out of Demon Guard Yi Star Dock and into the void of the universe. Not long after it was gone, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, who realized that something was wrong, immediately stepped into the 3,000-meter long stellar-level battleship that Zhuo Fengtai had given to the latter. They rushed toward the first natural wormhole that was closest to the Demon Emperor planet on the long journey to the Black Mosquito Star area. At this moment, the uncle and nephew were sitting on the sofa in the main cabin of the Feng Tung battleship. They were drinking wine and chatting happily. In their opinion, although Zhang Wuji had set off one step ahead of them, and the battleship he was piloting was still a battleship, even if it was only a 5,000-meter-long battleship with a shabby appearance, it was still a battleship. Not to mention other aspects, its speed and space-jumping ability were definitely not comparable to an ordinary stellar-level battleship. But in fact, the uncle and nephew were not worried about this at all. The so-called Long Yi battleship was already damaged, and the Feng Tung battleship they were on now was not an ordinary stellar-level battleship. Even if Zhang Wuji could reach the Star Mosquito Star before them, it would not be much earlier. At most, it would only be half a day. In such a short period of time, he believed that the Black Mosquito tribe's grand commanders Zhuo Fengtai and the High Priest Huigu Lei would not be so easily fooled by him and conclude the matter of the Wild Dragon ship. It would be a little embarrassing if they were to turn the tables around after the fact. Zhuo Hongwu was still very confident about this. After all, this Feng Tung battleship was privately obtained by his brother Zhuo Fengtai from the Demon Dweller Star area at a great cost. Not only could it perform long-distance space jumping like a battleship, but it also used the perfect space folding technology of the Tianji tribe inside the battleship. Although the battleship looked like a stellar-level battleship with a length of only 3,000 meters, in fact, the interior space was very large. It could accommodate at least 10,000 demon dwellers. Right now, there were 6,000 to 7,000 demon dwellers in the Feng Tung battleship, and its speed was much faster than an ordinary stellar-level battleship. In just 6 hours, the first wormhole in the star area was in front of them. Zhuangwu immediately gave an order to his sidekick. He turned around and said, "Go to the main control room and inform them to do the last pre-inspection of the wormhole. If there is no problem, immediately start charging the jump shield of the battleship. After entering the wormhole in front of us, the first thing to do is to jump." The psychic nodded. Just as he turned around, the entire tongue battleship suddenly shook violently without warning. It was like a small boat sailing on a raging sea. Caught off guard, the sidekick fell to the ground. Before he could get up, his face had already changed in horror. He cried out in alarm. "What's going on? Could it be that we have encountered space turbulence?" This situation was very similar to when a battleship was sailing in the universe and suddenly accidentally entered a chaotic space turbulence. This was also the reason why this lackey had suddenly turned pale with fright and actually cried out in alarm on the spot. Space turbulence was very dangerous. Once one was sucked into it, there was basically no hope of coming out safely. Even if one was lucky enough to rush out of the turbulence area, the entire warship would probably not be much different from being torn apart. Even the alloy battleship was like this. Then there was no need to mention the flesh and blood creatures in the cabin. Damn it, this is not space turbulence. This is clearly caused by the space oscillator. Chapter 2972. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The Black Mosquitoes. Hongwu's guess was correct. It was Yi Xian's handiwork that caused his tongue stellar-level battleship to tremble so much. As for the space fortresses that emitted this kind of spatial vibration, they were naturally the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind. At this moment, as the space oscillator was fully activated, the Black Mosquito and Black Wind, which had activated their concealment formations, were instantly exposed. This was one of the major drawbacks of the space oscillator. Although this method could trap the target battleship, it would not be able to perform a space jump, even if it was only a short distance. In the void of the star field where the space was disturbed and the amplitude of the space oscillation was greatly increased, the target battleship's normal navigation would be affected. Even if it could still move forward, its speed would be greatly reduced, and it would be very bumpy. Under such circumstances, it was very easy to be ambushed. Unfortunately, the terrifying effect of this space oscillator was also a double-edged sword. While trapping the target warship, the warships on his side, including the warship that released the space oscillation force, would also be affected within the area covered by the invisible shockwave. However, because the battleship that caused the space oscillation was the source of the space oscillation would radiate out from there. Within the effective range, the further the space oscillation was, the stronger the effect would be. Therefore, the battleship that caused the space oscillation would be less affected than the target battleship. However, no matter how slight the effect was, it was impossible for the target battleship to maintain its concealment state. This problem had troubled some experts in the human race's science and technology for many years, but they had not been able to solve it. Even the Tianji clan, which was far more talented than the human race in science and technology, had not been able to solve this problem. Because of this, as the effect of the space oscillator appeared, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, which had been in a hidden state, were immediately exposed without any suspense. But this didn't matter because the target they were lying in ambush for, the Fengtong ship, had been firmly trapped within an expanse of space that was around 50 kilometers in diameter at this moment. Not to mention being unable to move, it was absolutely impossible for it to maintain a normal sailing speed at least. Black Wind and Black Mosquito were the two bastions, and the area of influence had been predetermined before they activated their space oscillators. Of course, a distance of 100 kilometers was the limit of what a bastion could cover. If the void of the Milky Way was considered as a huge circle, then the Fengtong ship, which was trapped in this huge circle, was right in the center of the circle. The Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were facing each other at the edge of the giant circle. They were about 50 miles away from the bountiful Tongue ship, which was exactly the radius of the giant circle. A distance of 50 miles was considered quite a distance on the ground. However, in the boundless void of the universe, it was really nothing. Without a reference and no obstacles, it was empty as far as the eye could see. Under these circumstances, not to mention 50 miles, even 100 or 100 miles would feel very close. At least from the Feng Tong ship, which was in the center of the huge circle, ordinary masters could easily see the Black Wind ship and the Black Mosquito ship, which were hovering far away in the void on both sides of the huge circle and were eyeing them fiercely. After the initial panic, Zhuangwu and Zhuo Liqing quickly regained their composure. Even the warship crew on the Feng Tong battleship quickly calmed down and took various countermeasures at once. Even the star cannons on the Feng Tong battleship had been activated to the high-speed charging mode. While the Bountiful Teng ship was preparing for war, Zhuangwu and Zhuo Liqing were still in the main cabin on the top floor of the Bountiful Teng ship. They were observing the situation around the Bountiful Teng ship through a huge 5-dimensional holographic screen. There was no doubt that the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were so close to each other in the empty void of the universe. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to see them at first glance. As a result, Zhuangwu's expression suddenly changed again, and he immediately exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Isn't that the Black Mosquito ship? What's going on? What? Black Mosquito ship? It can't be right. Second uncle, don't be kidding." Zhuo Liqing was startled by Zhuangwu's exclamation. Almost subconsciously, he directly denied this possibility. As he muttered, he followed Zhuangwu's dazed gaze and looked in the other direction of the huge virtual screen in front of him. The next moment, Zhuo Liqing also opened his mouth wide and was completely dumbfounded on the spot. He only felt that there was a buzzing noise in his head, and he was completely stupefied. Although the Black Mosquito cruiser was one of the 10 bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps and rarely returned to the First Universe for many years, both Zhuangwu and Zhuo Liqing had met them once when it first arrived at the demonic Mosquito planet and took away the former Black Mosquito cruiser's leader, Naiwa Shan, and his 10,000 Demonkin Scouts, who were in charge of receiving and commanding this bastion. Although it was only once, the Black Mosquito ship had a huge pattern of a ferocious black mosquito beast engraved on the outer wall of the fortress ship. Therefore, even after so many years, the uncle and nephew still recognized it at a glance. And they were very sure that it was the Black Mosquito ship, even though they didn't have the slightest doubt. But this didn't make sense. The Black Mosquito ship was clearly still at the frontier of the Third Universe, which was ruled by the human clan of the Wan Luo Federation. How could it suddenly return to the First Universe? What's more, even if it did come back, it would hide outside the wormhole and activate the concealment array. When the Bountiful Teng Gale arrived, it would immediately activate the space oscillator. What was the meaning of this? These thoughts flashed through the minds of Zhuangwu and Zhuo Liqing almost like lightning. Vaguely, they both had an extremely bad feeling, as if something big had happened. In the end, it was Zhuangwu who was more astute. After being stunned for only a dozen seconds, he seemed to suddenly understand something. His face changed again, and he exclaimed, "No, Zhang Wuji is a problem. The Black Mosquito ship is lying in ambush here. It must be his idea. How could a little meteor realm cultivator have such an ability? This is bad. The secret army of the human clan of the Third Universe has quietly sneaked into the Demon Star area, and even the Black Mosquito ship has fallen." Chapter 2973. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations, who the hell are you? Ah, this is not good. There's a bastion here. My God, who the hell is watching us? This can't be the kid surnamed Zhang. Just when Zhuangwu was horrified, he immediately issued an order to ask for help from the demonic Imperial Star. Then his henchmen immediately turned around and rushed to the central control room of the Bountiful Teng ship. Behind him, another henchman of the Demon Dweller suddenly screamed without warning. Not only was his face full of shock, but he also raised his hand and pointed in another direction of the huge virtual screen. This huge 5-dimensional virtual screen almost surrounded the entire top floor of the Bountiful Teng battleship. It was a 3-dimensional, all-around display of the void outside the cabin. Although Zhuangwu saw the Black Mosquito just now, He didn't have time to turn around and look at the virtual screen behind him, so he didn't know about the black wind. It was only when he heard the devil's shock cry that he, enrich, turned to look in that direction out of conditioned reflex. In the next moment, the expressions of this pair of uncle and nephew changed drastically without any suspense. Zhuangwu immediately screamed in despair. The black wind? It's actually the black wind. My God, what the hell happened? Is the entire demonic army in a trap? Otherwise, how could the black wind appear here? Who the hell is that kid Zhang Wuji? Although Zhuangwu hadn't seen this bastion before, he still recognized it at a glance. The demonic army had a total of 10 bastions. Nominally, these 10 bastions belonged to the 10 major tribes, but in fact, the masters inside the bastions and the tens of thousands of demonic army soldiers were all recruited from the 10 major tribes of the demonic army. However, the administrative control of these bastions had nothing to do with their respective tribes. They were only under the command of the leader of the demonic army. This leader was Ba Chai from the Black Wind tribe. The Black Wind tribe had always been the most powerful tribe among the 10 foreign tribes of the demonic tribe. Among the 10 demon tribes' holy sons, only the one from the Black Wind tribe had inherited a secret skill of spiritual power when he first entered the Demon Saint Forbidden area to undergo the Black Wind tribe's holy son's trial. Although this reflected his personal talent in spiritual power, it also reflected the strength of the Black Wind tribe. Because of this, the commander of the entire demon army was chosen from the Black Wind tribe. The reason Zhuangwu was able to recognize Black Wind at a glance, even though he'd never seen it before, was simple. The outer walls of each of the 10 bastions were engraved with the image of a savage beast. Each of these beasts represented a tribe of demonkin. Just as the black mosquito's hull bore the image of a giant black mosquito, the Black Wind's hull bore the image of a ferocious Black Wind beast. Although Zhuangwu had never seen it with his own eyes, he had at least heard of it. Therefore, he recognized the Black Wind at a glance. Boom! Boom! Zhuangwu's despairing words had barely left his mouth when his vision was filled with a large amount of bright silver light. The giant 3D virtual screen that surrounded the main hall of the soaring warship's top floor burst into a dazzling white light. A giant energy beam about 500 meters in diameter was shooting from the Black Wind bastion at an unimaginable speed. Not only the Black Wind, but the Black Mosquito on the other side also shot out a giant energy beam of the same size at the same time. This was clearly the super star-obliterating cannon on a 10,000-meter-long Galaxy-class bastion, firing at full power. Its power was so terrifying that it could easily shatter a small meteor. Such a terrifying destructive power was not something an ordinary battleship could withstand, at least not this soaring warship. Even if it was an enhanced version of a special battleship that was close to the highest grade. Not to mention the fact that there were 2 terrifying superstar destroyer cannons attacking from the front and back. Even if there was only one, the rising tongue ship was like a swamp right now. There was no way for it to use its speed or space jump to avoid the attack. The final outcome was already decided. The moment the soaring warship's hull was hit by the 2 super star-obliterating cannons, the destruction of the soaring warship would come at the same time as the disintegration of the entire battleship. And this moment was not far away. To be more precise, it was already in front of them, perhaps in the next second. Zhang Wuji, I'm not done with you. As his expression changed, Zhuangwu let out a miserable roar with a ferocious expression. At the same time, he reached out to grab Zhuo Licheng, who was beside him, before the latter could react, and before he could even finish his miserable roar, which was full of resentment, his figure disappeared in an instant. Facing these 2 destructive energy beams, Zhuangwu was certain that the Feng-Tung ship under his feet would not be able to survive. Therefore, even though he was unwilling, he still took Zhuo Licheng and escaped for the Feng-Tung ship at the first possible moment due to his strong desire to survive. Although the soaring warship was 3,000 meters long and the 2 superstar obliterating cannons were only 500 meters in diameter, this kind of tearing would not completely destroy the soaring warship. Therefore, even if the soaring warship was destroyed, some of the demon experts inside would still be able to survive. Unfortunately, This probability was not ideal. Of the 6,000 to 7,000 demon cultivators in the soaring warship, it would be good enough if 1,000 could survive. Zhuangwu naturally would not bet on this kind of luck. Therefore, abandoning the soaring warship was his only choice. Screech, rumble. Almost as soon as Zhuangwu and the pale-faced Zhuo Liqing appeared in the void not far from the cabin of the Feng Ting ship, an earth-shattering boom was heard from the Feng Tong ship several miles away. At this moment, blazing flames soared into the sky, illuminating most of the void. In addition, mixed with this huge explosion, there was also an incomparably ferocious howl coming from a front. Zhuangwu and his nephew subconsciously turned their heads to look, and what they saw immediately made them scream again. Oh my God, where did so many mosquito beasts come from? And are they all void-swallowing beasts? Oh my God, Zhang Wuji, it's really you. You have 2 origin-state ferocious beasts with you. Who are you? In the distance, the army of mosquito beasts and ladle soldiers, who had been hiding their auras, revealed themselves at this moment and surrounded them from all directions. As for Yi Xian, he was standing on the back of the ladle emperor with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the mosquito Prince Schweb Ben's aura surged. Chapter 2974. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations leave no one alive. Rumble, rumble. As the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were bombarded by the Super Star Destroyer cannons, the 3,000-meter-long Feng Tong ship was blown into 3 pieces in an instant. The 2 pieces of the ship that were hit by the Super Star Destroyer cannons were almost vaporized. Apparently, the demon dwellers who were in this part of the ship were also vaporized. At the same time, the surviving demon dwellers fled out of the gaps in the wreckage of the Feng Tong ship. Their faces were filled with fear, and some of them were even screaming. They were obviously scared out of their wits. After the survivors rushed out of the Feng Tong ship, they immediately scattered. Their only thought was to leave this place as soon as possible. They didn't care about anything else. Originally, there were 6,000 or 7,000 demon dwellers. Now, there were only about 4,000 left. They were like stray dogs running for their lives. They didn't have the slightest desire to fight. Unfortunately, these demon dwellers were destined to die here today. Their bones would be buried in this quiet void. Screech, whoosh. Along with the endless ferocious roars, the mosquito beasts and the ladle soldiers in the void began to move. With ferocious expressions, they pounced on the fleeing demon dwellers. A fierce battle unfolded in an instant. To be more precise, this was clearly a one-sided slaughter. Thousands of demon dwellers' blood splattered in the void. Yi Xian had made it clear before. This time, none of the living things in the target ship would be left alive. Since the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship had been exposed, this was Yi Xian's only choice. There was no room for negotiation. At this moment, with the arrival of the mosquito beasts and the army of ladles that had been lying in ambush in the air, Yi Xian, who was standing on the back of the 8-star ladle, had already arrived in front of Zhuo Liqing and Zhuangwu. He expressionlessly looked at the pair of uncle and nephew from a distance of about a mile. Behind him, except for the mosquito beast Prince Schweben, who was hovering in the void and flapping his blood-red wings from time to time, there was no one else. All the mosquito beasts and the ladle soldiers had pounced on the terrified demon dwellers. Who are you? Why did you betray the demon dwellers and work for the human dwellers of the third universe? Zhuangwu had already begun to tremble uncontrollably from the moment Yi Xian appeared. Even the words that he braced himself to ask Yi Xian were clearly trembling. He was really scared, terrified. Although the man and the 2 beasts seemed to be alone, on the surface, they were incomparable to the army of ferocious beasts that pounced on the demon dwellers just now. But in fact, whether it was the huge void-swallowing beast on the back of Yi Xian like a mount or the blood-red mosquito beast floating behind it, they could kill him with a raise of their hands. There was no room for resistance. Zhuangwu was well aware of this. He also knew that he would not be able to escape death today. Since the other party had taken the initiative to expose such a shocking secret from the beginning, It was natural that he would not leave anyone alive. But even if he had to die, Zhuangwu did not want to die in such a sullen manner. He was indeed powerless to resist, and did not want to resist. At this moment, the only reason he asked Yixian with unwillingness was that he could know Yixian's true identity before he died. Even if he died, he had to know. You can call me Yixian. It seems that you have more or less guessed the truth. Shrugging his shoulders, Yixian lightly said, "That's right. These two space fortresses no longer belong to your demon race. However, you guessed wrong when it came to selling your life for the human race. Because I am the human dwellers you're talking about." After saying that, Yixian waved his hand disinterestedly. "Go. Remember to cut out the brain nucleus. It is full of pure spiritual origin energy." The last sentence was obviously directed at the mosquito beast prince, Shui Ben, who was floating behind him. Screech. The latter obviously understood. He immediately let out a shrill cry, and with a flap of his wings, his entire body turned into a stream of blood-red brilliance and shot out at extreme speed. Yixian, however, turned around and swept toward the black mosquito in the distance. From beginning to end, he did not even look at Zhuo Liqing, who was hiding behind Zhuangwu and was obviously scared out of his wits. He treated him like air and ignored him. At this moment, as Yixian turned around and left, Zhuo Liqing, who had been in fear all this time, suddenly realized that the final moment had come. At this moment, even his body, which was trembling like a sieve because of the great fear, returned to normal. The fear in his eyes disappeared, and his eyes, which were fixed on Yixian's back, were full of endless resentment, despair, and unwillingness. He raised his head and let out a mournful roar. Unfortunately, this howl that seemed to be the final cry of life seemed to be so short, and it had just started howling when it came to an abrupt stop. As Shui Ben, who was so fast that he almost turned into a stream of blood-red light, arrived in an instant, Zhuangwu and Zhuo Liqing's heads almost flew into the sky at the same time. At this moment, the last thought that flashed through the uncle and nephew's minds was surprisingly the same. The warning signal to the Demon Emperor planet for help should have been successfully sent out. In less than 10 minutes, everything had come to an end. Thousands of demons were all killed, just as Yixian had instructed. Not a single one was left. After the battle, the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers first gathered all the corpses of the demons and piled them into a small mountain of flesh and blood. At the same time, Yixian took out his own battle weapon and let the demon blood sword spirit contained in the demon blood star, Tears, sword wantonly absorb the essence of qi and blood. In the end, the entire mountain of flesh and blood turned into a withered corpse. At the same time, the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers immediately returned to the black wind and the black mosquito. As for the brains that were cut out from the brains of the demons, they were gathered together and handed over to Yixian. In total, there were more than 4,000, including the brains of Zhuo Liqing and Zhuangwu. Unfortunately, even if they were all absorbed in one go, the spiritual origin power contained in the brains of these 4,000 demons was far from enough to allow Yixian's spiritual origin core to transform and evolve again. After all, it would be a 7th grade source core if it were to transform again. Among the entire demon race, only the Demon Emperor Mo when Tian had reached this level. It was obviously not easy. As he thought of this, Yixian sighed faintly and put all the demon cores into a small space box, which he then kept in his undying world. Chapter 2975. Meteor 5th Order Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yixian didn't know that Zhuangwu had sent a distress signal to the demonic Emperor planet as soon as he saw the Black Mosquito spaceship. In fact, even Zhuangwu and Zhuo Liqing couldn't be sure of the answer. Not long after the informant who'd received the order turned and left, the Black Wind and Black Mosquito's superstar destroyers were fired. Whether or not that demon had managed to send out the distress signal before the Feng Tong ship was destroyed had become an unsolved case. As for Yixian, after successfully dealing with Zhuo Fengtai and Zhuo Liqing, He didn't waste any time and immediately stored the black wind into the undying world within his body. Then, he waved his hand and put away the wreckage of the Feng-Tung battleship. Although it was just a pile of junk, it was too eye-catching to throw it in the void near the entrance of a wormhole. It was extremely inappropriate. Finding a remote place to throw it away would be more reassuring than leaving it here. With the disappearance of the wreckage of the rising Tung battleship, the void, where a monstrous slaughter was taking place not long ago, finally returned to its original tranquility. If it weren't for the faint smell of blood that still lingered in the void, it would have been as if nothing had ever happened. After confirming that there were no traces left behind, Yi Xian was completely relieved. Then he stepped into the Black Mosquito spaceship with the 8-starred Wang ladle behind him. As for the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shui Ben, he directly put him into the Beast bracelet on his wrist. Even though there were no outsiders here, Yi Xian didn't dare to let him stay outside for too long. If he was accidentally angered and went crazy, even Yi Xian didn't have much confidence in suppressing him with the influence of the slave seal. About 5 minutes later, all the preparations for the long-distance wormhole jump were ready. Then, after asking Yi Xian that there was nothing else to do and that he could enter the wormhole at any time and embark on the journey back to the Black Mosquito spaceship, the demon slave in charge of the central control room of the Black Mosquito spaceship immediately gave the order. More than 10 seconds later, Black Mosquito Cruise, which had been hovering in the void, suddenly moved. It turned into a black arrow and dived into the wormhole in front of it. The return journey to the Black Mosquito planet had officially begun. However, what awaited Yi Xian on the Black Mosquito spaceship was not good news. The mastermind behind Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu's sneak attack at the edge of the black hole was obviously Zhuo Fengtai. In this kind of situation, Yi Xian returned unscathed, but Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu were nowhere to be seen for a long time. With Zhuo Fengtai's slyness, it wouldn't be long before he realized it. When that happened, the entire Black Mosquito spaceship would be thrown into an unprecedented storm. However, although Zhuo Fengtai was strong, he was only a fourth-order origin. If they really fought, 8-star Wang Biao would be enough to restrain him. The one who really troubled Yi Xian was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Griskel Ray. Although this person's cultivation base was only at origin stage, first stage, which was the same as the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shui Ben, he was a special existence who had started as the tribe's holy son and continued to grow. He had even become the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest for many years now. His overall combat strength was clearly not as simple as his cultivation base seemed. If that wasn't the case, why would Zhuo Fengtai be afraid? Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the Mosquito Prince Shui Ben was most likely no match for Griskel Ray. Therefore, when the conflict broke out and High Priest Griskel got involved, Yi Xian would have to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn again, no matter what. However, that was exactly what he didn't want. The Black Mosquito Star was not the Holy Devil Forbidden Land. Once he used the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, it was very likely that news would leak out. If the Devil Emperor Mo, when found out about it, there might be unnecessary trouble. After all, the Devil Emperor had a special relationship with the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Although that was tens of thousands of years ago, for such an important matter, the royal family of the Devil People would most likely have some ancient books that were similar to their ancestral teachings that had been passed down for generations. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Yi Xian really did not want to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, let alone the headless infant corpse. Unfortunately, if Griskel Ray really interfered this time, he would have no choice but to use it. Of course, Yi Xian could just ignore it and go somewhere else to avoid the brunt of it. That was what he thought at first. He did not even want to become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, after he had deceived the Devil Emperor and the others with the excuse of coveting the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son and successfully escaped from the Devil Emperor planet, he had coincidentally become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Therefore, Yi Xian's thoughts gradually changed. Under such circumstances, if he did not go to the Black Mosquito tribe, it would be tantamount to confessing without being pressed. The entire Devil People race would quickly put him on the wanted list. However, Yi Xian had no intention of returning to the human world in Universe 3. After all, the fragment of the immortal-level superbrain that was the intelligent core of his personal starry sky communication system had been slowly growing and strengthening after Yi Xian had thrown in some ordinary multi-pupil thought crystals. He believed that it would not be long before the fragment received an upgrade. If nothing unexpected happened, Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system would become much more powerful. Its range of coverage would also be much wider. At that time, he could start to search the Demon Dweller's star field, and even the vast star fields of the first universe outside this star field, and try to find out if he could find any news about the devouring origin. It wasn't easy for him to come to the first universe occupied by the heavenly legacy race. If he didn't settle this matter along the way, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to accept it. Therefore, he was determined to become the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. With this identity, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the domain in the future. Just as Yi Xian's thoughts were spinning in his mind, calculating everything and deciding on his next step, the Black Mosquito Bastion had successfully completed its first wormhole jump. After activating the concealment array, it instantly transformed into an invisible arrow and sped towards the second wormhole in front of it. But even so, even if the Black Mosquito cruiser traveled at full speed and performed long-distance wormhole jumps intermittently, it would still take more than a few days to reach the Black Mosquito cruiser. Therefore, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his state of mind. He pulled out a large amount of star core from the undying world within him and threw it all to the devouring progenitor. He wanted to take advantage of this free time to try to break through to the next level. He hoped to reach Meteor Level 5 before he reached Black Mosquito Planet. Chapter 2976. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin to think about it in detail ding. A large amount of star core origin has been discovered. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? As Yi Xian took out a large amount of star core origin from his undying world and threw it to the devouring system, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Without hesitation, Yi Xian gave an affirmative reply. Then he sat cross-legged on the leather sofa in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito cruise and entered a state of cultivation, forgetting everything around him. In the core hall of the top floor area, only the 8-star Wang ladle was quietly lying on the ground. There was no need to doubt the loyalty of these soldiers because the Void Essence had given the Void Essence Crystal, which represented the core of the Void Essence, to Yi Xian. Therefore, to these soldiers, the invisible aura emitted from Yi Xian's body was clearly their Void Essence Crystal. From a certain point of view, these soldiers were more reliable than Yi Xian's demon slaves. Screech. As Yi Xian entered a state of cultivation again, his entire mind was gradually immersed in the supreme mysteries of the Dongshu fragment. Then, an earth-shattering familiar voice immediately sounded from the depths of the void, attracting Yi Xian's consciousness. At the same time, images flashed in his mind. The world of the Dongshu fragment that he had entered twice before appeared once again. The scene in front of him was so familiar. In his line of sight, a terrifying claw that was enormous like the sky was silently stretching out from the distant darkness of space. With a casual swipe, space was instantly obliterated, and a vast expanse of space collapsed. Then, from the endless darkness, a round head stretched out. Its eyes were surrounded by endless chaotic mist. Although the light in its eyes could not be seen, Yi Xian could clearly feel its fury. Only now did he recall that the last 2 times he came here, even though the giant starry sky tortoise had also made a sound, it was merely a meaningless roar. It was as if it was relying on this to shake the entire void and send a signal to all existences. This is my territory. But this time, the giant tortoise's voice was clearly a shrill and angry roar. Not only did it carry an extremely strong sense of fury, but also seemed to be extremely serious, as if it had encountered a major event that could pierce through the sky. Could it be that as he cultivated this insightful emptiness fragment and improved his cultivation base, he was able to see some of the subsequent scenes from this illusory inheritance? If that was really the case, Then why was this terrifying giant tortoise, whose terrifying strength was almost as large as a galaxy, so enraged, as if it had gone berserk? In addition, when he was collecting the perfect nine-eyed golden crystal and accepting the inheritance of the heaven-falling bough, he saw the chaotic battle between countless Desolation-era creatures. Did this giant tortoise also participate in it? As he entered the illusory inheritance scene of the Dongshu fragment again, Yi Xian sensed everything in front of him and compared the two scenes of inheritance of the Dongshu fragment with the heaven-falling bough. At this moment, he was sure that the aura was exactly the same, and they were from the same era. The aura of the Void Prison, which was regarded as the holy devil-forbidden area by the demon tribe, was also the same. These two illusory scenes and the real Void Prison were undoubtedly from the Desolation era. If this was the case, the battle that year affected almost the entire Desolation era, so the giant tortoise should have been alarmed and affected. Then did it participate in the battle that year? Or in other words, did it survive or die at the end of the battle? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt a sense of fear. This giant tortoise was so powerful that a small pattern on its shell was as large as a galaxy. It could even destroy the endless void of an entire galaxy with a casual flick of its forelimbs. If such a terrifying existence had died in the battle that happened in the distant Desolation era, then what kind of powerful existence would the final victor be? In addition, the void cage that was used to seal the corpses of countless creatures from the Primordial Age was clearly ripped out from the Starlight River of the Primordial Age by some supreme divine ability and thrown into the infinite void. Judging from the fact that the continents in the void cage seemed to be scattered pieces and were separated from each other by a void barrier that was full of space turbulence, it could be confirmed that this was the case. Regarding this, although Yi Xian only saw the edge of the continent where the corpse pool was, the situation was indeed so. However, according to his analysis, the condition of the edges of the continents in the other areas was most likely the same. This was enough to prove that the entire cage world was forcibly torn apart from the Desolation era by some kind of power. If it were not for the countless corpses in the corpse pool, this situation of a broken world being forcibly torn apart and separated could be a natural result of the collapse of heaven and earth caused by some kind of monstrous battle. However, although this possibility existed, it could not explain everything in the corpse pool. Therefore, all this must be the work of the final victor of the battle that year. Yi Xian even suspected that the so-called will of the heavenly way in this cage world was the work of the other party. Perhaps it was a fake will of the heavenly way condensed from a strand of its divine soul. After all, how could there be a complete will of the heavenly way in a broken world that was forcibly separated from the Desolation era? The will of the heavenly way in the Desolation era could not be so weak. Yi Xian did not think deeply about these questions before, because the subsequent events unfolded one after another. He simply did not have time to care about these questions. However, at this moment, when he inadvertently thought about it, he suddenly felt a sense of extreme fear. The reason why that existence created this void cage world was very obvious. It was only to imprison and seal the bloodline and inheritance of the Desolation-era creatures that died in the battle that year, so that they would not leak out. The ferocious Starry Sky beasts in the cage world had some Desolation-era bloodline in their bodies. Although it was very faint, they were still imprisoned and could not leave. However, this time, he had swept away a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals from the corpse pool. The truth of these sense crystals was obviously that these Desolation-era creatures were unwilling to die. Because the last strand of obsession in their bodies was triggered, they produced corpse flowers and condensed corpse fruits in order to leave behind their inheritance. Unfortunately, only the corpses of the Desolation-era creatures that produced the perfect 9-pupil golden crystal could be considered to have successfully left behind their inheritance. The others had all failed. Yi Xian had 108 such inheritances in his hands. He had even obtained one of them and integrated it into his bloodline. In addition, there was the headless infant corpse. Looking at its power, it clearly had a greater origin, but he had also brought it out. Chapter 2977. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Screech. Just as Ixin was filled with fear due to the distracting thoughts that suddenly appeared in his mind, and his entire body had already fallen into a state of fear, a long and mournful howl sounded out once again. It was still the voice of the giant turtle in space. Ixin was immediately awakened. He threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused his attention on the distant starry sky of the illusory world of the primordial legacy. In his line of sight, following the second roar that was even more mournful and angry, the enormous giant star tortoise crawled out from the depths of the endless darkness. The oppressive aura emitted from its terrifying giant tortoise body seemed to have enveloped the entire world in an instant, causing the space to tremble as if it could not bear it and was about to collapse. This aura was so powerful that Ixin couldn't even guess what realm it was. He only knew that even among all the starry sky powerhouses he had ever met, the current Demon Emperor, the most powerful one, was only at the 9th level of the profound void realm. Compared to what Ixin felt from the giant star tortoise, it could only be considered an ant-like existence. No, he couldn't even be considered an ant. Comparing the two of them together was an extremely brainless method. What caused Ixin to be even more shocked and surprised was that there was clearly a strand of strong killing intent within the powerful aura that emanated from the giant astral tortoise's body at this moment. It was invisible, and like an extremely fast arrow, it swiftly shot towards the distant space to the right with a bang. It was like a final warning. Before Ixin could react to what had happened, at the end of the right side of the void where the invisible killing intent had shot towards, there was also a deep and dark void. Strangely enough, a resounding and clear dragon roar that could split the clouds suddenly sounded. It was like the roar of a giant dragon, and it revealed a vast and indescribable mysterious pressure that shot into the sky and instantly spread throughout the boundless void. Ixin's mind shook violently, and he didn't feel good at all. He also had a strong sense of familiarity with this dragon roar. It was clearly the voice of the giant star dragon. When Ixin received the inheritance of the immortal ancestor dragon's blood, he had also entered such an illusory world of the primordial era and looked into the eyes of the giant star dragon. And the latter even raised its claw and pointed at Ixin from afar, shooting a ray of golden light into his glabella. That strand of golden light contained the bloodline of the starry sky dragon. Only after obtaining it would Ixin be able to completely refine that drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. But why did the giant star dragon come here? It was the same as the giant star tortoise. It was clearly just a form imprint left behind by two supreme existences from the distant primordial era. Even the primordial void that Ixin was looking at right now might have long since been annihilated in the river of time and space. What was displayed in front of him was just a holographic, three-dimensional film of a long time ago. Although the giant golden dragon's immortal ancestor dragon's blood also had a similar image, at least the background of this primordial era void, how could it appear here at this moment? The two images were clearly illusory. Even the starry sky dragon and the starry sky tortoise, the two terrifying creatures from the Desolation era, were illusory imprints in the images. It was impossible for them to have any connection at all, just as Ixin's mind was in a state of complete chaos with his mouth agape, a figure with an aura that was not the slightest bit weaker than the giant tortoise's. He finally appeared in the darkness of the void to his right, accompanied by the resounding sound of a dragon's roar. Sure enough, it was the giant golden dragon that was entirely golden and exuded the endless majesty of an emperor. Roar! At this moment, Ixin's mind was roaring again. He was full of disbelief and could not accept what he saw in front of him. At the same time, the giant golden dragon, with the supreme majesty of an emperor, rushed out of the endless darkness of the void to the right. At this moment, it stretched out its neck and roared again. Not only did it directly ignore the hollow void giant tortoise's warning, but its right front claw also seemed to be showing its stance. With the second dragon roar, it suddenly waved its claw. Rumble. A huge explosion of heaven and earth was heard. Under the power of the giant golden dragon's casual wave, a vast galaxy was turned into nothingness, and a huge black hole was born, revealing an endless suction force. Several nearby galaxies were instantly sucked in and swallowed, but not even a single scale of the giant golden dragon was shaken. This clearly meant that it was not going to back down. If it wanted to fight, then fight. After keenly capturing this point, Yi Xian felt even worse. The scene in front of him clearly made him feel that the hollow void giant tortoise and the divine golden dragon were fighting for territory. This feeling was originally just a flash of inspiration, but Yi Xian caught some inspiration in an instant. At this moment, as his heart trembled violently again, a bold guess that was so exaggerated that even he himself could not believe slowly emerged in his mind, and it became more and more intense and clear. Fighting for territory? If there were no accidents, this should be the truth. Perhaps this was the reason why the giant golden dragon's inheritance image, which only existed in the drop of a mortal ancestor dragon's blood, was able to cross the boundary and reach the inheritance image left behind by the hollow void giant tortoise. Whether it was the inheritance left behind by the hollow void giant tortoise, or the drop of a mortal ancestor dragon's blood that represented the bloodline of the giant golden dragon, they were all obtained by Yi Xian. The ancestor dragon's blood had been refined and integrated into his own bloodline, and the profound meaning of the immortal ancestor dragon's blood was everywhere in Yi Xian's body. These two supreme inheritances from the antiquity age were now in his body. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on one mountain. Fighting for territory was naturally unavoidable. Even if it did not appear now, one day in the future, it would eventually erupt. This bold guess almost instantly made Yi Xian's heart sink. On one hand, it was his own cultivation method, and on the other hand, it was the giant golden dragon's inheritance that had been integrated into his bloodline, and he had also activated the body-tempering secret technique contained within. To him, these were all extremely important things, and he could not afford to lose them. Yi Xian was naturally the one who didn't want to see such a tragedy of infighting. In addition, it didn't matter if these two fellows were fighting over territory, but the key point was that they were both in their own bodies. Although they were only a single inheritance imprint, Yi Xian didn't dare to doubt their might in the slightest. Such a terrifying force was actually using his body as a battlefield for a decisive battle, and wanted to start a great battle. This was clearly a scam. Screech. Chapter 2978. A round of mahjong on the other hand. Before Yi Xian could recover from the great shock of the golden dragon's sudden arrival, a long howl filled with endless sharpness suddenly appeared from the left side of the void without any warning. It was as if it had come from the heavens, and Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost collapsed in an instant. Although this roar was not like the previous roar from the Dongshu void giant tortoise and the golden dragon, Yi Xian found it extremely familiar. But at this moment, when Yi Xian roughly understood the source of the conflict between the Dongshu void giant tortoise and the golden dragon, he did not need to think about the origin of this roar at all. He understood it in an instant. In fact, it was the appearance of this roar that reminded Yi Xian of one thing. That was the supreme desolate level inheritance he had obtained seemed to be only the two golden dragons and the giant tortoise in front of him. Not to mention the others, the heaven-falling bow divine ability that was inherited from the nine-eyed golden crystal was clearly a desolate level inheritance. Moreover, this heaven-falling bow divine ability also happened to leave a consciousness imprint from the desolate era, and it was the scene of the bloody battle that had taken place in the desolate era. In that bloody battle, where the flames of war had spread to almost every area of the desolate era, although Yi Xian did not see the Dongshu void giant tortoise, Yi Xian saw the golden dragon and mysterious figure who left behind the heaven-falling bow divine ability. In that shocking battle, there were countless desolate era creatures who were engaged in bloody slaughter, but there were clearly more than 100 figures who were the most eye-catching. At that time, Yi Xian casually glanced at them and captured their existence. These 100 figures were obviously the supreme existences who stood at the top of the pyramid among the countless desolate era creatures. The golden dragon was one of them. Although the desolate ancient Yiksha, who left behind the heaven-falling bow divine ability, was only a few feet in size, it could not be compared to the golden dragon, whose body was so huge that it could directly crush an entire galaxy. But it was clearly one of the most eye-catching figures among the 100 or so supreme existences. The unparalleled sharpness of the bow that could split the sky with a raise of its hand had clearly startled countless primordial beings in the void battleground in the illusory inheritance scene. Even the 100 primordial powerhouses like the Golden Dragon had clearly cast fearful gazes toward it at that moment. In other words, this desolate ancient Yiksha was most likely a supreme desolate era creature of the desolate era, on the same level as the giant tortoise and the golden dragon. Therefore, it was also qualified to participate in the battle between the desolate ancient dragon and the golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the one-on-one situation had turned into a three-on-one situation. If there was one more person, it would be enough to form a mahjong table. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt like crying, but no tears came out, because he suddenly thought of another matter. In the heaven-falling bow divine ability inheritance scene, Yi Xian saw more than 100 supreme existences like the golden dragon and the desolate ancient Yiksha. This time, the nine-eyed golden crystal he obtained from the corpse pool, which contained a desolate era divine ability inheritance, seemed to be exactly the same number. 108. There is almost no difference between the two. This should be just a coincidence, right? Otherwise, if Yi Xian were to collect the remaining 1079-eyed golden crystals in the future and obtain the inheritance of the primordial divine ability within them, then the terrifying power that would start a battle within his body and fight for territory. Even if the Dongshu giant tortoise and the golden dragon were not be counted, there would be at least 108 of them. Just thinking about it made one shudder. Unfortunately, as this thought surfaced in his mind, even Yi Xian himself did not believe that it was just a coincidence. No wonder there were countless consciousness crystals in the corpse pool, but only a little over 100 of them had reached the perfect grade of 9 pupils and successfully passed down the bloodline divine ability. This ability to pass down the bloodline divine ability after death was obviously not simple. Ordinary primordial creatures would not be able to do it. Most likely, only the supreme existences of the desolate era had this ability. Therefore, the identity of the corpses that gave birth to the 108 demonic corpse flowers and bore the inheritance crystal fruit in their flower trays was obvious. They were the ones Yi Xian saw in the heaven-falling bow divine ability inheritance scene, the 100 or so powerful existences who dominated the battlefield. He just did not know if the remaining 179 golden crystals contained the cultivation methods and bloodline legacies of the Dongshu, Void, Giant Tortoise, and Golden Dragon. If there were, it would mean that they had also fallen in that battle back then. If not, it was very likely that it would have survived. At most, it would have escaped with heavy injuries. With the terrifying vitality of such a creature, it was possible that it was still alive today. It was possible that it was hiding in the depths of some void plane, slowly recovering from the wounds it had suffered in the past. All this took a long time to describe, but in fact it flashed through Yi Xian's mind like lightning. At this moment, with the third unexpected roar, a figure of not very tall silently shot over from the furthest dark void from the left. The moment it entered Yi Xian's sight, he immediately sighed faintly. He guessed right. This figure that rushed over at a very fast speed was only a few dozen feet tall. It had a pair of huge wings on its back. At this moment, it was this pair of black demon wings that flapped rapidly, turning its figure into a fast meteor that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. It swept over in the void. While they were still far away, an incomparably sharp, murderous aura had already rushed over, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. Even the Dongshu giant tortoise and the golden divine dragon, who had almost fought on the spot, turned their heads to look at the same time. There was a trace of surprise and fear in their eyes. This figure was clearly the same as the corpse that grew out of Yi Xian's mouth when he was picking the first 9 pupil golden crystal. He opened his mouth wide and looked up at the corpse pool, causing the demonic beauty that nurtured the 9 pupil golden crystal to grow from the roots of the corpse flower. The only difference was that between its eyebrows, there was a small golden bow pattern, which was exactly the same as the inheritance mark of the heaven-falling bow in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. It was obvious that the one who had arrived was the small golden bow that was suspended in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. As for the figure of the desolate ancient Yiksha, it was only a virtual one. It was only to show off its identity and origin. Buzz, at this moment, just as the ancient Yiksha, transformed by the small golden bow, was coming from the left in another direction, the fourth existence that was fighting for territory finally appeared at this moment. Before its figure arrived, there was already a faint, high-frequency, buzzing sound in the void. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. This time, a table of mahjong was finally gathered. However, although it was not that he did not think that this guy would also interfere and suddenly appear at this moment, it was basically impossible. Chapter 2979. Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans in the fog of infant corpse hum, accompanied by a violent trembling sound that seemed to resonate with the entire void. A huge, blood-colored, curved horn about 30 feet in length whizzed over from the void in that direction and appeared out of thin air. Apart from Yi Xian, the giant tortoise, the giant golden dragon, and the desolate ancient Yiksha that was formed by the heavenly fallen bow's imprint all looked towards the giant blood-colored horn that was whistling towards them. This huge horn was the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn that the Weeping Soul Bloody Ape had created when its original body was petrified and stuck on the cliff in the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor planet, which then became a space tunnel that connected the Forbidden Valley to the Forbidden Valley. The Weeping Soul Bloody Horn was formed by the Weeping Soul Bloody Ape. In that shocking battle that occurred in the distant Desolate Era, the bloodline source of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's predecessor, an ancient blood ape with extremely mysterious aura in its eyes, had also appeared. Yi Xian had seen it in the picture of the Sky-Fallen Bow's inheritance. The ape even seemed to have sensed something. It turned its head and glanced at Yi Xian with a touch of insidious evilness in its eyes that could make one's soul tremble. At that time, in the vast void of the Desolate Antiquity Era, countless creatures of the Desolate Antiquity Era were fighting fiercely. Only the desolate ancient blood ape was hiding behind a dark dead star by itself. Its eyes were filled with delight and satisfaction that it had succeeded in its scheme. It was quietly observing the entire battlefield. That was why it gave Yi Xian the strongest impression of it as a schemer. As for its strength, since the desolate ancient blood ape didn't make a move in the picture of the Sky-Fallen Bow's inheritance, Yi Xian couldn't figure out its strength. He couldn't be sure whether it was at the same level as the Dongshu Void Tortoise or not. Therefore, the Weeping Soul Blood Horn shouldn't have appeared in this chaotic battle for territory. It wasn't just because the ancient blood ape, the source of the Bloodhorn's bloodline, wasn't one of the most powerful beings in the primordial era. It didn't have the qualifications to compete with the Dongshu giant tortoise. More importantly, this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had clearly been suppressed and refined by the headless infant corpse not long ago. Even if the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, whose bloodline was highly atavistic and later collapsed its remnant soul to condense this horn, had left some kind of hidden backup plan in this blood horn that was equivalent to a newborn bloodline. But since the headless infant corpse had already made its move, with its terrifying strength that could heavily injure the remnant world and fake will of the heavenly Tao in the desolate ancient cage, it would not be able to do anything. Those hidden arrangements had most likely been erased long ago. In other words, it was impossible for there to be any problems with the bloodhorn that had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Therefore, in Yi Xian's opinion, even if the source of its bloodline, the ancient blood ape, was in existence at the level of a supreme expert from the primordial era, in a scene like today, this blood horn shouldn't have a chance to appear. But now it had clearly come. Moreover, its aura was clearly extremely domineering and arrogant. Before its figure appeared, the entire space of the inheritance was already covered by its violent, buzzing sound, completely enveloping it. It carried a supremely domineering aura of disdain and contempt. In addition, even the Dongshu giant tortoise, the golden divine dragon, and the desolate ancient Yaksha, who turned their heads to look, had a faint trace of fear in their eyes when they saw the blood horn whistling over. In addition to fear, what was more intense was surprise. Screech. Before Yixin could recover from his shock, the desolate ancient Yaksha that was whistling over had already let out a second roar towards the sky. Then it abruptly turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the endless darkness of the void in the direction it came from. Yixin could clearly hear a sense of undisguised surprise and gratification from the roar before it turned around and left. It was as if suddenly seeing this blood horn was equivalent to its wish being fulfilled. In addition, the golden dragon on the right side of the void also let out a high-pitched roar, then turned around without hesitation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The meaning of this dragon's roar was exactly the same as the roar of the desolate ancient Yaksha. Both were pleasantly surprised and gratified. The only difference was that the surprise in the dragon's roar seemed to be stronger, while the gratification was obviously much fainter. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in this inheritance scene had quietly changed. The three forces that had originally seen a great battle turn around without hesitation and walk to two sides. The reason why the remaining Dongshu giant tortoise did not leave was most likely because this was its territory. In other words, if it wasn't for this, the Dongshu giant tortoise would have turned around and left long ago. This scene happened so suddenly that Yixin immediately fell into a strong shock and was unable to accept it for a long time. Even if the source of the bloody horn, the treacherous primordial blood ape, was powerful, it couldn't be so powerful that the golden dragon and the primordial Yaksha didn't dare to face the bloody horn condensed by the remnant soul of its bloodline descendant, right? Moreover, the golden dragon and the desolate ancient Yaksha clearly did not have any dissatisfaction in their roars and roars before they turned around and left. There was only joy and excitement. Could it be? In shock, Yixin's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked at the huge blood horn in the distance again. In the next moment, his eyes lit up, and he seemed to have come to a sudden realization. So that was it. Although it was indeed the weeping soul blood horn that was coming, the consciousness in it was obviously someone else. It was the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp and attached to Yixin's left chest. After being refined by the headless baby corpse, the weeping soul blood horn also had a mark in the shape of a corpse lamp, but it was very small. At this moment, on the weeping soul blood horn that was roaring toward them, where the corpse lamp mark should have been, there was clearly a human face. To be more precise, it should be the face of an infant. It still had a slightly childish face, but its eyes were completely blood red and revealed endless ferocity that overflowed into the heavens. This strange face was very familiar to Yixin. It was exactly the same face that should have been on the neck of the headless baby corpse that had been holding in its hand. It was the headless baby corpse that was coming. In this way, everything could be explained. However, although this headless baby corpse must have a great origin, the Dongshu giant tortoise, the golden dragon, and the desolate ancient Yaksha were all supreme existences that stood proudly in the antiquity age. The latter even used to draw a bow and wanted to shoot down the sky with an arrow. How could such existences bow their heads so easily? Moreover, although they were afraid of this headless baby corpse, they did not have the slightest hostility. On the contrary, they showed their support and support. This was probably something that even the will of heaven in the antiquity age could not do. Then, this headless baby corpse, who was it? Chapter 2980. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Wrath of Feng Tai. As the Dongshu Void Tortoise's figure disappeared completely from the weeping soul blood horn's domineering aura, the entire void of inheritance fell into a strange silence. Even the buzzing sound in the void had disappeared without anyone noticing. At this moment, The weeping soul bloodhorn that was whistling through the air circled around the central void domain before turning around and shooting back the way it came from. It was as if its arrival was merely an act of inspection. Its purpose was to disperse the three forces that had almost fought over the territory. Perhaps it was also taking advantage of this opportunity to announce the ownership of this territory. It clearly meant that this territory belonged to it. The reason why the Dongshu Void Tortoise, the Golden Dragon, and the Desolate Yiksha had all chosen to retreat at once was very likely because they had understood this layer of meaning. Therefore, they had used this method to express their attitude. Unfortunately, all of this was just Yi Xian's conjecture. There was no way to confirm it. At this moment, although he also wanted to immediately stop the weeping soul bloodhorn that had circled around and immediately whizzed away, he wanted to personally ask the headless infant corpse to resolve the doubts in his heart. However, in this void of inheritance, although Yi Xian's consciousness existed, it couldn't make a sound, let alone make any substantial movements. This was because he didn't even have a body. He was like a ray of light cast from outside the window, watching the world through the window. There was nothing he could do except watch. Thus, the weeping soul bloodhorn whistled through the air in the end, and it quickly vanished. Yi Xian's consciousness was suddenly repelled by a repulsive force and retreated from the void of inheritance. In the next instant, the scene in front of him changed to Yi Xian's knowledge sea. At this moment, in 4 different directions above his knowledge sea, for different existences of different shapes were quietly floating and rotating slowly. The spirit source core, the void essence crystal, the small golden bow that represented the desolate Yiksha, and the golden dragon's bloodline, and the golden dragon scale. In response to the arrival of Yi Xian's self-awareness, the golden dragon scale of the golden bow that was hovering in the sea of consciousness did not react at all. It was as if they were completely unaware of everything that had happened in the void dimension fragment and had not participated in it at all. Yi Xian examined each of them separately with a complicated look in his eyes, and then he withdrew his gaze with a bitter smile. His gaze swept over the sea of consciousness that represented the cultivation realm of his hollow void skill, and was the source of his cultivation power. The sea of consciousness in front of him was clearly much stronger than before. The extent of its strength had even far surpassed the increase after the previous cultivation breakthrough. In addition, the energy of the origin source of the planet core that had been transferred to him through the devouring system had been fully transferred. Under the guidance of the original power in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, it had started to circulate according to the profound meaning of the incomplete Dongshu book. It had been refined and completely transformed into the power of Yi Xian's cultivation. In other words, the cultivation, this time, ended inexplicably. Fortunately, judging from the somewhat exaggerated degree of expansion of the sea of consciousness, the result of this cultivation was obviously achieved. His cultivation realm had successfully ushered in another breakthrough. With a touch of excitement, Yi Xian's self-consciousness immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness and ended the cultivation this time. The next moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito Cruise, slightly opened his eyes. As expected, the sound of the devouring system quietly rang out in his mind. What caught him off guard was that the sound of the system's notification rang out in his mind consecutively after a breakthrough. If it were not for the slight difference between the 2 notifications, Yi Xian would have mistakenly thought that the devouring system had inexplicably activated some kind of replay function. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation realm has increased. Current level, level 5 of the meteor state. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation realm has increased. Current level, level 6 of the sobbing star state. Level 5? Level 6? What's going on? Could it be that this time he had broken through 2 small levels in succession, from level 4 of the meteor state to level 6 of the meteor state? No wonder the expansion of the sea of consciousness was so exaggerated. If it was a breakthrough of 2 levels, it would make sense. The surprise came so quickly that Yi Xian was in a trance for half an hour before his state of mind finally recovered from the surging waves of excitement. After a quick analysis, he quickly came to a conclusion. The reason why he had unexpectedly ushered in 2 consecutive breakthroughs in his cultivation and advanced 2 small levels in the blink of an eye was not only because he had thrown a little too much star core origin to the devouring system to absorb energy, but more importantly, it was mostly related to the invisible improvement of his state of mind when he had used the heaven-falling bow for the second time to shoot an arrow at the will of the heavenly ways doppelganger in the desolate antiquity cage. In addition, the large amount of spiritual power, life force, and chi and blood force that the headless infant corpse had absorbed from the dozens of descendants of the demon emperor was so abundant that it had almost overnourished Yi Xian's head. This was most likely one of the reasons. Although this was also a guess, whether it was true or not was already meaningless. The most important thing was that Yi Xian's cultivation had indeed broken through to the 6th level of the meteor realm in one fell swoop. This was already the peak of the middle stage of this realm. After the next breakthrough, Yi Xian would officially enter the late stage of the meteor realm. At that time, he would almost be within reach of crossing this realm and entering the satellite realm behind it. He was finally about to enter the 3rd major realm. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yi Xian could not help but clench his right fist subconsciously. Waves of emotions surged in his heart again. In fact, not much time had passed since he had entered the starry sky environment with the vast void as his back. Yi Xian had finally advanced from the weakest meteor realm of the 1st level to the satellite realm, which was about to enter the 3rd major realm. Although he was still very weak, at least he had successfully taken the first solid step in the starry sky level and was closer to the path of the strongest in the future. After a short while, Yi Xian dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, adjusted his state of mind, and quickly calmed down. It was not until now that he realized that this cultivation session had taken him several days. Now that the Black Mosquito ship had jumped through many long-distance wormholes, it was already halfway through the journey. Even the black hole of life had been left behind. Will we arrive at the Black Mosquito star so soon? It really does feel like I'm not mentally prepared. Yi Xian muttered to himself, shaking his head with a wry smile. Obviously, he was just mocking himself. After returning to the Black Mosquito star, Yi Xian was even looking forward to everything that was about to happen. As the chief commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, how crazy would Zhuo Fengtai's anger be after confirming that his only son had been killed by the new holy son of the tribe? Chapter 2981. The Mosquito Slayer's request. In 2 days, the Black Mosquito would enter its final wormhole. Once it was done, it would be considered close to the edge of the Black Mosquito domain. During these 2 days, Yi Xian didn't do anything. Other than occasionally trying to contact the headless infant corpse that had transformed into a corpse lamp and was branded on his left chest, he didn't receive any response. The rest of the time, he spent almost all of it on the immortal level fragment that was the intelligence center of his personal space communication system. Ever since Yi Xian had acquired a large number of multi-pupil crystals from the corpse pool in the forbidden domain of Demonic Saint, he'd given them to the devouring system. The system had absorbed the crystal's energy and channeled it into its communications system's energy storage. Only a few days had passed since then, but the fragment that served as the intelligence center of the communication system had clearly grown a lot. Although it hadn't yet reached the point where it could break free from fragmentation, at least it had changed. The growth was clearly visible, and it was enough to excite Yi Xian. Before this, he had continuously thrown countless ordinary demonical star crystals, which were almost the size of small hill, but the immortal horn fragment did not show any reaction. Today's change had at least cleared away any lingering doubts Yi Xian had about the fragment's inability to recover. Not long after, the day this immortal fragment broke free from the fragmented level, was the day Yi Xian started an official search for news of the devouring origin in the demon domain, which was located at the edge of the first universe. Even if he didn't find anything in the domain of the demons, he'd just have to leave. The domain of the first cosmos was but a corner of the first cosmos. The void beyond was vast. Yi Xian's sixth sense told him that he would find the source of devouring essence in the first cosmos, and that day wouldn't be too far away. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the black mosquito finally finished its last wormhole jump. It traveled for a while in the void before its eyes, and then it came to a stop silently. Not far ahead was the edge of the black mosquito domain. Black Mosquito Bastion wasn't suited for navigating this region, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Yi Xian immediately took the 8-star royal ladle and left the Black Mosquito ship. With a wave of his hand, he kept it into his undying world. Then, he summoned his Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. The 8-star King ladle was sent directly to the lowest level of the Dongshu shuttle by Yi Xian. There, the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the 1,000 soldier ladles each chose a corner to nest in. Right now, it was an area that only belonged to the vicious beasts. The second level in the middle was where Guihai Yidao led a 1,000-man legion of fiend slaves. They were on standby. At that moment, Yi Xian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle and appeared on the first level at the top. There were only 2 people there, the wretched mosquito butcher and Hao Fongfong. These 2 fellows were sitting on the sofa in the resting area of the main cabin on the top floor. It was unknown what they were talking about, but when they heard the commotion, they both turned their heads and looked over. The wretched mosquito butcher's face was immediately filled with smiles as he stood up and eagerly walked over to Yi Xian. Hao Fongfong, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. Her face obviously darkened, but she did not say anything. Yi Xian knew that it was because his performance in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet was completely different from his usual self. This had greatly surprised him and made him want to distance himself from Hao Fongfong. But this was good. Yi Xian was looking forward to it, so he would not explain anything. At that moment, he saw that Hao Fongfong did not say anything and looked away after exchanging a glance with him. Yi Xian shrugged indifferently and said casually, "The Black Mosquito Star Zone is in front of us. Your Black Roar Star is not in the same direction as the Black Mosquito Star. So, if you have something to do, you'd better look at the star map and remind me at the right place to stop the Dongshu shuttle." In other words, he did not intend to bring Hao Fongfong back to the Black Mosquito Star with him. He was hinting that he would leave halfway, or even right now. What? You value the title of Holy Son of the Black Mosquito Tribe so much, and now you've finally got it. You and I are acquaintances. Don't tell me you didn't even think of inviting me to the most glorious Holy Sun ceremony? Yi Xian's words caused a trace of anger to flash through Hao Fongfong's eyes. She immediately replied with a mocking tone, "There will be a Holy Sun ceremony after that. But before that, I'm afraid the Black Mosquito Star will experience some turmoil. So, you won't get anything out of coming with me now." Yi Xian directly ignored the sarcasm in her words and frankly stated the reason. Although Hao Fongfong did not know that Yi Xian had killed Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, she was clear about the conflicts and disputes between the former and Yi Xian. When Yi Xian mentioned the turmoil on the Black Mosquito Star, he wanted her to think in this direction. I didn't steal Zhuo Liqing's Holy Sun title. No matter how angry Zhuo Fengtai is, he won't vent his anger on me, right? Do you really think I'm a pushover that anyone can bully? Hao Fongfong curled her lips and looked indifferent. Although there won't be any benefits, at least there won't be any harm. I'll just take it as watching a show. I'll make a small profit. After saying that, she turned around and walked into a cabin. Obviously, even if she was going to the Black Mosquito Star, she had no intention of staying with Yi Xian on the way. The latter shook his head speechlessly. However, he soon realized that ever since she became suspicious of him, although Hao Fongfong's feminine voice was still the same as before, she no longer called herself Luan Jia in front of him. This was a good sign. He could finally get rid of this sissy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately amused again. At this time, the wretched mosquito butcher, who had an ingratiating smile on his face, happened to be right in front of him. He bowed slightly and said with a bashful smile, "Master, I haven't been back to the Black Mosquito Star area for many years. Although I didn't have any relatives or friends when I left, and, I'm not a native of the Black Mosquito Star area, but a demon cultivator from another star area. I did stay here for a period of time. Why don't you take me with you this time? It's a good opportunity for me to see the supreme glory of my master when you become the Holy Sun. Do you really want to go to the Black Mosquito Star? Yi Xian was actually quite surprised that the wretched mosquito butcher would suddenly make such a request. However, after being stunned for a moment, he smiled indifferently and nodded without hesitation. That's fine. After all, I'm the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe in the future. I can't do everything by myself. I need someone to run errands for me. Chapter 2982. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Sensation. If it was in the past, before Yi Xian entered the Black Mosquito Star, he would definitely stop somewhere in the void near this star. After storing the Void Cave shuttle into the undying world within his body, he would then use his physical body to traverse the void and enter the Black Mosquito Star. After all, although the Dongshu shuttle's extraordinariness couldn't be easily seen from its exterior, a casual glance was enough to tell that it wasn't an ordinary ship that could be found on the streets. Yi Xian was an ordinary demon cultivator who had just entered the second great realm. It was indeed rather eye-catching to have such a small private warship, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Back then, even the strongest existence under his command, the Mosquito Beast Emperor Shueben, was only at the Origin Realm first level. Shueben was no match for the Black Mosquito Star's great commander Zhuofengdai or the High Priest Huigule. But now it was different. In terms of status, Yi Xian was already the holy son of the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Although his status in the entire tribe was far inferior to that of the great commander and the high priest, he was already on equal footing with the leaders of the 10 great devil cultivators. As for strength, other than the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shueben, Yi Xian now had an additional 8-star Wang ladle at the middle stage of the Origin Realm. These were all powers that could be publicly displayed. Needless to say, the former had already shown himself before leaving the Black Mosquito Star. Needless to say, he could just say that he had recently broken through. In any case, Shueben was crazy. He had broken through from the initial Black Hole Realm to the Origin Realm first level in just a few months. Even if it was shocking, no one would really investigate it. As for the 8-star Wanghua, he could also find an excuse to brush it off. Moreover, other than these 2 Origin stage ferocious beasts that could be publicly revealed, the secret power that Yi Xian could use was clearly even more powerful. It was one thing for the headless infant corpse to appear, but the small Black Mosquito Star wasn't qualified for it to take action. However, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was different. It was only a refined item from an infant's corpse. If he was truly forced into a corner, Yi Xian could just take it out and kill all the devil cultivator experts present. It just so happened that the number of magic cores in his possession was too little. He was afraid that there wouldn't be enough for the 6th evolution of the source core in his brain in the future. Since the previous concerns no longer existed, and the conflict between him and Zhuofengdai would come sooner or later, there was no need to deliberately hide anything. It was meaningless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian drove the Dongshu shuttle all the way from the edge of the Black Mosquito Star field. After arriving at the Black Mosquito Star, the speed of the battleship did not decrease in the slightest. Like an extremely fast arrow, it plunged into the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star and charged straight for the main city of the Black Mosquito Star. The Demonkin planets in the Demonkin tribe also had a star communication system, and the AI Center was also the star superbrain, but it was the most ordinary star superbrain. Although the Demonkin tribe was already used to the technological elements of the Heaven's Legacy race, they clearly weren't too keen on it. Therefore, the star network of the Demonkin star was simply too weak compared to the administrative planets of the Third World's human race. There were many functions that were lacking. However, as one of the 10 main planets of the Demonkin tribe's foreign tribes, the star network of the Black Mosquito Star was obviously not as simple as that of the 10 main planets of the Demonkin tribe, such as the Black Mountain Star. When necessary, they could take the initiative to contact the Demonkin Emperor Star and connect to the star network. As for receiving signals and information from the star network of the Demonkin Emperor star, there was naturally no problem. However, this kind of long-distance star network information transmission was extremely energy-consuming. Therefore, ever since the fierce mosquito ship left the Black Mosquito star and set off for the Demonkin Emperor star, Zhuofengtai had never contacted Zhuohongwu and Zhuoliqing. They were not qualified to use the long-distance star network communication function of the Demonkin Emperor star. Therefore, in Zhuofengtai's opinion, that ungrateful trial-taker of the Black Mountain star, Zhang Wuji, must have died on his way to the Demonkin Emperor star. Until a few days ago, when the star network of the Demonkin Emperor star suddenly sent an official circular letter, which was just a formality, Zhuofengtai was completely dumbfounded. The content of the circular letter was very simple and clear. The meaning was also very clear. Zhang Wuji, the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, was appointed by the Demonkin Emperor himself. Therefore, considering that his cultivation was too weak and unpresentable, the Grand Commander and the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe were ordered to supervise him and urge him to practice diligently and not to wander around without permission. At that time, the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing, would personally come to the Black Mosquito star to test his cultivation. The circular letter stunned Zhuofengtai on the spot. He was silent for a long time, and his mind was in a mess. Apparently, the High Priest, Wen Xing, also saw the circular letter at the same time. Therefore, when Zhang Wuji entered the Holy Demon Mystery Area for the first time in this trial, he had received some kind of spiritual power inheritance. Among the entire demon tribe, he was almost as talented as the holy son of the Black Wind tribe in terms of spiritual power. Therefore, the news that he had been appointed by the Demonkin Emperor as the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe spread to the entire Black Mosquito city almost instantly. Then, it quickly spread to the entire Black Mosquito star, as well as the Black Mountain star and the other 7 demon tribes. The entire Black Mosquito tribe was in an uproar. It was no secret that the Grand Commander's only son, Zhuoliqing, was determined to win this trial. The higher-ups of the 10 demon tribes were well aware of this. No one had expected that the result, which was originally decided without any suspense, would be completely rewritten because of a dark horse that suddenly rushed out and caused an abrupt change. Faced with such an unacceptable and embarrassing result, Grand Commander Zhuofengtai's anger was about to completely explode this time. These discussions have been raging in the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 demon tribe for the past few days after the circular letter was spread. Countless demon tribe experts gathered their gazes on the Black Mosquito star, paying close attention to the subsequent development of this matter. Many people believe that the moment the Black Mosquito tribe's trial team returned to the Black Mosquito star, Grand Commander Zhuofengtai would explode. An invisible tension shrouded the entire Black Mosquito star, and it was increasing day by day in the past few days. Right at this moment, a small private warship arrogantly plunged into the Black Mosquito star's atmosphere at an extremely fast speed. It whistled past and boldly charged toward the Black Mosquito city, which represented the core of the Black Mosquito tribe's power. At this time, there was still someone who dared to act so rashly. This time, Zhuofengtai's whiskers had been provoked, and he was worried about where to vent his anger. In the Black Mosquito city, countless demon tribe experts looked up and muttered to themselves. Their eyes were filled with sympathy. Chapter 2983. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. I was just guessing. Black Mosquito City, inside the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple. The moment the Dongshu shuttle entered the Black Mosquito star's atmosphere, the Grand Priest Huegu, Lei, had already sensed it. However, he did not pay any attention to it. At this moment, as the Grand Commander Zhuofengtai soared into the sky from the Grand Commander's official residence with a thunderous roar, he threw a punch at the Dongshu shuttle with boundless killing intent. The corners of the Grand Priest Huegu, Lei's mouth slowly curled up into a mocking smile. For those in high positions, the more urgent the situation is, the calmer they are. You're so impulsive. Do you think you can control me and the Black Mosquito tribe alone? At this point, Huegu Lei shook his head with a disdainful smile. He glanced at the Dongshu shuttle and said, "This shuttle is not ordinary. I'm sure its owner is someone with a strong background. It's a pity that he bumped into Zhuofengtai. It's him?" Halfway through his sentence, Huegu Lei suddenly stopped talking. Shock appeared on his face, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He exclaimed, "What's going on? That brat actually came back alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of bright light flashed through his eyes, and it suddenly condensed as if he was capturing something. Almost in the next instant, a wisp of pleasant surprise quickly bloomed on his face, and even his voice revealed a strong sense of anticipation amidst the joy. The two brands are actually still there? No wonder this kid is fine. Zhuangwu didn't make a move? However, this is not important. The key is the other seal. It has obviously been activated. I wonder if the spirit rabbit has been obtained. At this thought, Huegu Lei could no longer sit still. With a flash of his body, he dashed out of the house and flew into the sky. At the same time, in the sky above the Black Mosquito City, just as the dimensional void shuttle pierced through the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star and arrived above the main city and was about to land on the ground, the enraged Zhuofengtai, who was in the Great Commander's official residence deep within the main city, roared and threw a punch. This scene entered the eyes of countless demon experts in the huge Black Mosquito City as they looked up. Some of the devil cultivators were already shaking their heads and sighing. This was clearly a case of bad luck. With Zhuofengtai's Origin Level 9 cultivation base, he could even destroy a 1,000-meter-long planetary battleship, let alone a small private battleship that was less than 500 meters long. However, the scene that appeared in the sky in the next instant caused the jaws of countless demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City to drop to the ground. Surprise cries of surprise rang out from everywhere. Boom! Screech! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Zhuofengtai's all-out attack was filled with anger. Although it was only a simple punch, its power was enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. At this moment, an explosion resounded. It was clear that this terrifying punch had hit its target. However, the Dongshu shuttle that had suddenly stopped in midair was clearly not damaged in the slightest. A gigantic black ladle beast that was about 100 feet in size silently appeared and blocked the front of the shuttle. The power of Zhuofengtai's furious punch smashed onto the gigantic ladle beast, but clearly did not shake it in the slightest. This gigantic floating beast was the 8-star ladle. However, in the Demon Dweller star field, the ladle tribe was called the Void Devouring Beast. This was derived from their terrifying ability to devour the void of the galaxy. Origin Void Devouring Beast? This is impossible. As the 8-star ladle's warning roar rang out, Zhuofengtai's expression suddenly changed as he cried out in shock. It was common knowledge that the void-devouring beast's black ladle body was extremely sturdy. However, the void-devouring beast that could withstand the power of his full-powered punch without any damage was definitely an origin-level existence, and definitely not an early origin-level existence. In other words, this void-devouring beast in front of him actually had the qualifications to fight to the death with him. Moreover, with the terrifying body of the other party that he could not easily shake, if they really fought to the death, the one who would suffer would most likely be him. It was because of this that he, as the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, lost his composure at this moment. Grand Commander, I was just too eager to report the good news that I forgot to slow down for a moment. You don't have to do this, do you? At this moment, Yi Xian stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle. With a flash of his body, he had already landed on the back of the 8-star ladle that was suspended in midair. He continued with an innocent face. If I had not met this brother ladle guest near the void-devouring black hole before, wouldn't I have been killed by your punch just now? If this is really the case, the Black Mosquito tribe will never be able to remove the title of the shortest-lived holy son in the history of the Demon Dweller tribe in the future. While speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended behind him was instantly absorbed into his body. At the same time, Hao Fong Fong and the wretched mosquito butcher were also moved out of the shuttle by him and landed on the back of Ladle, standing behind Yi Xian. "It's you?" Seeing Yi Xian, Zhuo Fengtai was suddenly stunned. A strong impulse surged in his heart, and he almost attacked immediately. But in the end, he restrained himself. The opponent was now the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. It was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing, let alone there was an origin stage void devouring beast in front of him that was not inferior to him in strength. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fengtai subconsciously glanced at Ladle under Yi Xian's feet, and his eyelids twitched. An origin stage void-devouring beast actually made this brat stand on its back like a master and even brought other people along. What was the difference between this and taming it? Just casually circling around the void-devouring black hole, and he could come across such a good thing? This luck was simply heaven-defying. Thinking of this, the unwillingness in Zhuo Fengtai's heart grew stronger. He was so angry that his neck was thick. Panting heavily, he reprimanded in a deep voice, "Why are only the two of you back? Where is the fierce mosquito?" This was clearly asking the obvious. He was really good at pretending. Yi Xian sneered inwardly. He spread his hands and said with a stunned expression, "Chief Commander, you still don't know? The fierce mosquito has been destroyed by Zhuo Hongwu and Zhuo Liqing." Zhuo Fengtai almost vomited blood on the spot. Although he was well aware of this, from a certain point of view, the fierce mosquito was indeed destroyed by Zhuo Hongwu and Zhuo Liqing. He could even be included in this. However, what did he mean by destroyed? Even if he knew some inside information, there was no need to say such harsh words, right? This was clearly a deliberate provocation. Could it be that after taming this origin stage void-devouring beast, Zhuo Fengtai thought that he had something to rely on and planned to go against him openly? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhuo Fengtai calmed down and stared coldly at Yi Xian with a playful look in his eyes. "Zhang Wuji, don't forget that you are not the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Zhuo Hongwu is the scout commander of my Black Mosquito city. How can you slander him in public? I'll keep this in mind and look into it when Commander's War returns." "Thank you, Chief Commander, but what if they don't come back?" Chapter 2984. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Greybone lays probing. Zhuo Fengtai had originally forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, but after hearing Yi Xian's provocative words, the monstrous anger that had just been suppressed surged again in the blink of an eye. He glared at Yi Xian and was about to explode. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly resounded in the void. The High Priest Greybone Lei had arrived. "Ha ha! Zhang Wuji, you're able to obtain a spiritual power skill inheritance the first time you enter the forbidden land of the demonic saint tribe. You've finally allowed our Black Mosquito tribe to rise again. From now on, our Black Mosquito tribe is no longer the weakest tribe among the 10 great demon tribes. Instead, we've become a top tribe that can compete with the leader, the Black Nightmare tribe." Along with the hearty laughter, the high priest figure quietly appeared. He quietly stood in the middle of the confrontation between the Black Mosquito tribe's Grand Commander, Zhuo Fengtai, and Yi Xian. In addition, when he arrived, he had a rather subtle grasp of the situation. All of this was clearly done on purpose, causing the eyes of Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai, who was about to explode, to flash with a bright light. A strong sense of dissatisfaction and unwillingness quietly flashed through his eyes. But even so, with the arrival of the High Priest Huigu Lei, the monstrous anger in Zhuo Fengtai's heart was suppressed again in the end. Although Huigu's cultivation base was only at the origin stage first stage, he was the great priest of a large demon tribe, so he was far better than Zhuo Fengtai, who was a tribe's great commander, in terms of using his mental power skills. Therefore, even though Zhuo Fengtai's cultivation base was at the origin stage 4th stage, the weaker Huigul had a better chance of winning if they were to fight. Moreover, Huigu Lu had an extraordinary relationship with the high priest of the imperial city, when Xingshang, who had become one of the greatest existences in the demon race. Back when Xingshang was still the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hulu had been the holy son of the tribe that he had nurtured with all his might. Although they weren't master and disciple, there wasn't much of a difference. Therefore, Zwafontai did not dare to offend Greybone Lay openly. After all, although the Zwa clan had a backer in the imperial city, he was just an ordinary person in the imperial court. In the entire imperial city, he could not be compared to High Priest Wen Xing, who was popular in front of the Demon King Mo1. After considering all this as the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, in the end, Zwafontai suppressed his anger. Was the Grand Commander of Black Mosquito tribe. Of course, the most important reason was that he felt that he would have a chance to deal with Yi Xian in the future. At the same time, he did not know that his only son, Zwa Liqing, and his younger brother, Zwa Hongwu, had been killed by Yi Xian on their way back to the Black Mosquito tribe. Otherwise, no matter how much Zwafontai feared High Priest Greybone Lay, he would have been enraged and attacked. "You flatter me, High Priest. I was just a little lucky." At this moment, Yi Xian sighed in his heart when he saw that Grand Commander Zwafontai was actually suppressing his anger. He did not want to see this scene. Compared to lying low and facing a crisis that could erupt at any time in the future, he would rather face it now. At least, he could take this opportunity to force High Priest Greybone Lay to make a stand. However, no matter how unwilling Yi Xian was, he could not continue to provoke Zwafontai. Once he did so, not only Zwafontai, but even High Priest Greybone Lay would be suspicious. He was just a Meteor Realm nobody who had just been appointed as the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. He should not have such courage and background. If he really did so, anyone would be suspicious of Yi Xian's motives. "I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity. This void-swallowing beast is at least at the origin fourth order. It is already a supreme existence that is not weaker than Commander Zwa. I'm afraid even this priest can't defeat it. Such an existence can actually hit it off with you and willingly follow you. It is really amazing. Personal luck is really mysterious and extraordinary." With Greybone Lay's level 5 source core and his background as the high priest of a large tribe, he could naturally see that the 8-star royal ladle under Yi Xian's feet was not like an ordinary demon's pet beast. Instead, he had branded it with a spiritual imprint and used it to forcibly control it. Therefore, these words were not just out of courtesy. They came from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xian even saw a flash of envy in Greybone Lay's eyes. It was obvious that Yi Xian was able to rely on his own luck to obtain such a powerful void-swallowing beast to follow him. Even the cunning high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Grayskull, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In addition to that, what triggered even more was his eagerness for Yi Xian's secret mission to the Demon Emperor planet. Since this kid could deceive such a powerful mid-stage, origin-level void-swallowing beast, he should have a way to deal with the extremely cunning, innate spirit rabbit in the Demon Saint Forbidden Land. With this thought in mind, Greybone Lay could not hold back anymore. He did not even care that Grand Commander Zwafontai had just turned around and left. If he had, he would have heard the conversation between the two. Greybone Lay's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked Yi Xian, "Little friend Wuji, the matter this high priest entrusted to you that day, may I ask?" "High priest, are you talking about that clever dead rabbit?" Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. When this matter was mentioned, it was as if the hatred in his heart had been aroused. A look of indignation appeared on his face as he said hatefully, "That damn rabbit is too clever. It played tricks on me several times. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch it in the end. Otherwise, I would have skinned alive." This result made Greybone Lay very disappointed. He was so disappointed that he even lost his composure and exclaimed softly. However, he quickly reacted. His eyes flashed, but he did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he waved his hand and withdrew the 2 spiritual imprints that he had injected into Yi Xian's body. Then, with a flash of his body, he flew toward the tribe's ancestral temple at the end of the Black Mosquito City. His figure had already disappeared, but his figure was still lingering. "In 3 days, I'll hold a ceremony for you to become the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. In addition, during these 3 days, You can stay in the side hall of the Holy Sun in the outer courtyard of the ancestral temple. However, if there's nothing else, it's best to use these 3 days to cultivate diligently. Don't go out and leave the Black Mosquito Star if there's nothing else. The High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing, is very worried about you. He specially told me to supervise you diligently. As the holy son of a large tribe, your cultivation is only at the meteor realm. It's really too weak,